I now call the July meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education to order. Welcome to everyone in attendance today, as well as those of you online. All board members are here and in their seats. The mission statement of the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous, quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, we will pause for a moment of silence. Please stand and join me as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any changes to today's agenda? Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A consent agenda item. I'd just like to pull some items off to be voted on separately, if I may. Let me know when you're ready.
Ready.
17C, D, V, W, X, Y, and Z.
Any others? And I have 17Q that needs to come off as well. Is that correct? Kathy, was that your request? Okay, I want to make sure I got the right one. Okay. Any other? Mr. Porter?
You know, last month when we pulled the things from the consent agenda and we got to that area really late, there were several questions that came to the commissioner that we don't expect him to know everything there is about everything. So I'm throwing you a bone, sir. Just straighten up. So I think it's important if there are questions about things, and I've got some questions about some of those things too, that we have the people in the department that are the most expertise. So if that cannot happen this afternoon, if there are things that where the people are not here, I would suggest that we wait until tomorrow to vote on those. You know, I'm not questioning pulling things off the agenda. There's some things I considered, but you took care of it. But I think it's important for us to have the department people that are the most knowledgeable in those areas. Like, for instance, last month it was food service. And I think it would have been very good for the person that knows the most about food service to have been here. That's an example. And it sort of puts, I believe, having been in a position similar to the commissioners where you can be blindsided, and I'm not claiming anybody's blindsided anybody because we really have legitimate questions. I think it's best to make arrangements to have the people with the most knowledge here. So that's a request, that if those people that cannot be here at 6 or 7 or 8, whenever we get ready to do this tonight, can be deferred till in the morning.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments. Thank you. And I want to point out that on 17Q, we had a heads up. And so we've been able to let the person in the department know, and she'll be here to present on that. I've got Betty, and then I'll come back to you, Michelle.
Just as a point from a policy perspective, that is one of the reasons why it's stated that you let leadership know in advance those items that you are going to pull, so that if there are questions, arrangements can be made prior. Just a point that is in policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty. Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I did email last week and received responses from Dr. Watson on a lot of my questions on the consent agenda item ahead of time. Some of them came back late, but I got most of them answered last week, so thank you.
As a point of clarification, Michelle, then are we going to go ahead and vote on those today? You don't need additional information?
You don't have to. You don't have to. I don't need a clarification. I got clarification.
You got the answers you needed?
I feel like I did, but I don't know if others are, I'm the only one that pulled them off, so I don't know if others have questions as well.
Yeah, to reiterate what Betty and Jim said, by all means, please, if you have questions about an agenda item that's on the consent agenda. So I was going to point out, I'll bring it up now, that if you're following along on the website, the consent agenda now has its own agenda. So when you go to ksde.org/board, you'll see that the consent agenda is separate and all of the supporting documentation is there in one document. Board members, yours might look a little bit different in your packets, but it should all be consolidated.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious why, if a board member has a question about consent items, send them in ahead of time, that the whole board doesn't hear the answer to the question. Just that one board member gets the answer.
And I'm happy to do that. Mark can probably, we become an open records issue when you reply all to the board, because there's no authority for the board to take any action outside of this meeting. So I'm always cautious about doing that. It's not trying to withhold any information, Danny. But in some cases, like we decided to make a modification on 17Q now and moving forward. So, but that's the reason I don't reply to all.
Okay, if there are no further changes, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, or to approve the agenda as amended? Betty? Second? Michelle? All in favor? It's unanimous. Motion passes. Thank you. Are there any corrections or additions to the minutes of last month's meeting, June 13, 14, 2023? If not, a motion is in order. Betty and Dina? All in favor? Unanimous. Motion passes. Thank you. Welcome, Commissioner, for the Commissioner's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Porter, if we had a piano or an organ this morning, you know, happy birthday to Dennis would be in order. He's told me a monumental birthday, and thank you for sharing and celebration. But if we started that, we would probably have to ask who attended the Taylor Swift concert over the weekend, because we know at least one person at the table did, and heavy preparation, and we know at least one person at the podium did not. So I don't know about the rest of you, but good to see you. Hope you had a wonderful 4th and are doing well. Wanted to update you first as we just think about this work that we do together around 2 things, and then we'll get into what I'd like to talk to you about today. We have, as we speak right now, a group of superintendents that we have invited to work with what we call our comprehensive center. It's called R12, but this is a group of people that give us assistance in Kansas and Missouri, and an organization called McREL, which is a research organization out of Denver. And they're working on one of the board goals, which is how are we going to develop competencies for leadership development. And we've been working on that since Sunday. I just wanted to let you know it's going to be a year-long work, but we're doing that. Also, some of you might remember COVID. Some of you trying not to remember COVID. It was, a painful time for all of us. But one of the things that came out of that was your action to place some federal money into a program called Sunflower Summer, now in its 3rd year. And it's last year of money that will be funded by you from the COVID money. So $3.5 million set aside. Last week, Sunflower Summer had 33,000 people go through turnstiles, if you would, attractions. That is more than any single week a year ago, and we peaked out at 30 the week before we went back to school. I say that because we're running about 40% higher attendance this summer than last summer, which was up over the first summer. Now, after this year, Department of Commerce will take that over, and the legislature's allocated some money going forward. But we, $3.5 million, the reason I'm bringing all this up, highly successful. Congratulations on that program. And again, the origins of which came out of my teacher advisory that said, we have an idea. What if we engaged parents and families with Kansas attractions like zoos and museums and libraries and exploration place and allowed them to go for free? And you said, that's a great idea, and we did that. So great, in fact, we're worried we're going to run out of money this summer, and we may have to shut it down early or turn it over to Department of Commerce, who may agree to fund it in their money. I just want to let you know that we're monitoring closely, and if you see a Friday note come out and say, by next Friday, we may have to either transition it or, unfortunately, just say we run out of money. We don't have any additional funds in the COVID relief funds, but we do have $3.5 million. We've spent, latest I saw just after the 4th, about $1.6 million of that 3.5, which is, again, is much ahead of where we were last year. So we're going to talk today about this really hard work that we have at trying to help kids be successful, and how complex it is. I was telling Chair Haas this morning, my daughter's 36, my son's 30, and this weekend I was just doing some coaching parenting sessions with them, that never stops. And so how do we help young people become successful? And it's complicated and it's messy, and for every one of your kids and every one of your grandkids, it's different. They want to do different things. They have different personalities. And so how do we do that work? And I'm going to kind of give you a preview of what Ben's going to talk to you around when we use the word at risk and some of the things around that. So months ago, I shared with you what the Medical Society calls Life's Essential 8. And I ask all of you, how many of you have ever heard of Life's Essential 8? And on the record, again, just to let everyone know, no one knew what Life's Essential 8. So the medical community, highly disappointed, because I'm sure they've spent millions of dollars advertising that. But you will recognize, because if you go to the doctor for an annual physical, he or she's going to talk to you about these items. So as you look at those 8 items, which the Medical Association says, if you do these really well, the odds of you living really, 2 things. You're going to live longer, and you're going to live better as you get older. All right. Now, that doesn't mean cancer doesn't happen, you fall, right? But in general, the odds that you get better, and your doctor, he or she talks to you about that. But look at those 8. And tell me which 2 really affect the others. Actually, there's 3 that are behavioral changes. I can quit smoking. Now, there are drugs that assist you with that. So we get into a little bit, because a lot of these have drugs, right, that help you with. And healthy eating and fitness, right? I can make those decisions to, hey, I can eat a Snicker, or I could eat some fruit, or I could eat some cauliflower, or I could eat a Big Mac. There's all kinds of choices. I can decide. Ben and I were in meetings yesterday, and he said, oh, man, I'm stiff. I've got to go walk tonight. I'm really just stiff. We know that about 150 minutes of exercise a week, you live longer and you live more healthy in general. Doesn't mean that everyone does, but it means in general. However, as you get to sleep, cholesterol, diabetes, blood pressure, what doctors will tell you is we have good drugs because people don't do the other things very well. And so Lipitor, and statins, most commonly prescribed medication. By the way, antidepressants and anxiety are now rapidly catching up with that since COVID. Diabetes, of course, the handling blood sugar and managing that. And losing weight because of diabetes, you now know there's great drugs that also do a great thing with diabetes, and you lose a lot of weight. And a lot of people have said, well, give me that just to lose the weight. And then blood pressure, right? So when we look at this and we think about education, what we know are there are 2 big buckets around behavioral change that lead the likelihood that you're going to be more successful and have fewer problems in adulthood as you go through K-12. They're big buckets, kind of like healthy eating and fitness. And so the chart that you all have seen, that, by the way, when we update this chart in a couple months, it will be over 100,000 users. Right now, we're still in 73,000 users. And when we look at graduation of high school, academics certainly matter. The better off you are academically, the more likelihood you are to graduate on time. Doesn't mean you will, because there are kids that don't, but the odds are. About 12% difference between those in level 1 to level 2, and then you can see that goes up slightly. And the number of kids then that go on to earn something after high school goes up dramatically academically. If I can move from the lowest of that skill level to even the second tier, there's about a 26% difference in those kids going on to earn something else beyond high school. And Natalie is going to be here to talk about some of those certificates and areas with you later. So academics matter. They matter. But you can have a student that has a 36 on the ACT, just as an example, which is a perfect score, has all A's, has a GPA of 4.0 or in a weighted GPA, Kathy, 4.25 or whatever it is, and still not be successful. And conversely, you can have kids at level 1 that do really well, right? And so there's always outliers to this. Same thing in the medical, right? There's some people, man, I eat really well, I exercise, my cholesterol's still over 200. I don't do anything and everything's great. So we know there are outliers. We also know with academics, there's a set of skills that are just darn hard to measure in a quantitative way. But when you have them and employers seek them and you combine them with academics, you get a tilt even to a greater likelihood of success. We call those the Kansas CAN competencies, and they're in 3 big domains, and we've talked a lot about that. And we've talked a lot about these 6, as you know, because they really have an effect then on that future success and owning it. So I'm going to go through some data with you from Georgetown education on workforce and education. You'll have the slides, and I'll give them to you. You're welcome to use them because I think this data will just cause you to think a little bit, and I'm going to go through it fairly quickly because I want to make sure we stay on time today. But Georgetown took a look at a longitudinal study, and they said, all right, most children that come from the highest SES family, social economic status, that's SES, have at least one parent with some post-secondary education. Compared to kids in poverty, only 1/3 of those children. So let me tell you what their study looks like. So they divided by economic into quartiles. The lowest quartile were families making $25,000 or less. The top quartile were those making $75,000 or more. So now and then the middle was 25 to 50, 50 to 75. And what they said, I'm going to go to the blue on the far right. Those families making more than $25,000 or more, those children, 94% of them had a family member that had gone on to post-secondary education. Conversely, and with a baccalaureate degree, you can see that. See that? On the far left, those families making $25,000 and less, 71% of those parents had a high school education or less. Okay? So, again, let's look at that. 4% of the lowest of the $25,000 families or less, 4% of those were baccalaureate degree. So I always want to put things in perspective. We're talking about the overall averages, not that there aren't exceptions to this. Again, you can look at the other. So most economically well families are coming from people that are formally educated. Then look at what happens in kindergarten. And then I'm going to show you a typical Kansas classroom, and we're going to talk later on this afternoon about at risk, what that is. So I come into kindergarten, and I'm going to measure you in math. So you know what math looks like in kindergarten? It's not addition, not subtraction yet. The first is counting. I can count. I can recognize a number. And then later on, I can sort, and classify. I can kind of put things together. In the top half, so now I'm going to talk about those students that come in, and I'm in the top half of my class. I do really, really well in mathematics. 74% of those people coming from the most wealthy families. Poverty, the lowest poverty, only 26% of those kids have the same math skills as those that came from the highest social economic status. So the gap, when you go visit kindergarten classrooms and you hear, you're going to hear this, Michelle, we had a dime for every time we hear, I have too many this year. I need some help in kindergarten. Because what the kindergarten teacher is articulating to you is he or she has this wide range of students, from kids that I don't know a letter, I can't identify the color blue, I run out in the street, to kids reading at a third grade level. And so as that number gets larger, from 15 to 20 to 25 to 30, and I don't have any assistance, I feel like I can't meet their needs. This is happening when they arrive, and it's based largely on who your parents were. Just let you know that, okay? I mean, again, exceptions to that. Then what Georgetown is, they followed those kids into adulthood, 10 years after graduation. So this is where I'm taking you. So of those kindergartens that scored in the top half in math, and you can see those, if I have some wealth to me versus poverty, I tend to recover better. Top half, and I tend to stay there. If I'm in poverty, poverty has an accumulating effect. And if I start out even well, I tend to go down if I don't have support going on. This is scored in the bottom half, again, the inverse. I tend not to move unless I have some resources beyond school. I'll skip that. And so then, regardless of their scores, low SES kids are likely than their counterparts to have completed a college degree 10 years out. So now what you're seeing in the top chart those are families, again, making $75,000 or more, and they scored really well in math. 70% of those kids went on to school and completed a college degree within 10 years. Even 35% of those in the lowest part of the math. They don't do very well in math, but their family is fairly affluent. They do well. You can see the difference then on kids in poverty. And then take a look at, okay, going to school is one thing. Did we change their trajectory? Are they, or are they still where they were? So Georgetown took a look again, and I want you to look at poverty. If I had the lowest math scores, this is the bottom, 47% of those kids that started out in poverty that had low math scores remained in poverty. They didn't, and then the cycle, Georgetown says, continues. Now, we've known this forever. President Johnson declared war on poverty in the 1960s. All right, and Republicans have a different approach than Democrats, but everyone acknowledges the issue. So when we look at this, what does it mean for a Kansas kid, and how does it relate to Kansas? Here is, I don't know, is anything typical? No. But here is 20 kids calling at a Kansas classroom. Does anyone know what the average class size is in Kansas? It's smaller than this. Yeah, 17 and change. One of the lowest in the country. We have a lot of single-digit classrooms. You know why I picked 20, Danny? Because my math then becomes easy here. Okay, so it's visually easy to see versus 17. That's a typical Kansas classroom. Now, you're saying, okay, on average, then what does that classroom look like? Well, the first thing you're going to notice is about over 20% of that classroom is going to be Hispanic Latino across the state. It's our largest ethnic group. Around one student in that classroom is going to be African American, and 2 students are going to be Asian or Native American or multi-race. They're going to be some other ethnicity other than Caucasian or white. And so I don't know if you walked into any classrooms of 20, are you going to see that? Probably not. You're probably going to see all the distribution of, it's predominantly Caucasian or white, or it's predominantly African American, Hispanic, or I don't know that any class look exactly like that, but on a state average, that is what it looks like. And then you look at poverty. This is the number of kids on free lunch. Not reduced, free lunch, which is our measure of poverty. I want you to remember about what poverty does. Poverty, almost all researchers will tell you, poverty is the hardest thing to break the cycle of. Certain ethnic groups are more represented in poverty than others, but everything being equal, poverty. That's about how many students would be on free lunch in a given Kansas classroom. Now, all of you know the largest percent of free lunch. What district has the largest percent of free lunch in Kansas? Do we remember? Kansas City. And Wichita is not even close to, number 2 is not even close. Tell me who has the least in a public school district in Kansas. Blue Valley. And they're side by side, right, geographically. And then everything in between. One's not easier or harder, but poverty creates some challenges. And so you would see more in the Kansas City district than you would in the Blue Valley, or you would see more, in one district versus another. But that's in general. Students that are on free lunch generate some money in addition to the money that the state gives them, and it's called at risk. And for every student on free lunch, Goddard Gym gets what we call 0.5, or half of that base aid goes to that district to give additional resources for kids at risk. And that's where Ben will describe this to you, and Tate and Craig talked about it. Not necessarily to that kid's not doing well and not performing well, but the money's generated this way based upon a poverty model. All right? And then we look upon entering kindergarten, as I said, these kids are already behind. About 1/3 of kids are limited in the core academic areas as early as kindergarten. So if I go to my doctor, who's a cranky old guy, and I like to say he yells at me, he would say, "I don't yell at you, you just don't listen to anything I tell you." And so therefore, we have this great relationship, and he's not only a great doctor, but he's been a great friend. But he would say, "Listen, you need to exercise more and you need to eat more healthy." I said, "I know, we've had this conversation a lot. And I brought you some coconut cream pie." And no, don't. So we know that we enter already behind, and the longer a kid that's in poverty stays in school, the odds are they fall further behind without some serious intervention. So you've heard me say there's an urgency here, because as the brain develops, we get a bigger return on investment through about age 9. Doesn't mean that, at my age, I can't learn a new language. I can. It's just harder than it was when I was 10. When I was 7, I can learn it more easily and faster. So what if, by the policies that we ask school districts to put in place, that we could cut that number that we're behind in half? What if we could just cut that number in half? Not as much, we probably never eliminate. What if we could cut that academically behind in half? What happens? Graduation goes up, post-secondary success goes up, economic, in general, go up. That's why everyone says this is so important work. And so as you talk to people, we have to have a sense of urgency to help do this work. Now, again, I'm going to go back to medical model as we wrap up. If I have high blood pressure and the doctor's going to put me on medicine, again, she may say to me, "I'm going to put you on medicine, but if you really want to get off this medicine, if you would exercise this amount of time and do some weight-bearing exercises and eat better, we may be able to get you off of doing that." There are things that we can do to help prevent this from happening. And the legislative post-audit even said early intervention can really help some of this before it even comes into kindergarten. Parents as teachers, they even called out by name. Certainly parents know, parents that spend time talking to their children, reading to their children, engaging in what, so go into Walmart, go into Target, go into Dillon's. I'm trying to think where we all shop, right? One of the things that infuriate me is children get cranky. Have you ever noticed that when they're young? 3, 4. Oh, I want, and then they pitch a fit and they flop on, we've all had that experience, right? Where your kid's embarrassing you in the middle of the store. And so you know what happens in 2023 to silence kids? An iPad or a phone. I mean, they will be mesmerized and they will be so silent, and mom or dad can shop the night away, and it's great. And it's horrible for development. What is great is to say, can we find something that's blue on the shelf? Make games up. My mom used to, we used to play okay, we're going to find the letter A as we were driving down the road, right? With no air conditioner in the car. All right, now we got to find the letter B on signs. And we're having conversation. That oral development, which takes place, leads to rapid development when kids enter kindergarten. Sitting in front of this for hours on end used to be just the TV, but now TV coupled with this doesn't lead to that development. We know that. So there are things we can do to prevent kids from being at risk. There are things we can do even through high school and college to help mitigate at risk. Those programs tend to cost more, though, as we go through that. Ben will talk to you more about that this afternoon. But that's the challenge when we're out and about talking to people is are kids learning to read? Are kids learning mathematics? Are they progressing? If not, what are we doing to help them? What conversations are we having with parents to do that? So, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and thank you.
Thank you. We have a few. Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just following up on some of the research that you put up on display there, I'm thinking about over the last 5.5 years, just studying my own research and seeing that over time, even kids that didn't go to preschool or did go to preschool before they went into kindergarten, those kids actually, it didn't matter what background they came from, actually caught back up with the other kids by second and third grade. In Blue Valley, we used to have what was called teacher enrichment, and we had those for all kids, whether they were behind a little bit in math, just to catch the kids up, a little bit behind in spelling, just to catch them up a little bit. Seems like they've kind of gone away from enrichment, and we have more labels put on children, and then we have a stigmatism from the time that they're in that kindergarten into the public school system or wherever they are. We've put labels on these kids instead of just knowing that in time it's going to actually, from all the studies I've read, balance out by second and third grade. And this is across these are studies that have been done across the United States. So what changed where they said, is it because we have more data or we're micromanaging everything a little bit more closely as far as we've done away with some of the enrichment teachers that we used to have? I would just like to know what changed with that study as opposed to all the studies I've read where these kids actually do catch up. Maybe they're doing different things differently as far as more family foundation or more discipline at home rather than getting into school and letting the school do all that for them.
So a lot of nuance to that, Michelle, but what we generally find is if there's a supportive environment at home and schools that are really doing good work, we can catch kids up. When those aren't in alignment, though, they fall further behind. And in our most impoverished areas, they tend, on average, to fall further behind. Not always. Labels, though, and Chair Haas heard me say this today, I don't like them. And I think that's what's so powerful about your vision, each child. And if we attune to each child and give each child and each family what they need, I mean, within reason, we can't send you to some Canadian place, right, and pay for that. But we can make great inroads. But again, I'm giving you research around averages, again, not exceptions. So, but if we can attune Dina and Salina to each child, it's hard to do. It takes time, it takes effort, but I think we can do that without a label, honestly.
Danny.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wrote down academics matter.
Yes.
And so I guess I'm curious why we have all these other things going on in the classroom that aren't academic. And I guess I'm from the old school where each kid that comes in can be successful. And it's up to that teacher, but where we're at now, we're doing all this extra stuff, to me, that has nothing to do with academics. We're all concerned about, instead of let's focus on academics.
So what we know, you're right. Academics, as we can clearly see, this is Kansas students, so we're tracking just Kansas students. Academics certainly matter, and we know that these skills matter. The other thing that we know that happened, and I'll use Sunflower Summer as an example, Danny, experiences matter. You know, I can't imagine what I could do if I don't have an experience, and so helping students go to zoos and museums and those experiences, family vacations, athletics, you know, being a part of FFA, those cumulative events, life also matters. But the big buckets are this and academics. Those are the big buckets. And you know, because you were at the, you know, the new or the aspiring teacher at Emporia State. If I'm teaching you to play the trumpet, that's an academic skill in some ways. I can also be teaching you at the same time some self-regulation and motivation. I'm doing it together. Come on, we can do this. This is not too hard. Come on, Dennis. I have faith in you. You can pull this off. And then we repeat that and we practice. We have some deliberate practice. And so it's those combinations. If you're asking, are we doing too many things in schools? I think, you know, that's a good question to ask. Are we doing too many things in school? Because I will tell you there's certain things that matter. Mr. Porter will tell you one of those is science of reading. There's certain things that we know really, really matter. And academics and these skills really matter. And the more we can repetition those, right, and have them in different contexts, the more transfer we'll see.
Betty?
Thank you. I appreciate the study that you put up there from Georgetown. However, as an advocate for K through 12, I know there's another distinction between high school, graduating high school and not graduating. That chart lumped them into one.
Yes, it did.
Now, one of the things that we tend to talk about as Board of Education representative is if your student graduates high school, we give them an idea of the possibility that they would earn more, less tendency to end up in the penal system. There are a lot of pluses that we give because we are K-12. So in your study, it would really be great if there's something that could show that instead of lumping the diploma with non-high school graduates. Just my thought.
Not my study, but I'll let Georgetown know they should get better
Well,
data.
no, I am
No.
saying, not with Georgetown, but if we could, there are other studies.
Yes.
We have studies here in Kansas.
Yes.
That if we could use that information to show. So I'm not taking away from what they are doing, but as advocates for K-12, I think it's inherent for us to let people know there is a distinction between, in terms of earning and all of that, between those that get a diploma and those that don't.
And I shared this with you a month or two ago. I'm going to give you another. You're absolutely right. Okay, if you look, again, broad swath, not graduating high school in 2023 economically is not to your advantage. Some kids will make it, but it's not to high school. But you'll also see, and this will lead into what Natalie's going to talk to you about, is that most of the census data will say, didn't graduate high school, graduate high school or GED, some college, and then a credential. The some college lump could be, I have a HVAC certification. It could also be, I spent 3 years in a liberal arts school and I have nothing but debt. And that lumping together masks some of that data too, Betty.
Yeah.
And we have to be careful. And that's the way census produced. They've stopped doing that, but historically they've done that. I'm over time, Madam Chair. I'm going to go sit down. But thank you.
We'll do one more real
Okay.
quick if that's okay, but
Yeah.
just one. Ann, get the last word.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I think what Danny brought up is a common misconception that we heard out of the legislature. So if you have a chance between now and January, and I know Ed Week just came out with a really great article about the connection between social emotional skills and academic achievement, that there is a direct correlation between kids who have resilience, perseverance, empathy, respect, and how well they achieve academically. And I think it's important to understand that, if you're hungry, if you're tired, if Dad got thrown in jail last night, you're not ready to learn. And so it's not other stuff we're doing, it is absolutely connected stuff. So if you have some data out there on the connection between social emotional learning and academic achievement, I think that'd be helpful not only for the board to see, but also for us to have ready for the legislature in January. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you, Commissioner. Next up is the Citizens Open Forum. We're running about 10 minutes late, sorry about that. During the Citizens Open Forum, the State Board of Education provides an opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. I now declare the Citizens Open Forum of the Kansas State Board of Education meeting open at 10:42 a.m. The State Board asks that speakers identify themselves by name and the name of the group they represent, if applicable. The board also asks that each speaker focus their remarks on issues or topics. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes, and we reserve the right to cut the mic at 3 minutes. Any board questions will be for clarification only. I've got 3 speakers today. Our first speaker is Amy Hogan, followed by Denise Schmidt. So Amy, if you want to come on up, welcome.
And Capcoat. Madam Chair and board members, I'd like to talk a little bit about Ottawa University's programs and our retention processes at this point in time and give you some updates on our programs at this point. So if you'll just abide with me. Thank you for the time this morning. I come as a representative of Capcoat, the Kansas Association for Private Colleges and Teacher Education. My name is Dr. Amy Hogan, and I am the Dean of Ottawa University's education programs as well as a professor there. I'm here today to provide you some context about Ottawa University's programs, our community collaborations, and the education programs we offer for licensing in the state of Kansas. Ottawa University has grown from a single building in 1865 to a comprehensive educational institution that services over 4,000 students through 2 residential campuses, one here in Kansas, in Ottawa, Kansas, and the other one in Surprise, Arizona, as well as adults in graduate campuses and studies serving the greater Kansas City area, Milwaukee, greater Phoenix vicinity, and online students across the nation. Although Ottawa has evolved over the years, we have never lost sight of our mission, the preparation for graduates for lifetimes of personal meaning, vocational fulfillment, and service to God and humanity. We serve and strive to develop the whole person by providing an education that is student-centered, value-priced, technology-enabled, and rooted firmly in teaching excellence. The state of Kansas Ottawa graduates offers actually 12 teacher licensure programs. Our programs are available on ground, online, and in hybrid settings. Our undergraduate teacher education programs include the following areas: art, biology, business, elementary education, English, language arts, history, mathematics, music, and physical education. Our graduate education programs also encompass elementary education unified, building leadership, and school counseling. In 23, we graduated 67 initial licensure students, representing 37 non-Caucasian students. This class of 22-23 is hired by all school districts attending graduate this fall. I just want to talk a little bit about our diversity at this point in time. We have teamed with Block KC, which is Brothers Liberating Communities. Block is working to increase the representation of Black males in education spaces, and we have several students in that particular program at this point. We also have a partnership with Latinx. Latinx is a nonprofit organization that represents Latinx students and professionals in K-12 settings. We work in partnership with those particular buildings and programs. We are hosting the Education Rising Conference this spring, and we also hosted the Education Rising Conference in 2022.
Ms. Hogan, I'm sorry to interrupt
I'm
you.
sorry.
But your time's up, that's okay. If you want to, you can email the entire board if you want to send the contents of your
Certainly.
speech, or you can send it to the board secretary, and we'll make sure that everyone gets
Certainly.
it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Denise Schmidt will be followed by Tiffany Ellison.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, Dr. Watson, Board of Education members. My name is Denise Schmidt. I live in Claflin, Kansas. I'm a resident of USD 112. I'm also a parent of an elementary student at Central Plains Elementary. I am also a 21-year lifelong rural Kansas educator. 21 years ago, I walked into a special ed classroom and I said, I'm never going to go into education and I'm never going to stay in rural Kansas. 21 years later, I've never left. I was a para, a teacher, a building principal, and now I'm a special ed co-op director. Today I come to you to talk about my district and what we are and the sad test case that we might be in the state of Kansas. To understand us as USD 112, you need to understand who we are. We're not just facts and figures or data. We are people. In 2009, the communities of Claflin and the Lorain School District were facing budget declines and lack of enrollment, with the promise of funding that would be stable for 5 years. At the urging of their patrons, they came together. In October of 2010, a young 16-year-old man stood up in front of a board and he said, we need to come together, we need to join, and we need to unify. That young man I will talk about today because his story is important. And in that, Central Plains was born. And we stopped being Wildcats, and we stopped being T-Birds, and we became Oilers. Wilson, which was on our northern end that had 30% of our students, was allowed to virtually remain autonomous because that's what their patrons wanted, and the board allowed them to do that. When you hear USD 112, your first thought might be sports excellence, and it's true. In 13 years, we've won over 20 state championships in 6 different sports, but we are more than that. We have students that excel academically in band, music, FFA. In 2019, our elementary school was a blue ribbon recipient. This year, we had a Rudd Scholar who received a $100,000 scholarship. That young man that stood before you and that board went on to become a teacher, and he moved back to our community. He became a Horizon Award winner. He's a special education teacher. As Dr. Watson said, he's civic-minded, serves on a city council, and if our vote goes through, he will lose his job as a staff member. I worry for the future of our students. I worry for our students that right now ride a bus an hour because we're their closest attendance center and they might be placed somewhere else. I worry about our special education students and our at-risk students who need consistency and stability and not any more trauma. I worry about our young professionals who have moved back. We are a growing community. There is literally not a house to be had in my community, and we are not a lot available to build on. I will say I appreciate what you do as board members. We realize decisions in leadership are unpopular at times, but they're necessary. If the board would like to ask questions, I'd be willing to answer them. If not, thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Ms. Ellison is our last speaker today.
Good morning, Board. Dr. Watson. I have a couple of handouts, and forgive me, but my printer was not cooperating with me at home this morning, and so I have two. I'm going to keep one for just a moment to make sure I stay on track, but I would like for you guys to all have a copy of these, so whoever I need to give those to after I'm done, I would. Okay, thank you. That would be great. I'm coming here from Lewisburg. I'm coming here on my own, so I'm not paid to be here. I drove up, and it's a privilege to be able to come up and speak before you guys this morning. I want to present something to you that I think we see in a lot of districts. So this is not specific to Lewisburg. However, we've experienced some of this this year and over the course of a couple of years, and so I want to present something to you. What I'm going to give you is a copy of an assignment that our freshman class was presented with. It's called Human Sexuality and Relationships. And I'm going to read you just a couple of questions off of here. Look at the technology 20 years ago and compare it to technology today. What impact has technology had on sexual behavior? My 15-year-old has no experience with either technology 20 years ago nor sexuality. Praise God right now. The other question, what are your individual values when it comes to sexual behavior? None of your business. Name a family value that relates to human sexuality that may be different from the family you live in. Also, none of your business. Nor did you direct my child to come to me and have this conversation. Okay, so when you look at the supplemental material that was provided for this, it talks about hedonism, relativism, friends with benefits. It talks about infant sexuality, and it guided our children to a website called mentalhealth.net that was nothing more than sexually explicit conversations that children of 0 age should be subject to. But the reason it was able to get through to our students was because it was under the auspice of mental health, not sexual inappropriateness. And because mental health is such a big deal right now, we can hide everything that we do under the auspice of mental health and think that it's okay. I think I want to first stop for just a moment and let you know that I am actually an educator. I'm the child of a professional educator, a nationally recognized educator, in fact. I have a degree in health education. I worked in mental health in our schools. I have a lot of experience with this. And while I would consider myself slightly overweight and currently unemployed by choice, I consider myself highly successful. I am married to the same man after 27 years. We've raised 4 successful, beautiful, wonderful, educated children. And so when we're talking about what we are teaching our children in schools, can we please direct our conversations less on who is defining success and what the path is to get there, and more on what we need to provide children that is pertinent to them in this very moment and not destroying their mental health. This situation was dealt with in our school systems, but I want to ask you just a couple of things. Can I ask 3 questions before I go? I appreciate it.
We won't be able to answer them.
That's fine. I just want you to take them. I appreciate it. Okay. First of all, I understand what the objectives are for these assignments. I understand what the state objectives are. I knew what they were the second I saw the assignment, having come from this world myself. How are we preparing teachers to teach these topics? Just because you have had sex does not mean you are qualified to.
Well over time.
Okay, it does not mean you are qualified to teach it. Also, when
Ms. Ellison, I want to make sure that I have time to hop in here because I do need to kind of direct you back to your local board. As you know, curriculum is a local control decision. So I want to make sure, and it sounded like you've had some resolution there, so that's good. Commissioner, did you want to make a quick comment?
Yeah, we'll follow up also with the school district as you leave your information.
Okay, one of my questions for the state board before I go, because this is a state issue, is when we, as school districts, release teachers who we deem to be either inappropriate or misbehaving or in some way dangerous to our district, and we allow them to go to other districts, what can the State Board of Education do to assure districts when we are hiring folks that we are hiring the people of the highest professional integrity and not receiving teachers who have just been released to spare the district from its own liability? Thank you. That's something that I know we're all looking at right now, and I appreciate your attention to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm going to give both of these to you.
All right, we're running a bit behind. Our next item is receive career and technical education pathway credential recommendations. Natalie Clark, welcome.
Thank you.
I need to close the open forum, which is closed at 10:55 a.m. Thank you.
Okay. Chair Haas, members of the State Board of Education, Commissioner Watson, thanks for having me today. I'm Natalie Clark, Assistant Director on the Career Standards and Assessment Services team. I have some handouts that Michaela is going to pass out that will accompany the presentation today. While she's passing those out, I'd like to take the privilege to introduce some of the Career and Technical Education team. I have with me Helen Swanson. Helen Swanson is beginning her 3rd year on our Career and Technical Education team, and I'd like to announce that she is our new Perkins and Individual Plan of Study Coordinator. So I'd like to thank Helen for her support and continued support. We also have some new education program consultants that have been here several weeks. So I want to thank them for their work on some of the projects that you're about to see and listen to. So I have Kevin Bronson. Kevin is the educational program consultant in the areas of mobile equipment maintenance, architecture and construction, law and public safety, manufacturing. I also have Kathy Camarina, and Kathy is the educational program consultant in the areas of business, finance, and marketing. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to introduce them today and thank them for their help. We also have another education program consultant with us. She had a prior commitment. It is Erin Cannett. She is the program consultant for Arts, AV, and Communication. She'll also be helping in the areas of STEM and middle school. Okay, thank you, Michaela, for passing out those particular items. So there's 3 separate pieces of law and compliance responsibilities that relate to career and technical education credentials. So I wanted to share a little bit of background and then share a little bit about the pieces that are in the responsibility as far as KSDE and the State Board of Education that are in law. The first being Excel in Career and Technical Education. I'm going to talk a little bit about that and also state that the Technical Education Authority votes yearly on the Excel and CTE qualifying industry recognized credential list that you have a copy of and that we'll be talking about here today. We'll also be talking about substitute for House Bill 2466 that was passed in 2022. And also Senate Bill 123, new Section 10, that was passed in 2023. So I provided a handout that tells a little bit about the history of Excel and Career and Technical Education, the initiative. Some people refer to as Senate Bill 155. So it tells a little bit about the participation as far as students from the school year 2010, 2011, up to and including 21-22 school year. So it has the count, the number of students that participated, the college credits, hours generated, and the credentials earned. If you have any questions, this is something that's been in place for quite a while. I also passed out an Excel and CTE qualified incentive list. And that was the list that we referred to that the TEA votes on annually. And we just passed that. I have the opportunity to sit on the Technical Education Authority. The Commissioner of Education has a seat on that particular board. So the document titled 23-24 Excel and CTE list was passed in April. And prior to bringing that to the TEA, the Kansas Board of Regents staff, Kansas State Department of Education staff, and the Department of Labor meet, and they look at, there are business rules that accompany allowing a credential to be placed on this list, and it includes high wage and high demand, if it's posted or requested by business and industry, and if there's an aligned program at the Board of Regents that also goes along with this. So this is a list that we're going to talk about and use as a baseline. It's approved every year. And what you see on the slide before you are the number of students that have participated in Excel and CTE tuition-funded courses. And this is a separate industry-recognized credential list that we approve every year that we refer to as high value. CTE credentialing, House Bill 2466, new Section 6. There's parts to this particular legislation. As I said, it was passed in 2022, and it required us, the Kansas State Department of Education, to survey high-value and standard value credentials and career and technical education courses offered to students enrolled in public high schools to determine the needs for CTE credentialing. So we created a survey, and it was submitted to school districts in Kansas. The first piece, the page 3, new section 6, in regards to House Bill 2466, we delivered a report, which I also passed out to you in a handout. It was given to the House and Senate Education Committees, and it was to be given to them, which it was prior to January 15th, 2023. So I wanted to make sure that you were familiar with that piece, and that was accomplished. The second piece of that is new section 7, and it asks that on or before July 31st, 2023, and every July 31st thereafter, the State Board of Education review a list of high-value, industry-recognized credentials and standard industry-recognized credentials. So at the time that this was passed, we did not have credentials with that particular definition. So what was decided is to use the base Excel and CTE qualified industry incentive list that we just referred to and I gave you a copy of as high value, because it is reviewed by the Board of Regents, the Department of Education, and Labor. It is reviewed every year and approved by the TEA. So those, for the purpose of this survey, were defined as high-value credentials. I'd also send ahead of time the exact list of high-value credentials, because for the survey, we had districts go through and select which of those their students were taking or participating in. It also makes reference to standard value credentials, and those were the other credentials that we have identified that are related to our 36 career and technical education pathways. We have a document on the website. I'm going to talk a little bit about it and reference the KPAC. So the KPAC is Kansas Pathway Assessments, Credentials, and Certification Lists. So when districts apply for state-approved pathways, we ask them to choose a comprehensive assessment in relation to that particular pathway, as well as list credentials that are related to that pathway that will benefit the student. So I provided you with the list that we use for this survey, the high-value credentials, based upon, again, that Excel and CTE qualifying credential list, and the standard credentials. They don't overlap in this instance, that we utilize for pathway application process. So just to recap, House Bill 2466 asks us to define a high-value credential list, which we use the Excel and CTE qualifying credential list, and a standard credential list. So those were the other assessments, credentials, certifications that were not also listed on the high-value list. A few points about the report that you have in front of you. We had a 95% response rate, so we had 273 of 288 responses. And that included our 286 public school districts and 2 state schools. A little bit about what the survey looked like. We held technical assistance trainings for superintendents. The high-value credential list, we didn't have a list at that time that was defined as such. So we linked to the Excel and CTE lists, and we asked them to choose which credentials they offered. And then we said, was this credential earned by students in the prior 3 years? Because that is what the legislation asks us to report. It asks how many students earn the credentials. And then it also asks the first-time pass rate of those students. To recap, we, in the report, listed the top 10 high-value credentials earned. So you can see here, certified nurse aide, and the number of responses, 4,723. So again, the survey was separated into high-value credentials and standard. In regards to the standard credentials, we referred to that Kansas Pathway Assessments and Credentials list. And we again asked districts to respond to the number of credentials that their students were taking the opportunity, and how many students took those, and then the pass rate. So I wanted to be sure, and if you hadn't seen this prior, that you had a copy of that first part of the legislation. Because tomorrow we will ask if you agree that the high-value list that we utilized would be appropriate for going forward this year, as well as the standard value list.
Danny, did you want to, I think we might have a question here. Do
Okay.
you want to jump in?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question would be, are we going to do away with high school diploma with all this credentialing going on?
No. Academics is very important. It opens up opportunities for students to participate in and take advantage of earning credentials while they're in high school, so that as they leave high school, that they not only receive a high school diploma, but an industry-recognized credential, industry-sought credential, that would allow them to enter into the workforce with a higher wage, allow them to go on into post-secondary education, already of having earned either college credits, credential. So be a step ahead of where they would be if they were not taking those opportunities. So no, I think with our new graduation requirements, they go hand in hand. One item that we were asked to report, and it is also in the report that you're provided, was the amount that districts paid for students to take credential exams for the prior 3 years, and then also a total. So the third piece of legislation, Senate Bill 123, specifically new Section 10, was passed in 2023. This particular piece of legislation references industry-sought credentials. The Kansas State Department of Education was asked to survey districts. So we emailed superintendents and asked them to review the Excel and CTE qualifying credential list that we've referred to. And we asked if they would provide us with industry-sought credential recommendations. We received 291 responses. This is a sample of what they were asked. We asked, do you have a CTE pathway credential, assessment, or certification to recommend that is not listed? They could say yes or no. If they said yes, they had the opportunity to state which pathway it was related to, the name of that particular credential, assessment, or certification, what specific occupational code or related occupation it referred to, and then more information about that organization or company that provides that assessment. So we wanted to learn more about what business and industries had let superintendents and districts know that was important for students to learn. With that being said, in compliance with Senate Bill 123, the Kansas Board of Regents was also asked to survey the community and technical colleges. So Vice President Scott Smathers sent an email out to each of the presidents of those institutions, and he sent a list of the credentials that they had submitted as part of their Excel and CTE fee review process. They were asked to review that list and make any additions, alterations, or subtractions. So they compiled that particular piece, those pieces of information. Then we came together. We combined the information. We sorted it by pathway. Post-secondary sorted it by programs. We brought it to our advisory committee in June that's comprised of business and industry. We also invite labor, commerce, and the Board of Regents, as well as a member of the Technical Education Authority. And Mal also represents the state board on that particular committee. So we have been reviewing the feedback that we've received from superintendents as well as presidents of community and technical colleges. And with that being said, we received a lot of great feedback. With the tight turnaround, receiving the feedback in June and bringing this to you in July, we feel that it needs more review. We feel that the Excel and CTE qualifying industry recognized credential list that was approved in April was reviewed by Department of Ed, the Board of Regents, and Labor, but we feel that it will take more study, business and industry reaching out to them, looking at our pathway competencies to see where those particular credentials or assessments fit, those different entry and exit points. So we would like to recommend for your consideration, again, information only today, that the 23-24 qualifying industry recognized credential list, as you see here, in addition to the medication aid that is in the health science pathway, that credential be considered for Senate Bill 123 industry sought list. It asks us to receive feedback from post-secondary, from secondary. It asks us to review it with business and industry. It asks us to have a labor analysis completed and also review with the Kansas Department of Commerce. So we would like to do that. What we have planned is we have already created a Qualtrics survey link so that year-round when educators, colleges, or businesses give recommendations for credentials that would be appropriate for students in high school to learn, that we have a place to send them to record that information so that we can appropriately go through the review with all of the different entities that we spoke about and bring it to you earlier than perhaps we could this first year after the legislation was passed. So this is a sample of what this will look like. We're asking so that we can identify who made the recommendation, if it was a district, a college, business, industry, or organization. We ask which CTE pathway it's related to. We ask them to name that credential assessment or certification and the specific occupation it's related to, as well as more information about the organization or company that's providing that particular credential. We also have the opportunity to review 7 clusters starting this fall as early as September. We review these every 5 years, and our procedure that we plan to move forward with is we ask educators in all sizes of schools from 1A to 6A to participate. We ask all geographic regions, educators to participate. We always invite 2-year and 4-year colleges, and we invite members of business and industries that are related to these pathways. So we'd like to take this information we receive from the survey, both from superintendents and colleges. We would like to review it. We always ask for the Department of Labor to review the high-wage, high-demand occupations that are related to our pathways. This year, we are going to make sure we invite the Board of Regents to present their aligned programs so that we can further have pathway to program alignment. And so I want to, prior to ending, there's one document that we prepared that I hope will help us tell the story more clearly of the wide variety of credentials and assessments that we have available to students. And it is this particular list right here. We call it the KPAC, but it's the Kansas Pathway Assessments, Credentials, and Certification List. So it is updated as of June 30th. This is what we currently have. And we plan to post this and introduce this at our summer conference, hopefully to make it more easy for people to interpret. So it's color-coded, and on page number 24, it tells the key as far as what the color means. The first color is the blue color. It means it is the agriculture cluster and includes the agriculture pathways. But each color represents different clusters. So if we open this up to page 1, we have it sorted by cluster, starting with agriculture. The first pathway is agribusiness systems. So we list the assessments, credentials, or certifications that are related to that pathway. We have a code that districts report the students who have obtained these particular credentials. We just have talked quite a bit about the Excel and CTE qualified credential list. If it has been on that list, we put the year that the most recent year being 23-24, which is the one that you also have, to help identify which of those are on that particular list. The next is the KPAC, and we just thought for today that would help us know that we list everything on the KPAC. The different columns tell about what these different credentials are. The next column to the right of the KPAC column is the post-secondary success approved high school credentials column. And the way Beth Foltz has explained very eloquently is that is the citation for the credentials that are used in the post-secondary success calculation. So if we look, we can see that that first item, the Kansas Department of Ag Skills and Competencies assessment, has been on the post-secondary success. It's been cited for that calculation from 2016 to 2022. The final 3 columns are utilized when districts apply for their pathway to have an approved pathway that is eligible for 0.5 weighted funding. So for each pathway, we ask them to list assessments and credentials related to that pathway. So those that are related to that particular process are listed there. Part of our review process is we always ask business and industry if they have any recommendations for us, and also ask our 2-year and 4-year colleges if there's anything they would recommend that students could take in high school that would benefit them, to make sure we're in alignment with them. So we're hoping that if you have questions, this will help explain the different types of credentials. And in summary, the 3 pieces of legislation, there's 2 that relate to the State Board of Education, being House Bill 2466, and then Senate Bill 123 that asks for your vote for industry SOC credentials. Following the vote of the State Board of Education, it'll be taken to the Board of Regents. I believe July 18th. They will also be voting on the same proposal that we have for you here today, which was the Excel and CTE list, as well as the addition of medication aid. If there's any questions, I would be happy to answer those, but that is why I'm here today, is to comply with those pieces of legislation.
So let me start this. If there's anyone around the table that knows well what Natalie just described, raise your hand. because Natalie, and this is not on Natalie, okay, she knows this, it's not on Scott. Go back to the slide if you would have had the 3 laws. So you're gonna get a lot of Randy's opinion right now. All right, we have a new law that says you and Board of Regents must approve a list by the end of July that went into effect, that they had to survey in June. And that's why you're under, and we have a tech ed authority established by law that Ann sets on that gives one set of recommendations that weren't even taken into consideration when this law went into effect. So here's an example of 3 different laws asking for 3 different things, and you should be as confused as I am, and as the field is, as we're looking at basically the same thing in 3 different definitions in 3 different ways. Natalie is trying to bring you, and she did a great job of explaining what's so complicated, because what is market value, what is high wage, high demand, what fits a pathway, what is, I can't even remember the wording of the new section 10.
Industry sought.
Industry sought. And you're looking at this going, and I'm supposed to understand this and vote by tomorrow. Well, because the Board of Regents is going to ask the same question when they get together and have to vote on the same list in order to make the legislative demands or not be in compliance with the law. So I would just tell you that I think Dr. Smathers and Natalie and we're all as frustrated as you are about not having an effort. The bottom line is, Natalie has said, we're basically taking the list of high wage, high demand, adding CMA to it, and then bringing everyone together so that next year you can see this well in advance and make approval in order to meet the law, if that makes sense. There's a lot of moving parts to get to that place. So I just wanted to try to help you understand their frustration also.
That is a helpful comment to kick us off. Thank you, Commissioner. Start with Danny.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe I'll ask my question another way. So what incentive is it for a student to get a high school diploma if they have their career pathway? Why do they need the diploma?
I think I can help you on that one. Because most of the jobs in Kansas, Danny, require a high school diploma first or a GED equivalent, and then they stack on from there. So like a CMA.
But I didn't see that anyplace. I
Oh,
haven't heard that
Okay.
anyplace.
But that is true, though, as we talked.
Yes, so these are, in fact, there are some programs such as cosmetology that require high school diploma. So, but all of these, yes, they're stackable. So thinking about our graduation requirements, that it is an asset to the students, so a value added to the student to graduate with their high school diploma plus something else that is aligned with their interest. So yes, it is very much recommended, and of course, that these students will be receiving their high school diploma in addition to these other opportunities that would add value to their diploma going forward into their post-secondary next steps.
Ann.
Well, and just to follow up on that, probably the best reason is a very small percent of students are actually in a pathway or completed. Like in Olathe, where they have the 21st Century Academies. When I visited there a couple years ago, I asked what percent of students are actually in a career academy, and it was only like 17%. So, I mean, they're out there, but very few students actually get in a pathway and stay there and complete it. So the high school diploma is very, very valuable, and I congratulate Natalie on trying to give you guys, 15 years of tech ed history in a half hour, and you just can't do it. I know your eyes should be glazed over. If I hadn't been living this for 30 years myself, mine would be, but a lot of this is information. You're not being asked to approve this thing. I mean, back in 2007, I know you kept saying TEA, but that is the Technical Education Authority. The legislature and everybody had a lot of interest in bringing more tech ed to high school students because we knew that not everybody needs a 4-year degree. but we all need to have some skills. So the idea was to create this authority under the Board of Regents that would help. One goal would be to standardize what we're teaching post-secondary in tech ed, but the other was to provide a smooth transition from high school to college, for the colleges to work with the high schools better, to provide more opportunities for students, and we certainly did that. Then in 2012, as she mentioned, Senate Bill 155, which we now call Excel in Tech Ed, came along, and you can see on this sheet that what they were trying to do was provide more funding for kids to take tech ed from their technical colleges and community colleges and earn certifications in high school. That if we could get more kids to earn these certifications in high school, they'd be better prepared whether they were going to college or work or whatever. And if you just look at the numbers, it's really worked. We are offering, kids are picking up a lot more college credit hours, and they're getting a lot more certifications, which you're not being asked to approve this either. It's just information. But as you've heard, I mean, the legislature's been all over the place. I mean, they come up, you get new people in every year, and they come up with a new law. So then all of a sudden, we have 2466, and they want a list of, high value and standard. And then you get 123, and they want another list. And as Randy said, all of a sudden, we've got 6 lists of tech ed courses and credentials. But if I'm following this right, is this what we need approval on?
So there's 2 pieces. House Bill
Okay.
2466, new Section 7, asks to approve a list of high value, which equates to that Excel and CTE list.
one.
That's what we use. We gave you the list because we went back 3 years, but we utilized the Excel and CTE high value credential list to equate to the high value credentials.
Which was based off all the surveys that you did and the work
Yes.
that you did. So this is really what we're being asked to approve
And then
tomorrow.
for Senate Bill 123, industry sought, so thinking about what is cited by business and industry and job postings, a labor market analysis. So we asked to use that reference list plus certified medication aid, the CMA, which
add a
isn't on
CMA
there.
to that, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm not just saying my prayers for everybody that, hang in there, because it is hard to pick up on 15 years of history in 30 minutes.
Yeah. And thank you, Ann, for your work on that committee. I want to point out, if you, board members, in your packet, you have the list of motions, and this is listed on Wednesday. It's the long one, and so you can read the pieces that go with Senate Bill 123 and House Bill 2466. Natalie, I'm going to go to Michelle next, but real quick, last year, the board approved new graduation requirements. These would count as post-secondary assets, which a student has to have 2 of those to graduate in Kansas. Is that correct?
Yes. So thinking about in career and technical education, what defines a high-quality pathway via Perkins? We can choose one. They ask us to have career development, which would be the individual plan of study, giving them the accurate information students and families need to make the decisions. The 3 items we can report on would be post-secondary credits earned in high school, of which through the tuition-free, that's an opportunity. Credentials, so yes, industry-recognized, industry-sought credential, or 3, a high-quality work-based learning experience. So those are the 3 we can choose to send in to the federal government to show high-quality pathway. And those are the pillars that the U.S. Department of Education asks us to look at when we're thinking of high-quality pathways. So yes, and they overlap quite nicely with our graduation requirements.
Thank you. Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Natalie. Thank you so much for doing what you have to do here. I know you have a lot to go over. I guess the biggest thing that I was concerned with even 3 years ago is when I heard ACT work keys. I was one of the ones that I was against that 3 years ago. I'm still against it to this day because I think it's gatekeeping. I think it's picking winners or losers. In America, individual liberty and freedom is we drive the workforce, not the other way around, and not to be told by the Department of Labor or Labor Force what you're going to go and be a worker as. You're driving that as I'm going to maybe start in my own business. I'm going to take that risk. I'm going to invest my own money. I'm going to if I want to go on beyond and get my diploma, I'm going to possibly go to a career technical school, or I'm going to go to a college and maybe get some credentials through that by me paying it, and it's my pathway that I'm choosing because I'm paying my own money towards that, and it means something to me. These things, these lists are going to change. It's work, it's work, it's labor. It's going to change every year. Like you said, it's going to be revised every 5 years, every year, because we're picking winners or losers. Again, it's the high, what do I see, high values and success. What does that even mean? That's me driving that out of high school and going into something because I maybe had a part-time job and got dabbled into working at an auto mechanic store. And I thought, well, I might go into that and I want to maybe own that someday. Those are the kind of things that should be driving this, not the other way around. I hear it all the time in Johnson County. Well, we need to fill that factory, or we need to fill workers in that. It's like, that's not America, that's European style. I have cousins in Germany. It's like, that's what they were, in 8th grade, were told, this is what the career path you're going into. That there isn't a lot of freedom there when you have to pick something and go into that. You're going to college, we're picking you, you're going into that workforce. That is not America, that's not individual liberty and freedom. And like I said, I wrote my little note here, you can be whatever you want to be. Instead, it appears you can be whatever government-recognized credential you're qualified to be, with nice-sounding words like success and high value. And that is just not what I don't know the intent of the legislation. I don't know what their intent was, and I would not want to again begin to guess. Looking back at the votes on that, it was overwhelmingly passed by the House, and then I think only 2 voted no in the Senate. But I just think that this is somebody driving it from the outside and picking winners or losers, and private-public partnerships that is not something I approve as a board member. So just wanted to I want to put that out there on record, that's how I feel about these things, because assessments on a career in school, who's going to measure that? I mean, I understand with knowledge and imparting knowledge, and there's a difference between knowledge and knowing right from wrong, and being a skill and having a skill and then being assessed on that skill, K through 12. So thank you, Natalie, for putting up with my comments. It's not against you.
Thank you for your comment.
Kathy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I watch different committee hearings, when they're doing their thing. One of the things I've heard more than once is the legislators in those hearings literally asking for feedback. Why don't we push back to say, no, this doesn't work for us. Can we have a conversation, especially with deadlines like that? So I'm just saying.
Thank you.
Ann?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, having heard Michelle's comments, I want to bring some factual context to her comments. One is that work keys is not something that is used to put kids into a career path. It is an assessment created by ACT that we give to high school juniors to assess where they are in their work skills. And you could be one of 20,000 careers that you want to do, an accountant, a welder, whatever. When you take the Work Keys assessment, they have over 20,000 careers in the database. And what you get out of Work Keys when you're done will help you identify, like, let's say by the time I have a junior, I've decided I want to be an accountant. The Work Keys assessment will help you know if you're on track to have the right skills to be an accountant. It will do the same if you want to be a lawyer, a welder, a nurse, or whatever. So the Work Keys assessment is to help students figure out, do I have the skills I need at this point in my junior year to have the career that I want to have? It is not a tracking mechanism. End of story. Last year, it looks like we gave out 1,600 industry certifications in high school. So there is no way that helping kids get certifications is tracking them or having the government tell kids what they need to do. What do we have, about 150,000 kids in high school? 16 of them got certifications. So there is no way there is this massive push to certifications. The numbers just don't support it. 1 out of 100 kids in high school got a certification. That is not the government pushing kids to do something. So I think we can have these opinions, but facts matter, and we need to look at the numbers as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I don't see any more questions, so Natalie, you're off the hook. I assume we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Yes,
You're
thank you.
first on our agenda, and we have 15 minutes for this tomorrow. So may need to think about what questions you want to ask ahead of time, because it sounds like there's more discussion to be had. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 11:45. All right, most back. It's time for KISA. Welcome, Dr. J. Scott.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Dr. Watson stepped out for a second. Board, good morning. Thank you for your attention. We've got the latest round of accreditation, the ARC system accreditation recommendations. So I'm going to jump right in. As I've been our practice, we want to go through a brief history of KISA so everybody's on the same page. It began in the 17-18 school year as KISA. It was a systems accreditation. It is a systems accreditation as opposed to a building accreditation model. It's based on a 5-year cycle, so the systems that you're coming before you this year, they're in their year 5. The systems were able to choose the year which they started, so that's why you see the disparity in numbers across the years. And to this point, up until the beginning of this year, we had 183 systems that have completed that first cycle. About half of our systems before this year had completed the first cycle, and this year we have the other half. Currently, there's 362 systems that go through KISA. I want to remind the board that private systems have the option to choose to go through KISA. So these are the major players in KISA, if I could say that. The system, obviously, is the school district. They document their process. They report out on that. They account for their results. The outside visitation team, what we call the OVT, they're an external collaborator made up of schools' peers across the state. They also make a report to the ARC. And then you have the ARC, the Accreditation Review Council. That's the body that reviews the system's report, their narrative, their accountability report. They look at the OVT report, and then they make a determination, and they provide the executive summary that you all take a look at every month. And then obviously the board makes the final determination of accreditation. So this is our current process. In terms of the cycle, really years 1 through 4, and again, I'll remind you, systems could choose the year they started in. So if they're in years 1 through 4, that consists of a yearly visit with the OVT, kind of a review, and then they submit yearly system reports, and the OVT does as well. So by the end of it, you've got a lot of reports that have been submitted from our systems and our OVT by the time that the cycle wraps up. In the accreditation year, so again, 179 systems this year, the ARC reviews all that documentation, and then they make a recommendation to, the ARC makes the recommendation to the state board, and then you all consider that. Here's the definitions of accreditation or accredited. You have evidence of student success, so your outcomes, they are meeting a certain standard, and you also have a quality process in place, as well as compliance. You're in compliance. So all 3 of those must be in place to be accredited. Conditionally accredited, one or the other, either insufficient evidence in student outcomes, what we call the results, or insufficient evidence that you have a quality process in place. That justifies an accredited or conditionally accredited recommendation. Conditionally accredited schools also must be in compliance, though. So that compliance is kind of by itself. And then not accredited is both in results and process insufficient evidence, or by itself not in compliance. So here are the 36 systems that the board received in June that you'll be acting on today. And I'll go ahead and read these off as we go through it, and then we'll ask for board action. Okay, so again, these were received in June. So we have 109 Republic County, 114 Riverside, 210 Hugoton, 231 Gardner-Edgerton, 234 Fort Scott, 240 Twin Valley, 242 Weston, 256 Marmaton Valley, 263 Mulvane, 273 Beloit, 274 Oakley, 275 Tri-Plains, 287 West Franklin, 311 Pretty Prairie, 322 Onega, Havensville, Wheaton, 331 Kingman, Norwich, 336 Holton, 341 Oskaloosa, 342 McLouth, 351 Maxville, 355 Ellenwood, 382 Pratt, 386 Madison Virgil, 388 Ellis, 390 Hamilton, 402 Augusta, 418 McPherson, 453 Leavenworth, 454 Burlingame, 494 Syracuse, 496 Pawnee Heights. Then we have Independence Bible Elementary, Trinity Lutheran Elementary in Atchison, St. Paul Lutheran, Branches Academy. All of those are being recommended for full accreditation. And then we have 401 Chase Raymond being recommended for conditionally accredited. Again, these were all received last month.
Any questions from the board? I see none. Ready for a motion? Betty?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Accreditation Review Council and award the status recommended by the ARC to the systems as presented.
And a second from Dina. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. That's a unanimous vote. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. So these are the systems that the ARC, they meet every Thursday after you all meet. And so in June, these are the systems that the ARC voted on. So they're receive items for you all today. I'm not going to take the time to read all these off. I reserve the right to only do that once. And so these are all, you can see the recommendations from the ARC for you to consider and then take action on in August. So I will slowly scroll through these, and then at the end, if there are any questions, please feel free.
Okay, looks like we have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Kathy?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hi.
My question is kind of going to go into how many right now do we have that are appealing the conditional accreditation?
Right now? So of these, it's kind of a hard question to answer because
Okay.
they're in the, are you talking about these systems?
No,
Okay.
because I'm assuming they're not appealing if they're on this list. Is that correct or not?
That's actually incorrect
Okay.
because they have the option. So these systems, they could have been voted on in May. And then once the ARC makes the recommendation that they should be conditionally accredited, the system's notified of that, and then they can appeal it. And that appeal, if you space it out for the longest time, is 45 days.
Okay, great.
So some of these may have appealed, some may not have.
Okay. So when, and if you don't mind, if I could just take a few minutes to just understand the process, I appreciate it. So we have an 18-member ARC council, correct?
Correct.
Now, the Accreditation Advisory Council doesn't oversee them, or do they have any part of this?
I can't remember. I'm looking at Myron. Does the AAC approve ARC members? Is that how it worked? Yeah, so the Accreditation Advisory Council, which advises us, right? They actually are the ones that review potential ARC members and say, yes, they should be on the ARC. So we do have another level of validation, I guess, for those to be on the ARC.
Okay. And I saw that there is one member of the ARC on that council, on the
Yes,
advisory council.
that's correct.
Okay. So in the process of all of this happening, the ARC 18 members are broken into teams of 3, correct?
Yes.
To go over a particular system. And then that goes back then to the whole ARC for the final vote?
Yes.
Okay, is there, hopefully I can say this right, because it's really hard, obviously, to go through all of those and try to get an understanding of an overall consistency basis. So I'm assuming that in that greater vote, they are doing that, like, so that because we've talked about the subjectivity and the concern that there is about that. So just looking for that we're being consistent in some ways overall, because I think it could be said, and has been said to me by administrators, that if they'd had three different people on the ARC, their outcome could have been very different. So that concern in there. So
Well,
that's,
the systems are not aware of the 3 ARC members that are,
right. No,
right? So
that's fine.
it would be hard to say that if there were different 3 on the ARC, they would make a different decision.
Well,
Is
they
that
wouldn't be
what-
saying that as in, I know those 3 people would have done it different than these 3 people. They're just saying 3 different people might have come up with a different
Oh,
answer.
yes. So
Okay.
yeah. I get what you're saying.
But hopefully, in the larger scheme, there's more people looking at it than just those original 3.
Potentially, we could move to that. Now, I think where we started with the ARC, when we became the accreditation and design team in March of 2022, we started working with the ARC to finish up last year. And then last summer, I think September, we had, and at the time when we came in, we only had 10 ARC members. So we knew we had to get quite a few more because we were going to have a lot of reviews this next year. So we spent a lot of time training with that team, to make sure we're collaborating and calibrating across the criteria as best. Now, I think when you talk about the criteria itself, I think that's where the real work lies ahead, is creating more objective criteria. Because I think that for systems to be surprised by a conditionally accredited, I think that's something that we need to take on, right?
Thank
Now,
you.
you're still going to have people that may react differently with more objective criteria, or they may feel the same way as they would with subjectivity. But I think that we have a lot of work to do in making it more objective, so it's much more clear. And we're going to talk about that this
Right,
afternoon.
Right,
yeah.
I know, I knew we'd be
Yeah.
kind of in that double space. In the appeal process,
Mm-hmm.
can you just, because I read the thing, and I'm sorry, it really didn't stick very well. So does it go back before the whole ARC?
So let me just take Center Lost Springs as an example, right? When as soon as the ARC votes as a full ARC that they should be, they're recommended to be conditionally accredited, we notify the system, then they have a 15-day window to let us know, KSDE, if they intend to appeal. They don't have to file all their appeal information. They have 15 days to let us know they're going to appeal. Once they let us know that, then they have another 15 calendar days to submit their appeal information. And we serve as the go-between during that time, right? So we're communicating with the system, we're communicating with the ARC. Once the appeal information is in, we send that to the ARC for another review.
Okay.
If the decision is, okay, we're gonna overturn our original recommendation, then it must go back before the full ARC for a vote.
So who's getting it before that point? You lost me somewhere in there, I'm sorry.
When it goes back to,
So
you mean
when
the
you
appeal?
Yes, when you get the information from the district that is their supporting evidence of why they're appealing, who
It goes
then is
back to the ARC.
the whole ARC?
Well, it goes back to that.
That 3 team, okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And if that, again, if that team decides they submitted information that kind of speaks to the areas for improvement, and they feel like, this does answer that, these conditions that we've set for them, then they could overturn it, and then that must go back before the full ARC.
Okay, so it is the same 3-member who decides whether it goes back to the full ARC?
Well, they'd make the decision based on the appeal.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Jim McNeese, and then Jim Porter.
Well, excuse me. Just getting old. It was a great conversation. Questions that you're asking. You weren't here when we did all this, and that's not a slam. It's good to have those questions because we asked these questions 4 or 5 years ago. And the big question we asked ourselves at that time was, what's the pushback going to be when we start telling people their reports or their accreditations are under review? You know, and because the system is not used to that. System's used to just handing the papers in and getting a rubber stamp and saying, you're fine, see you later, you know. And we deliberately, as a team, when we put this together, wanted to change the dynamics of accreditation to where the review was purposeful, meaningful, and challenging. And that means people have to answer tough questions. You know, and having been in my first accreditation experience was in 1975. And I'd seen this over the years. And it's just too bad that I happened to be on this committee that wanted to have higher standards. You know, that's where I'm coming from on this. So having questions like this is really good, thank you, because it clarifies for others what's going on out there. But also to the, you know, field, I don't want to sound like I'm the mean guy that, you know, wants them to not make it. But most of them, what are the issues that most of them are not meeting their accreditation review standards? What's causing them not to be accredited?
For this year, I would say that the results,
Okay?
on the results side.
Results, which is different than we first started this, where there were systems mistakes. You know, it wasn't so much. So now we're really focusing on accreditation. Be based not only on their test results or assessments, but now those things are making sense. They're being held at a different level. Because in the past, you know, it didn't matter what you did on your assessments for your accreditation. Now, it's a point of conversation, and it's a challenge. So we're at a different level in terms of dealing with our constituent, you know, school districts on what accreditation means and represents. There's teeth in this. And that's why I'm pleased to hear that challenge. Not pleased that others are not doing well. We want them all to do exceptionally well. But the way we did accreditation prior to what's happening today, that wasn't going to happen.
And I want to revise
Thank
my
you.
earlier answer. It's not just results. Usually it starts with results, and then that identifies a gap in their process. So it's really both. And the ARC's done a really nice job of providing really strong conditions or guidance to these systems moving forward. And just so you know, when it's a conditionally accredited, that report goes back to the system, and it identifies the areas for improvement, right? And then they provide steps, conditions to meet, right? And they also provide a deadline. So all of these systems that are conditionally accredited this year, we will be re-reviewing them next year. So it's not like you're conditionally all the way out, right? So we're going to bring that back for a redetermination before the ARC and then before the board.
Jim Porter.
Two things, and I'll try to be very brief. We don't, you know, we have all this information to review. And of course, we don't have all the access to everything. I guess we could, but I got a call from a patron, a very knowledgeable patron of one of the school districts, and I'm not going to even identify whether it was what we've already approved, you know, so there's a very knowledgeable, and their district was accredited, and this person told me, I don't understand how we could have been based on our results. And so then I went back and looked at, and this may be a conversation for this afternoon or whenever we talk. There seems to me to be some districts that are accredited that are not doing much better than those that are conditionally accredited, and I'd like for us to clean that up. It's sort of what Kathy was saying. I think that I would like to see a better definition, and I'm sure that that's going to be discussed. But the other issue is, I have anecdotal information that not all school districts, and this is a passion of mine, as everybody knows, are taking seriously the responsibility to teach reading. And I would hope that that in the process, that we make sure that school districts are in compliance with our mandate that they train people to teach the science of reading. And if they are not, in my view, they have violated the requirements. So, and I'm glad the issue of the universities got pulled, because I'm going to have the same question to them this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I do see Shane Carter, and so if there are no objections from the board members, we are running a few minutes late. I see some faces. Give me a nod. Would you like to go ahead and go to lunch, and we can? Let's do it. Let's do it? All right, let's do it.
Unless he's got a 30-minute presentation.
Well, no, my presentation should be pretty quick, so. Well, good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioner Watson, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I'm Shane Carter, the Director of Teacher Licensure, and this is the first of 2 agenda items the licensure team will discuss with you today. Last month, we held a discussion in regards to the licensure team collaborating with KNEA to apply for the National Education Association's Great Public Schools Grant. And just a reminder of what that grant is. So the grant that we're requesting approval to collaborate with is, one, it's a $10,000 administrative grant, which would cover the cost of actually organizing and applying for the larger grant. And the larger grant is the Great Public Schools Grant. And it has an annual maximum of $250,000 to support the Kansas Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program. And those funds that we would receive, we would use to pay a mentor award of $1,500 annually to teachers that serve as mentors to apprentices, and it would also provide training to these mentors. So with that said, this was a proposed motion for your approval to authorize us to partner with KNEA.
Question from Kathy.
Not a question.
Yeah.
As I've looked further into the NEA aspect and what we would be partnering with, some information actually came my way that was quite interesting to me that was reported from the NEA's 2021 Representative Assembly, where they adopted new business items, which very forwardly said that they are increasing the implementation of critical race theory, fighting back against anti-CRT rhetoric, and oppose attempts to ban critical race theory and/or the 1619 Project. Again, I just say I have a very real concern about partnering with a union that is very political, but upfront, that's nothing they hide. They have a real emphasis on racial and social justice. I don't see academics in that. And to me, very anti-parents. So that is my comment and my no vote.
Dennis?
Yeah, I just want to clarify. Shane, the legislation that was attached to this fully funded this, correct?
Well, so what they provided in House Bill, the Kansas Apprenticeship Act, which was formerly the House Bill 2292, they awarded $3 million annually to pay for tuition fees, materials to candidates at a rate of $2,750. So the maximum an individual could receive in a given year is $22,750 to assist with tuition. So the goal of the licensure team is to build upon that and try to create a tuition-free opportunity for apprentices that are going through the program, as well as paying our teachers that are supporting our apprentices through this program.
Yeah. I just have a problem with adding to the initial intent that was, it looked like it was fully funded, and now we're adding something. This is kind of coming off a conversation we had at the very end of June's board meeting, that I'm just troubled by that we're not just sticking with the original program and then reviewing it. And so I have to vote no on this. I just can't see why we have to add to something that was the initial intent was.
Yeah, so, Madam Chair, may I respond? So, a couple of things about House Bill 2292 and then our plan that we were trying to put in place for payment or to initiate the pilot and to start this program. We had brought up that we were going to utilize GEAR money to kind of start our pilot and cover some of those operating costs. And that money, we can no longer use it after September 2024. So we had to seek out additional areas to fund the program to make it more robust. So I think as I was going through my presentation, I hope I was clear about that. We weren't, there is, money that's allotted by House Bill 2292, but it is for a very specific purpose and it's very limited. But for us to make this program more robust and for greater effects, we would continue to submit for grants and any way that we could increase the amount of money that we can pay to make this program successful. So if I didn't communicate that, I thought I had.
I gather that Mr. McNeese's hand raise is not working, so I'm going to go to him, then I'll go to Danny.
I've heard what the others had to say about in their opposition. I fully support this and what we're trying to accomplish and the players that are part of it.
Okay. Danny?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really struggle partnering with the NEA on anything, and especially when they recommend reading for the summer, recommend that teachers include the controversial book Gender Queer on their summer reading list. So that's really good for kids academically and in social emotional learning. That really helps out a lot. So just, that's for you, Ann, to make sure that you understand social emotional learning is not teaching anything about academics.
Guess we'll just disagree.
Ann?
Thank you. So
And
what?
that's bad boardmanship, just so you can say that in your meeting.
So this really, I think, to Dennis's point, which is a good one, we get these bills and sometimes we think they're fully funded. But, I mean, I don't think anybody's going to be fooled that $2,700 is going to cover somebody's tuition. It just doesn't, So they put this out there and then you can't use it the way they laid it out. So anyway, I hope that this will improve the program. So I'll support it as well. Thank you.
And Dina?
Well, I think we discussed this also last board meeting, and I'm ready to make a motion if that's allowable.
Of course, go right ahead.
Okay, I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the teacher licensure team to collaborate with KNEA to submit a Great Public Schools grant proposal to provide funding to educators who mentor apprentices.
And a second from Betty? All right, any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Opposed? 4. 6 to 4. Do you need the count? We've got Danny, Dennis, Kathy, Michelle, and your no votes. All right. Motion passes. We will be at lunch until 1:30.
Thank you for your time, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, we can go ahead and get started. Welcome, Jay Scott, to talk about technical changes to KISA beginning in the 23-24 school year.
Thank you. So quick to be back up in front of this with the state board. So hope you all had a great lunch and came back ready to learn. We're very excited to present to you that first. We've been talking a lot about this, so this has been highly anticipated for our team to come and present to you the starting steps, right, for the next iteration of KISA. So this is a beginning session of what will be several sessions through this year. So this is really just kind of the beginning of that. And our focus today will be on the expectations for all systems next year. So our focus, again, will be what do all systems need to do, our expectations for KISA for next school year. We want to clearly outline the technical changes associated with that, with those expectations. And as Member McNeese said, we want to keep it purposeful, meaningful, and challenging, right? I think those are words that really describe what we wanted to build. So, I'm not as good as Dr. Watson with pictures and meaning and lessons and all those, but I did find a quote today that I felt like speaks to this presentation, and it's unspoken expectations are premeditated resentments. So when you're not clear with expectations, you're setting yourself up to be resentful. And I don't think that's anything that we want. I think we want to be very clear. Now, do we want to set very high expectations? Absolutely, yes. But we have to be clear with our expectations so that moving forward, everybody understands how we're trying to move forward and how that happens. So we don't want to be clear about the expectations for systems, but also for our team. And because we play a role in all this, we share in the accountability for all of this. So speaking of my team, I'm super excited to share and introduce the team. We've grown since the last time we've been in front of the state board. We have Donna Meter. There's Donna right here. She's our administrative specialist. She's been here for nearly 2 months now, and she still comes back every day, which is great. We really appreciate that. And then we have Amber Miller. Amber's right here. She has been with us for nearly 2 days. So we've really enjoyed having Amber on. Many of you probably are familiar with Amber. She's worked through Southwest Plains for the last several years. And so she's going to be our Northwest Regional Executive. And Sarah's going to talk more about that regional executive model. But basically, Amber will be working in that Northwest region. Sarah Perryman, our own Sarah Perryman, will be transitioning to the Northeast Regional Executive position, again, as part of our support model. So you can start to see where your regions are and the people that are working in those regions. And I'm really excited that Amber and Sarah, we're going to miss them, but they're going to be based out of their home and do the work in that region, living in that region. So we think that's a really important piece as we move forward. I think Eric got tired of seeing my picture up, so he took it off. But we're really excited. They're transitioning home, which brings about some bittersweetness. But, Amber's been great to come in this week, but they will be based out of their homes moving forward. Catherine Schmidling. And Catherine, I think, has some time with the board later on today. She's our Assistant Director for Teacher Education. It's really important to connect our accreditation for pre-K through 12 with our higher ed partners. Myron Melton, Assistant Director for KISA. So that's our team. We're very excited to kick this off. And Myron and Sarah are going to stick around and help with some things and will help with this presentation. And the rest, I think, are going to exit stage left or stick around if you want. But that's the team. Very excited to have this team together, and I'm blessed to have the people on this team. So as we move forward, I think it's important to start with vision. I know the state board's vision's been firmly in place for several years, and I think that's a fundamental piece that needs to be in place. We need to have a vision for what success looks like. And for our team, success looks like this. Each system fully accredited. I think that, you know, we've talked about accountability for systems. What about accountability for us? Right? There needs to be reciprocal accountability. And so I think that's where this comes from, is when a system is anything less than fully accredited, that has some bearing on our work. So I think that's really important as we move forward, that we want to see this happen, each system fully accredited. So our mission, what we do every day, is provide support and accountability to 350 plus education systems in the state in order for each system to elevate opportunities and reduce limitations for students. It's all about the students. And so that's, at the end of the day, that's what our mission is to do, is to provide support and accountability to our systems. So what does that accountability and support look like in action? Well, first thing, and this is part of our regional support model, is a yearly check-in with each system. So every system, every year, will have a check-in with KSDE, with our KISA team, our accreditation and design team. And that yearly check-in will be focused on the process you have in place, the student outcomes, where they are, and also, are you in compliance? So a yearly check-in focused on those. The support also comes through those one-on-ones, the coaching that takes place between the regional executives and the systems. The support can also be connecting the system to the supports they need. So I know we have some friends from Greenbush here today. There's going to be a lot of times when Sarah's meeting with the system and they may have a particular gap, and Greenbush might just be the group to work with, right? So we're connecting systems to the support they need. The peer review, which we're going to talk about that more. Myron's really going to delve into that, but that will be a time for each system each year to have a time to interact with their peers and compare notes across continuous improvement. And then obviously ongoing training and updates. We do have a monthly update that we run. It's open to anybody. We are going to have our kickoff session, virtual session, on August 10th. We're going to have 2 different times during the day where we offer that, the same session. But we will kick off, and it's really going to be all of this information that we're sharing with the board. We'll share August 10th. So KISA, what is KISA? Well, it's built on the premise that if you have a good process in place, it leads to good results. And that's been the same premise from the beginning. We're looking at the process, we're looking at the results, and they are intertwined. But also, it is a reflection of the priorities of the state board. And I think last month, when Dr. Ben Proctor got up and talked about standards alignment, right? Balanced assessment, structured literacy, quality instruction, those are the priorities. So KISA is a reflection of that. So you can imagine that, and we are not in position to present that to you all today yet, the criteria for that, but the focus on the process side will really be around those 4 fundamentals. I mean, Member Porter talked about kids need to be able to read. That's going to be a focus. So it reflects the priorities of the board. It's also, I know Madam Chair talked about a lever last month. KISA is that lever to evaluate how we're doing, evaluate the impact that systems are having on those board priorities. So it still remains in that light. The functions of KISA, we want to make sure that systems meet expectations in 3 areas. That they have essential structures in place to improve student outcomes, i.e. essential structures for a structured literacy program, right? Essential structures for balanced assessment, essential structures for quality instruction. Those are the essential structures that we will be looking at systems and evaluating that. Also evaluating where's your level on student outcomes, right? And those will be important pieces. What's the expectation for those, and also in compliance. So we did present this to you all along, but we had some focus groups last spring, and across the state, and these three themes really kind of bubbled up to the top. Clarity, consistency, and redundancy. And so what I want to attribute and share with the board is today, as we talk through these technical changes, we are addressing those three areas. If you think about clarity, we need to be very clear with our expectations for systems next year. You're going to hear that today. Consistency, we want to make this proposal that will allow us to achieve the consistency desired over the long haul. Redundancy, not only the year-to-year reporting that systems are spending a lot of time turning in, but also the reports that they turn into KSDE that are not KISA related, but they have the same information. So we really want to attack that redundancy piece, and I think what you'll hear today is a proposal to do just that. So in response to this feedback, what we want to present to you are these technical changes. And I'm going to start with the accreditation cycle. It gets a lot of press. I'll just say to the board, if we continue down this road of a 5-year cycle, and we did it like we did in the first cycle, this would be what that cycle looks like. So next year, you would have 17 systems come before the board, then 18, 51, 92, and 179. I think we've talked a lot about the need to change that, but I just wanted you to know that that's what it would look like if we continued, and we'd probably get some similar results. So what we're proposing is for next year, what we're calling a learning year. And it would be focused on three things. It would be focused on the 4 fundamentals, really working with systems for them to understand where are we in structured literacy, where are we with our balanced assessment program. We want to present more objective criteria for student outcomes. We talked about that this morning. We want to be able to have much more objectivity into the student outcomes so systems know where those expectations lie. And then we want to have the chance to implement this regional cohort model. Again, Sarah's going to talk more about that model in depth, but there's time, we need time to actually implement that model and start working with systems. So the proposal is this, that next year, no systems would be reviewed by the ARC except for those that are redeterminations from this year. That would be our proposal. We would need state board approval. In the regs, it states that the state board sets the length of the cycle. So, and just so you know, if you did say, yes, we're fully on board with that learning year, that would affect 17 systems. There are 17 systems out there that are expecting to go before the ARC next year. We would pull that back, and they would actually be in 24, 25, and beyond into that cycle. Speaking of 24 and 25 and beyond, we know that right now the 5-year cycle has yielded slow response to gaps. So it's been an elongated time. If a system is showing a gap in year 2, it shouldn't take until year 5 for that to be addressed. So we feel like the yearly accountability that we're injecting in can help with that. But the 5-year cycle will continue to, can perpetuate a slow response to gaps. And I think that's an important piece as we move forward. So we will, in October, present to you a cycle that starts in 24-25 and moves forward. Basically a cycle of how systems are evaluated through the ARC, right, and then recommendations made to this board. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Sarah Perryman.
All right, good afternoon. So like Jay said, in October, we plan on bringing out to all of you that full KISA framework and all of what we've been working on. But we know that there are still expectations for systems for next year. And so we want to make sure that we're asking them to do things that are meaningful and productive and still challenging the work that they're doing, but not unnecessarily redundant or repetitive or maintaining the same reporting style because that's what we've always done. So we want to be really reasonable with the expectation that we're setting. And so for systems next year, we're still going to hold them accountable for the three things that they've always been accountable for, which is documenting the work that you're doing, and then having those meetings with your regional executive and with your peer. And so we'll talk about each of those things. So the first thing we want to just kind of break down is, what would systems report next year? And so what we're asking them to do next year is to gather artifacts. And so you might be asking, what are artifacts? How would that work? Why would they do that? So when we're talking about artifacts, essentially what we're saying is that next year we know that we need to do some teaching and there needs to be some learning around those 4 fundamentals. What are those priorities of KSDE? And helping systems see, what are we already doing to address that fundamental? What are those gaps that we have? So artifacts would be, what data, what evidence do you have that you are currently working on these 4 things? So we're asking systems to not do anything new or different, but to just look at the criteria of what's expected and think about in their system, where do they already have those things in place? To gather those documents, to gather that data, to gather those resources, store them locally, and then be ready once that new model is rolled out to say, here's our evidence. Let's look at that evaluation criteria and figure out, where do we need to enhance this and grow this and work strategically. So for next year, in terms of what is it that systems would do, they're still engaging in documentation of the work, but instead of producing narrative, they would be looking at the expectation that we're putting out through those 4 fundamentals and saying, what do we already have? Let's just kind of do an inventory of our work so that we can gather that and get feedback from our regional executive, feedback from our peers, feedback from those experts at KSDE, so that we can make sure that we're engaging in those high quality programs. So that's what those artifacts would be and how we would make sure that systems are still engaging in thinking about that continuous improvement work and those priorities. So then through that accountability and support model, this is what that regional framework, what that regional map looks like. So on this, you'll see that there are 6 different colors. So we have 4 regions that are geographically based. So Northwest, Northeast, Southwest, Southeast. And then we've gone ahead and pulled out systems that would fall into the category of suburban and urban. And so the way this model will work is that each of those 4 regions have about 70 systems. So I will be the primary point of contact for systems in the northeast part of the state. Amber, who you met earlier, will be the primary point of contact and that KSDE person for systems in Northwest. We're still working on filling our other 2 regions, and then Jay and Myron will be that point of contact for our urban and suburban systems. So whether that be getting them together for peer collaboration, providing technical assistance to them as a group, professional learning, we'll continue to flesh out what that support looks like, but clustering our systems so that they know who they're reaching out to, and they have that face, that familiar individual. They can build that relationship and have that person in their hometown that knows them, knows that region, and can be that carrier of the message and that accountability and support partner to all of our systems. So that's what that map looks like and how we've divided systems. It's based on number, not geographic area. So I think I lucked out with the smallest square miles, that I'll still have a lot of systems packed in there. So these regional executives, the big thing that we're moving forward with this year in our work is those one-on-one check-ins. So last summer, as a team of 3, we were able to meet with about 35 systems one-on-one, because every summer systems have the opportunity to come to KSDE and bring their budget. And we thought, if they're already coming and sitting down to get feedback, why not get feedback on their school improvement work as well? So we met with those systems, offered that opportunity, and at the end of that meeting, we were able to give a survey through a third party that just asked folks that participated and met with us, was this worth your time? Was it helpful? Was it useful? Did you get what you needed out of this meeting? And so those survey results are on this screen for you that you can see for each of these. We had over 80%, 90% satisfaction that the individuals who came and sat down with us and were able to have that one-on-one conversation, get specific feedback, get their questions answered, that opportunity really was helpful for systems. And so we're really excited to scale that opportunity this year as we bring on the additional regional executives, and then hoping again to redo this survey, get a larger audience size, and really see that we can hold ourselves accountable to measuring the impact of that action that we're taking to support systems. So that is yes.
If I
Board members, any questions? Go ahead, Kathy.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't want her to move on.
No, you're good.
Can you tell us how, I mean, I love percents, I get that, but can you give us a number of districts that represents in that survey?
Yes, I can pull, it's in a full report from the Comprehensive Center that did this for us. So I don't have that number off the top of my head, but we could definitely find how many systems we met with. I think it was around 35, but how many of those 35 completed the survey if there were duplicates and all that.
Okay,
So
I'm
we
just
can
curious what
definitely get that
numbers
for
we
you.
were actually looking at. Thank you.
Yeah, so it would represent feedback from approximately 35 systems. But if there were 2 from one and 1 from another, I'd have to get that. Okay. And so I believe Myron's going to talk a little bit about our peer review.
Thanks, Sarah. Good afternoon. Good to be with you all today. So sticking with this theme of accountability and support, we kind of look at that from 2 prongs. We've talked about the regional executives. I can't be more excited about that model of actually being able to get out into people living in those regions and being accessible to the 70 systems that fall within each of those 4 regions. The other side of this accountability report really comes through this OVT process. And he talked about that just a little bit this morning as Jay was defining the outside visitation team as really this collaborator. This, you can see out here, we talk about this third-party collaborator who works with the system, provides feedback. We really encourage those outside visitation teams not to just meet with them once a year. That's the requirement, but that they really form these relationships, and it's an ongoing relationship. Each of those OV teams consists of 3 people, a chair, a minimum of 2 members. Now, if you were to go, say, to Wichita, I was down there recently for a visit, and they had 6 or 8 members. It's a very large system, so they would have more, but we asked at least a minimum of 3 people to be on those teams to really provide that feedback. So as we talk about this third-party accountability, I really see that our regional executives as KSDE members would be really doing a lot of that accountability pieces, really digging in and are we on track? Are we hitting on the right things? Do we have that good continuous improvement process in place? Are we adequately focusing on those fundamentals and dealing with that work? This side where we start looking at OVTs is really looking at that peer relationship and supporting each other and providing feedback and help along the way. But we looked at, we're proposing a change here, moving from OVTs to peer reviews. They'll be similar in some ways, but we feel the need to really broaden opportunities for systems. We can point to places across the state where OVT relationships are just critically important and they're functioning at a very high level. And we can point to examples where OVT memberships are just that once a year, show up, jump through the hoop and move on. Just fully transparent. So we want to provide a better opportunity. There's a lot of reasons why that happens. Not trying to sound flippant about that, but there's a lot of reasons. One of the reasons is a lot of systems will just tell us, we have a hard time just finding 3 people, let alone 3 really quality people that we connect well with. So we want to be able to provide a little broader opportunity. So as we think about that and we move down to that how, we start thinking about a couple of options. So that middle bullet, traditional peer review, that would be the traditional OVT process. If we have systems in the state, and we do, who really value that OVT process, who really have strong connections with their OVT team, wonderful. Go with that. If it's working for you, fantastic. If you're getting the feedback and the support you need. But we also know that that's difficult for some other people. So as part of a pilot project, we did a KISA pilot with 11 different systems. We were working at multiple service centers and bringing 11 systems of different sizes, demographics, different board regions to come together and pilot some KISA work. And one of those was this first bullet around a regional peer review. And the idea was that as opposed to this one system having 3 individuals to get feedback, what if we brought more systems, again, tying this to those regional executives, from that region coming together, and maybe you would have 3, in this case for our pilot, we'd have anywhere from 3 to 5 systems who would come together at the same time, and they would present their work. They would showcase the things that they're doing within their system. And they're sharing it not with just 3 people, they're sharing it with 3 systems or 4 systems. So we're enhancing the opportunity for feedback, giving more opportunity for people to say, this is really, this is really what we value, and this is the feedback we would give to you. We really focused hard on this collaboration piece, because sometimes collaboration can be, well, let me just tell you how wonderful you are. We really push systems to go, no, dig in, ask the tough questions. Because the tough questions are what forces those systems to really reflect on what they're doing and why they're doing it, and either supporting it or saying, yeah, we might be able to look at this a little differently. So with that peer review system, we get multiple districts together to provide that, to kind of showcase your work and get multiple perspectives back in terms. A third thing we're looking at are those like systems. We have systems that are unique. Not too long ago, we met with all of our special purpose schools. And we met to talk about, how's KISA working for you? What could be different? What could be better? These schools have really unique needs, really unique characteristics. And we sit and we talk with them about, how does that work? We thought, well, wouldn't it make most sense if they were able to work together as this peer review group, knowing that they have like populations or like needs or like concerns. Same thing could be said for our large urban systems. We don't have a lot of large urban centers, but the ones that we do have unique characteristics and unique needs and different ways of functioning than a smaller system. And why shouldn't they be able to work together as like systems to really, elevate the response and feedback they're getting? So when we get down to that why piece, why would we want to make this change? So we really, number one, as I said, we really want to provide flexibility. We want this not to be a difficult thing where systems spend more of their time trying to find 3 people than they do actually doing the work. So flexibility in how we provide the feedback. We feel like this really enhances the feedback, enhances the number of people you receive feedback from. I feel like modeling a network is really critical. Been using that word showcase, which is something that comes through that design side of being able to show your work and share that with a larger group and model the work you're doing, because the learning goes both ways. So to be able to do that, and then following that, being able to network together with multiple districts, and then increase access to support. We've talked a lot through our school improvement work group that we have a lot of supports internally. We have a lot of supports across the state. We don't always provide those supports with a lot of intentionality. We really feel like if you've got multiple groups meeting together, working together, and as those needs kind of start to rise to the top and you've got multiple systems, that we can align those supports and bring supports in a more of an aligned way to those systems. So one of the things that Sarah talked a little bit about when she was referring to the regional group, and one of the things that we looked at is we really feel like this internal accountability piece for us is really important. We don't want to roll something out if we feel like this isn't what the systems need. So again, this is a small sample set. We had 11 systems involved in our pilot, all the varying sizes and demographics. But we asked them a handful of questions about this idea of a peer review process. And I won't read all of them to you, but you can see we asked them about the relevance of the model, about the timeliness. Is the feedback coming in a timely fashion? Is the feedback actionable? So again, not just that, cheering you on, but actually giving some actionable feedback and advice. Is it sufficient to what you're needing and seeking? When you had your peer review, did you actually receive feedback based on the needs that you had. And then lastly, did the feedback model support your system in doing the work of continuous improvement? And you can see on there, this is a 5-point scale, a range from 4.32 to 4.54. I was really excited to see that the highest one on there was around, does it support you in doing the work of continuous improvement? Because as we talk about leverage, using this as a lever, we're talking about school improvement. We're talking about improving systems and the work they do. So we're really excited to see that that particular area had the highest rating. So with that, I'm going to kick it back over to Jay.
Thanks. You're good. And just so we're clear, these options, the regional peer review, the traditional peer review, which is the old OVT model, and the like system peer review, those are the options for next year, and then we'll reevaluate at the end of next year looking at that. So a timeline of the learning year for the systems. Again, we need the board to approve this. So this is what the timeline for system action would look like. So from August till May, they would be, as Sarah talked about, collecting those artifacts and evidence focused on the 4 fundamentals. They would be keeping that locally. They would participate in a KSDE review. The regional executive would sit down with the system, or Myron and I would sit down with an urban or suburban system. They would participate in that from January to May, and then the peer review would take place from April to May. So just within that, those are very clear expectations for systems. We're not looking at, we're really building a lot of these out, but for expectations for next year, those would be what comprises for the system. For the board, we thought this might be helpful. Acting on the learning year in August, hopefully that would allow you enough time to think through that. If not, we understand, but I think with the timing of it, it would work best if we had a decision from the board on the learning year, if that could be in place in August. In October, we will bring to the board the KISA framework, would include the criteria around the 4 fundamentals, the essential structures that need to be in place. It would include the student outcomes criteria. It would include the roles and responsibilities of the major players in the system. And it would include the cycle, what the cycle will look like starting in 24-25. And that's information in October, receive in November, act in December. So by the end of this year, we hope to have that KISA framework through and approved. Next year at this time, we want to pull back in the data from the learning year and present that to the board and say this is what we learned during the learning year. And then really tightening up that accreditation criteria to the point where this is the criteria that the ARC would use, and bringing that tightened version of the criteria back to the state board. We may or may not need that, but I feel like as we move into 24-25 and really starting the cycle, just refining that criteria, tightening it down. So receive in July and then act on that in August prior to the school year starting. So that's a look at 2 timelines, one for the systems, one for the state board. And with that, we'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. I actually don't see, there we go. Start with Kathy.
In this process of reframing, redoing that we're going through, one of the things that's come at me from administrators is the idea of separating accreditation from improvement. In that, if I'm understanding them correctly, that accreditation means you have met the criteria, but improvement every year to say, yes, you have, that's needed. But the way it came at me was that if you're doing something, trying a new thing to improve, and it just doesn't, it bombs, like it just doesn't work like you had hoped it would, and it affects your outcomes, why would you try something new? Does that make sense? So that if you can separate them and say, yes, you're on point, you've met the outcomes, the objectives, and then in a separate way saying, what are you doing to improve, so that there is the ability to try and fail in certain arenas that doesn't affect your accreditation. So I hope I'm putting that out there the way it's coming at me, so that they're able to, because, honestly, if you've met the criteria and you're all good, why would you work toward anything more that could cause you to fail if it doesn't work out the way you wanted it to? And I hope I'm articulating that well. So while we want improvement, we want to always be seeking improvement, absolutely. But if it's going to hurt them for trying in their accreditation status, then I can see why maybe we wouldn't want to take that leap and go, oh, but what if it fails? Then we could actually be affecting our accreditation. So to me, that was a valid out there to say, if those remain together, then my ability to improve, or my want to improve, could affect my accreditation status. Like, maybe we won't do that. So I hope that makes sense, and I hope I'm articulating what I'm hearing, so.
I think as long as the board establishes that being accredited in Kansas means you're going to meet expectations for student outcomes and having pieces in place, right, structures in place, I don't know where we would go back from that, right? So I feel like the way it's set up now, it holds systems accountable in the right way, and we don't want to inhibit anybody trying something different, right? Innovation's great, but I learned this with a lot of our redesign schools. If the fundamental practices aren't in place, it's really hard to innovate. It's hard to get those things to stick, right? So I think that's something we need to consider. We don't want KISA to be a gotcha. Oh, you make a mistake, this is what you get. We're looking at yearly reviews, right? But we're also looking at their improvement over time. So, yes, we're looking at how your graduation rate was this year, but how are you doing over time? You may have a dip one year, but if that's an anomaly, right, that'll be taken into consideration. So I'd look at it as a 360-degree look at schools in terms of results and process. But of course we don't want, because if I think about my life, the most I learned from was when I failed. And I think we've got to get comfortable with that word, and because that's the only way you're going to improve. A lot of what we're presenting today are improvements from things that didn't work, right? And we're going to have to evolve and change as we go over time. So I just think that's the learning process.
Ann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I've been involved with the department in accreditation since the late 90s, so I have a bunch of questions, so just stop me when we need to. But Kathy's got a great question. Of course, when I started working with the department on QPA and we had a 5-year process, I was the business person on the team, and we were doing dimming process improvement at AT&T. So, process improvement was just, what you do to get better. And I get the concern. I think that's why we look at both process and results. Like Wichita wasn't getting very good results, but we believed the process for improvement that they had in place was going to work over time. So we didn't ding them, for having bad results when we thought they had a good process in place. And if you don't have a process in place, it doesn't get better. So there is, it can be a tricky mix. Is what you're proposing going to do away with foundational structures?
No. If we're looking at, those foundational structures must be in place, right? Those will be part of our reviews. It may not be something that the system necessarily reports specifically on their tiered systems of support or diversity, equity, inclusion, but that obviously having those things in place will be important in a structured literacy piece, in balanced assessment. So though we're saying those are foundational structures, those aren't going away. They need to be part of that.
But they have to be
what we're talking
reported
about
on
right
now.
now. What's that?
They have to be reported on now. You're saying they wouldn't have to be reported on?
Well, Yes, I am saying that. We're talking about what do we need to have systems report to us, right? And we haven't talked a lot about this, maybe we should have, but the KISA app is going away, right? And we're looking at how can systems report in a way that it doesn't take so much time to take away from the actual work of continuous improvement. So I think as we move forward, we've got to really look at what our systems reporting to us, what needs to be reviewed, right? And so that we can make sure that there are minimum expectations met. But we are still really focused on those 4 fundamentals, and having systems, again, reporting is kind of a relative term at this point, right? Until we can figure out how they will actually submit that information. But the reviews will still include foundational structures. I think the tiered systems of support was probably the foundational structure that the ARC noticed was not in place, especially at the secondary level, most this year. So obviously that's going to be something that we need to have in place. But in the context of structured literacy, in the context of balanced assessment, those things are in place.
So you mentioned having more objective criteria for outcomes. Have those been developed already?
No.
That's something you'll do this year? And that
In
would just
October.
apply to that would just apply to those 4 areas?
No. The objective criteria for student outcomes would include the state board outcomes.
Okay. What about all the schools that finished their 5-year cycle several years ago and maybe in the 2nd, 3rd year now? What do we say to them?
Well, as Sarah talked about the artifacts piece, they have a lot of artifacts, right? They have those 17 systems that are up for accreditation next year. They have 4 years worth of data, right, that they could keep as artifacts. So that
Okay.
needs to be carried forward.
Well, about the artifacts then, I don't want to just say, just show us what you want to show us. I mean, right now, we have a very specific list of stuff we want to see, and the OVT digs into that. I don't want a dog and pony show and all your peers show up and go, yeah, that looks really good to me. So are we
So-
telling them what artifacts we want to see?
I think that's what you're going to see. Now, for next year, again, being that learning year, we just want systems, because we have to talk through and work through the implementation of those 4 fundamentals and all those things. We have to work through that. So we're having systems collect those artifacts. But I would argue that through the current reporting, right, they're including artifacts, they're also including a narrative, and it's highly redundant. They're sharing the same information multiple times within the same report.
Well, I get that, but I think we should still say, I want to see this, this, and this to demonstrate you're producing results.
And I think you'll see that, especially around those 4 fundamental areas.
Not if we don't give them a list of what we want to see.
Well,
Does that make sense?
I think that's what we're talking about. The
Okay.
criteria that we're going to present to the board in October will be much more direct in terms of, these are the essential structures you must have in place.
Could I ask a couple more?
I'll give you one more, then I'll jump to Jim, then maybe we can come back.
Okay, thanks. We've been at it a while. So when are the southeast and southwest positions going to be filled?
We are actively seeking applicants for those. We've interviewed for both, but we're still on the search.
Okay. Jim, you want to do? Thanks.
One of the things I talked about earlier today was consistency. Are we going to at some point see a clear line of demarcation that's pretty consistent between what it takes to be accredited and what it takes to be conditionally accredited? Because I said, some of the things I looked at, I couldn't tell the difference. I thought some things were awfully close. But I didn't have all the same information that, and I was about to answer that now, but at some point that's going to need to be addressed.
Yeah, I mean,
And that was one of the things that was up there.
That clarity piece is so important, right? And making sure that there are objective criteria out there. This is what it looks like to be an accredited system. This is what it looks like when you're accredited with conditions. And so I think that's definitely our aim. And I think in October, you'll see much more objective criteria that you can take a look at.
This is 2, there's only 3. when you talk about the peer review, where you have people coming together, like-minded people coming together, somebody in that group, and I can see, your friends your friends in your area all get together, somebody's gonna have to have the guts to say, this doesn't work. And so I think that we just need to be aware that that's a potential issue. Because if I'm sitting around with the guys and other people that are my neighbors, I'm going to maybe be a little reluctant to be as honest as I should be. And every time I speak, people are going to hear what I'm going to say next, and I'm going to be obnoxious and unapologetically. We have to make sure that we can prove that school districts are doing the things that we require. Teach structured literacy, that teachers are prepared and students are learning, and the process of screening works to the point that at the first stage of question, parents are involved. And I see one of the leaders of special education in the area in the back room, and I'm going to say this: we need to make sure as a foundation that we are meeting the needs of our special needs students through the transition process, through a rigorous transition process. And I would like to just make sure that those things and other things like that are clearly evaluated. And because if we are going to meet the needs of each student needs to be able to read, and each student with special needs need to have every possible opportunity to be successful. I'm through, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Go back to Ann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this, if they pick the regional peer review, would that be an annual thing?
Yes.
Okay, because I sat in on a couple days of the pilot when you guys were doing that, and everybody was having a good time, they were giving each other feedback, but the only thing the peers saw was what the school wanted to present to them. I mean, here's an idea we have, and everybody gave them feedback, and they thought the feedback was good, I'll give you that, but without some more intensive training, I don't think every district out there knows how to gather data and even how to analyze it to figure out what their goals and what needs help. And that's what I think you get with the OVT that you don't get with peer review. Does that make sense? Somebody with OVT really digs into the data and helps you, review your goals and go, yeah, that's a good goal, or say, no, you got this big problem over here. And that didn't happen in the room with the peer review.
I'm just trying to think through the training that was provided to be an OVT member, right? And how much of it was focused on data analysis, those things that you just articulated.
Right.
There wasn't much to that. It was more about how to have a conversation with another system over the things in the report.
Yeah, but if we
So-
do this, then every system, every school district has to know how to gather data and how to analyze it and figure out what their goals are going to be.
So one of the major, I think, advantages to the regional peer review is that you have a gifted facilitator at each site who can lead those kinds of conversations, right? So you don't necessarily have to have, expertise in structured literacy at the table between the two systems, right? But you do have a peer review facilitator who's well-versed in those and can lead the conversation, but that takes place between the systems. We did the showcase for the pilot, but that was based on the old KISA model, right? As we move forward, obviously the conversation at those peer review conversations are going to be much more focused on the 4 fundamentals, much more focused.
Yeah, but like, for example, just say structured literacy, unless somebody's asking the question, are all your teachers trained? Is your curriculum been transferred, moved over to a structured literacy, one of the curriculum that we said meets structured literacy? What are your results? Have you looked at all the subgroups? Is that part of this?
Well,
That
it could
wasn't
be.
part of what I saw going on.
Well, we haven't really presented that yet. So I think the things that are reported could be exactly what you just said.
Okay. And the last one, can we do this without regulation changes first? Because I mean, I can hear the districts already going, oh dang, you just threw KISA out the window and now we got this whole new thing and there's no regs in place to support it.
So far, as we reviewed the regs, we don't see major changes to the regs.
We can do it within what we've got.
That's our goal, but we don't want to commit to that. If there's something that we feel like needs to be part of the new framework to really make it effective,
Okay.
so.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Kathy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to, I guess, point out or maybe emphasize that an OVT team is peer review.
Yes,
It is just other superintendents and administrators or whatever coming to, so.
we're literally replacing the term OVT with peer review.
Exactly. But when you say peer review in this one, so it's separate still from the regional exec? Okay.
So they would have 2 meetings annually, one with KSDE, one with peer.
Yeah, I can set that back. Oh, animations. So for
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. But that peer review part, you would give them a choice or no?
They'd have a
Because I'm-
choice in the model, right? You can go to a region and
Okay.
do that there.
Okay, thank you.
You can stick with your existing, what is your OVT, which now becomes your peer review,
Okay.
or the like systems.
So on the OVTs, what I also heard you say is that they had training as an OVT.
We generally
Yes.
provide training every year. In the past, we have for OVT, but now we're going to be looking at what's the training they need for a really
Okay, thank
effective
you. That's
peer
exactly
review.
what I was going to say. Okay.
Okay. Looks like I'm your last question, and it's really more of a couple of suggestions. I'll ask it this way because it sounds like there's a lot of work that's still happening. So is there an opportunity to incorporate parent feedback into the conversations or even local board feedback? Be one thing that I would ask. And specifically asking districts, what are you hearing from parents that we might need to look at and consider? And then the other piece is, Ann mentioned that she sat in on a couple of days of the pilot. And if there's an opportunity for board members to go out and participate in this in any way, we've gotten some feedback from the legislature in the last week that, you know, we need to be involved. And so if there are opportunities for us to get involved, I think we would all welcome those opportunities.
Absolutely.
I don't see any more questions. Thank
Thanks
you
for your
all
time.
for all your
Appreciate
work.
it.
Thank you for stepping up. I was looking to see who was next. Welcome, Shane.
I warned you, Madam Chair, I'd be back this afternoon. Now, unlike my first presentation, I'll be talking a lot more, so this one's going to be longer, but I'm going to try to be quick.
Excellent. Good to see you again.
All right, so today I'm going to share with you the licensed personnel report and an update on some strategic initiatives that the licensure team worked over the last year. For our board members that have served previously, I've kind of altered your schedule. We have provided this information in October for the last few years, but for the licensed personnel report, I feel it's more timely if we do it over the summer, right after the school year ends. And then I'll cover, the vacancy information in a little more detail as far as that process and why we're able to do it. Can you hear it? Oh, a little closer? Okay, sorry about that. All right, so here's our agenda. First, I'll start with covering vacancy information for the 2022-23 school year, and then I'll move into the actual licensed personnel report, and then we'll follow up at the end with strategic initiatives update. So starting first with vacancies. So for our new folks and for people that have served for a while, it gets a little confusing about what a vacancy actually is. But before I get to the definition, what this data that I'm going to share with you, what it's going to include, is going to include data that we collected during the fall of 2022 that previous board members saw in October of 2022. We have a collection window that opens roughly around August 1st through September 26th, 27th, where we collect vacancies every year from districts, and then I'll share that to you. And in the future, since I've altered your schedule, in October, you can plan on me sharing that data with you, just the vacancy data instead of the full LPR data. Then we also have the spring 2023 collection. The window opens approximately January 1st of 2023 and closes on or around March 6th with updates to that information that was reported in the fall. So as we go and break down into it, we'll discuss what vacancies were filled and what new vacancies we have. So vacancy, here's the definition. Number one, most easy definition is any position that's not filled. So there's not a body, there's not a person there, that is a vacancy. It gets a little more complex in the next ones that I'll bring up, but a vacancy as we consider it and define it, filled, but the person doesn't hold an appropriate license. So I'll give you a couple examples of that. Number one, an individual that holds a substitute license or emergency substitute license that is filling a position. So there is a person there, but they're not licensed appropriately for that position. Now, there are a couple of exceptions to that. Number one, if the individual is filling a long-term position, not long-term position, but is filling for a contracted teacher. So there's a contracted teacher that's out for sick leave, maternity leave, or whatever. We don't consider that a vacancy. So those would be excluded. And then other situations would be individuals that aren't licensed appropriately. So you have a math 5 to 8 teacher teaching secondary math at the high school level. So that would be an example, and we'd count that as a vacancy. Also, if individuals had an expired license or a district hired someone and they haven't gone through the licensure process, and so they're never licensed. So other things that we do not consider a vacancy, those will be individuals that are on positions with waivers. So every month you'll receive your list of waivers. Once those are approved, we don't consider that a vacancy. Provisional licenses, anyone that's going through a program to add that endorsement and holds that provisional license, not a vacancy, nor are our non-traditional routes to the classroom considered vacancies. And those are restricted licenses, limited apprentice licenses, TAP licenses, and our LEAP license. And we'll go into more detail about those shortly. So this is actually the vacancy data. So I'll start with the upper left-hand corner. That's your assignment vacancy top 5. That's what you see here. Historically, since we've collected this data, these 5 areas have been the top 5, with special education and elementary by far being the largest areas of vacancies. So in the fall, there were 1,628 vacancies reported. And when we opened it back up in the spring, we did have some positions that were filled, 262 of them. But while we filled some of those vacancies, we had new vacancies, which resulted in overall our total still being 1,634 vacancies. Now, I'm going to choose to be positive about this because this has really been the first time that we've kind of balanced. We didn't have a huge increase. So hopefully this indicates that we've reached our ceiling for vacancies. In addition, we made modest improvements in special education and elementary. Very modest, but it's improvements nonetheless. So hopefully it's an indicator that we've reached our limit with vacancies, and we'll start to really improve in these areas. And I will take a second for you to digest this because it's a lot of information to take on. Okay. All right, this is a breakdown by board district of the top 5. Historically, board district number 5, Ms. Hopkins, your board district has led the vacancy area every time that we've basically collected this information, and that remained consistent over this past school year. So for our vacancy reasons, number one, the most concerning to me is the no applicant, because there's not anyone there that we can get into a program that can take a test or whatever to become properly licensed. There's just nobody to apply or fill that position. So we've seen that has grown, but the numbers pretty much remain consistent for that between the fall and the spring. And then the second area, which is our largest area, those that aren't fully qualified in an endorsement area. So a slight change in that area, but those two have consistently been what our most of our population of vacancies, where they come from. So I will take a pause and see if you have any questions about vacancies before I move into the licensed personnel report.
Betty.
Thank you. If I could get a little bit of explanation on licensed and unqualified, because my understanding, that could be a licensed teacher that is in a subject matter area.
Yeah.
The question I have is determining the unqualified. As an example, some colleges may say if a teacher has X amount of hours in math, by their standards, they're qualified to teach that subject matter. So I don't know, I don't know whose standards we're looking at. If you could cover that a little bit for
Yeah,
me.
so for our licensed qualified, an example of that would be, I'll go back to the math example, could possibly be an individual that holds a middle level 5 to 8 math endorsement, but they're teaching at a grade level that they don't hold an endorsement, so they're teaching junior level math, and they only have a 5 to 8 endorsement, so they're teaching out of their area. They don't have the endorsement on their license. Now in Kansas, how we add endorsements to licenses, in many cases for our secondary content endorsements or middle-level content endorsements, we allow individuals to add endorsements by testing. So if the person was licensed unqualified to that area, they hold let's say they hold a professional teaching license, but they don't have that secondary math endorsement, they would have to take that test, pass it, and add that endorsement to their license, and then they would be license qualified. Did I lose you, Ms. Young, or Ms. Arnold, sorry?
Yeah, so basically, the only thing that might stand between that teacher is a test to go from qualified to unqualified to qualified.
Correct, in some cases, but there are certain endorsements that individuals have to complete full programs, like our special education programs, or if it's a school counselor program, a school specialist program, they have to complete those programs and pass an exam, and then they can add those endorsements or qualify for that license.
Okay, so one follow-up question.
Sure.
The alignment, and that's the part I was kind of confused about because, as I said, an institution may say if they have a certain number of hours, they're qualified. What are we aligning our determinations on?
Yeah, so each of our higher ed programs, they have, just like our pre-K to 12, have content standards. Those programs have content standards. So if you want to teach math in Kansas and complete a math program, there's a set of standards that you have to complete, and through that coursework, you would complete those standards. But to be fully licensed, the individual would have to pass an exam at the end to add that endorsement.
No other questions at this time.
Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and transition into the licensed personnel report. And just a little bit of information about that as far as the collection. We open up our educator data collection system roughly 1 August every year, and then collect data throughout March, typically around March 6th, and we close it. But we're gathering information, demographic information about educators in Kansas and assignment information. So I must emphasize that this is district reported information, so whatever the district puts in, that's what I'm able to put out to you all. So today we're going to cover entrance and exit data, so what type of movement we've had in districts. Are there new teachers coming in? Are people staying in the same location? Are they leaving the state, et cetera? So we'll cover that. Demographic data to include experience information, salary information, et cetera. We'll also take a look into school retention rates of third year teachers. And I'll cover some alternative pathway data with you, and also touch on some licensure data as far as our applications that we process as a licensure team. So what does our licensure data tell us? Well, for the most part, our numbers are pretty stable from last year to this year. We did have a little bit of drop in stability. So stability is defined as an individual that stays within the same district. So if someone decided to leave, go to another district, then that number counts against that's just stability. And if that happens, it also increases the movement. But our movement pretty much stayed the same. For our new grads, a small change, and same thing for all the rest of our categories from other field. And consistently, we have imported more teachers from out of state than we've exported. And then as we
I just want to say this, Shane, because this happened several years ago where a billboard went up on I-70 say, come to Missouri and teach. I don't know if you remember that. You would see it on the way home, Michelle, right as you drove. And all of a sudden people started running with, we're losing all the teachers to Missouri. We import more teachers from surrounding states than we export. Yeah. By large numbers, you can see. So I just want, because I remember we couldn't dispel that once that got out there. And every year, Susan before Shane has reported that we import more than we export, even though we wish we didn't lose 328.
Can I call on Michelle real quick? I think we got a quick question.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Shane, that 5% movement, Do we have a statistic on how many of those are like a promotion? Like maybe they took a coaching position and that they weren't a coach before and that was like an added thing to their resume. And so it's, I don't know if you want to see that as a bump up, but they're going to do something and they're going to be coaching or whatever it is. And they're still teaching math, but they're just moving to a different district. Is some of that just maybe a promotion or how do we know any of that or?
Yeah, so I can identify, which district that an individual moved to, but it would take me a little bit of time to compare a couple years of data. But there are the additional data that I collect. So if people are, let's say they move from a classroom teacher position into a building principal position in another district, I can collect that. It's a little more difficult to run, but if that's something you would like, I can get it for you.
Because that would be, that movement wouldn't be a negative, that would be a positive for that particular educator. And so we can't, I mean, movement could be good or bad. I mean, most instances, hopefully it's good.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to know if we had any of that.
Yes, and I could get it, like I said, and those, if that did happen, that would factor into these percentages, so.
Okay, all right, thanks.
All right, so our entrance and exit data, this would be the exit data piece. So as you can see, our retirements we're more consistent with the school year 2020, 2021 school year this past year, but we did see a large jump last year. But the most concerning piece of data that is on this slide is if you look at the left, the profession, and that would be individuals that left for reasons other than retirement, had enough of teaching and left the profession. So, we've heard from school districts the last few years that, people were leaving the profession, at a pretty large rate. But our data that we're collecting, it's a year behind. So this data wasn't indicating that, but obviously now this set of data, it is showing that. But once again, I'll go back to the vacancy rate. And if you do simple math, 1,600 vacancies, 1,600 people left the profession. Hopefully, this is, once again, we kind of topped out at people leaving the profession. And I expect that number to drop for our next reporting year. All right, so now we'll get into some demographic information, first starting with experience. So the largest group of educators that we have are those individuals that have 1 to 4 years of experience. Very small fraction above our 5 to 9. Individuals of 5 to 9 years of experience. For the last 4 years, it has been individuals in that 5 to 9 range that create our largest group of educators. But small fraction, but it is a change. Mean years of experience remain the same. The number on the left, that's not in parentheses, is current year. The number in parentheses is the previous year's information as you're reading this. So for our age, our average age stayed the same. Our average age of educators dropped just a little bit, and I'll go ahead and make a clarification of the difference between a teacher and an educator. So for an educator, we include school specialists and leadership positions, principals, superintendents, in that collection. Our salary, good news, our average salary for first-year teacher did increase. Now, this is an average, so that's not necessarily the case across the board. Not all districts start with this wage, so some will be lower, some will be higher. And then our average salary for teachers across the board also increased. Yes.
Does that include benefits or is that just base salary?
That is base salary. For our recruitment of third-year teachers for different cohorts, so we started collecting this information in 2011, so I have it up through 2023. One point of interest to highlight is in 2017, based on recommendations of the Blue Ribbon Task Force / Teacher Supply Vacancy Committee, it was recommended that we change mentoring programs from 1 year to 2 years, and that's why that's indicated on this particular graph. So we were staying in the 90s pretty consistently until last year. Then we had a drop. And the good news from that drop, as I broke it down, was it wasn't people leaving the profession. It was mainly people that changed districts, which, for whatever reason, that third year they decided to go to another district. So they're still in the profession, just not with the same district. And this cohort tracking we do is people that stay in the same district. And this year we did started to climb back up again.
I've always had an interest in the transition to teaching program where you have a degree and then you learn while you're working. But the first time you see a group of kids is when you step in front of them to teach them the first day. So I was wondering, do we know what the retention rate is for that program in particular? Because it seems to me like they need a lot more intensive support than they get.
Yeah, so they will need support. Now, I did run that information. I don't have it off the top of my head, but I can get that to you.
Okay, yeah, I don't need it today.
But it's pretty consistent with this data, if not a little better, to be quite honest. I think it might be in the, like around 90, 91%.
Okay.
Stay in the profession.
Thank you.
All right, so now I'll cover alternative pathways, but I'd like to make a clarification. We use the term alternative, but I think non-traditional is a better way to explain it, because other states, when you use the term alternative, that means teacher preparation provided through a third-party entity outside of higher ed. All of our programs that are non-traditional pathways still require individuals to go through a university and complete college coursework to become licensed. First, we'll start with a restricted license that we brought up. So a restricted license is designed for individuals that have a degree in a content area, a secondary content area. They like to transition to teaching. They pass an exam, get enrolled in a program, get hired by a district, and then they teach while they're completing their pedagogy training to serve in that position. Those licenses last for 2 years, and within that 2 years, they should finish the program, and then they would upgrade to their initial or professional license. This is a breakdown of our restricted program over the years. So we've maintained over the last few years roughly around 400, and remains consistent with about 400 in that program. So a couple of other non-traditional programs that were created, and this came out of the Teacher Vacancy Supply Committee Blue Ribbon Task Force recommendations. One is the limited apprentice license. That license is designed for individuals that hold a bachelor's degree and that have para experience in a special education position. If they like to transition to teaching, they get their bachelor's degree, they enroll in the program, they would hold that limited apprentice license as they finish their high incident special education program. We also have the TAP program that's offered through Wichita State, which is designed for individuals to get an elementary pre-K to 6 endorsement and or an early childhood unified birth to grade 3 endorsement. And then last year we introduced the LEAP, which was a limited elementary license. K-State was the first program to offer this as an option. We have since added 3 others to provide that particular option. So as far as our licensing for these areas, we did have 211 individuals licensed for the limited apprentice, and and then 101 licensed for the TAP. Very important to acknowledge for the TAP, they have a licensing option and a non-licensing option, and there's a lot of folks that choose the non-licensing option. As far as teacher preparation, they have a large number of individuals that are enrolled in this program at the moment, and they're outpacing their traditional program by far. All right, so now I'm going to cover a little bit of licensure data with you. More licensing. So when we get into this information, so it's going to be some numbers about teachers and how many are licensed in the state. Please make the distinction that if an individual is licensed, that doesn't mean that they're working in the state. It just means they completed a program and qualified and met requirements for a license. So for our Kansas graduates, we roughly had 2,000 last year that applied for that first initial license. And then for our out-of-state, our number was 797. So it dropped our out-of-state, and these are for teaching licenses only. So our out-of-state dropped, but our Kansas graduate number of licensed individuals did rise. And then for our career and technical ed specialized, which is a different licensing option for individuals that have experience in a pathway career field. They may not have a bachelor's degree, but they have some type of national recognition certification in a particular area, such as welding, and they have experience, and then they can come in and teach either half-time or full-time, depending on their experience and qualification. We had 58 of those licenses issued last year. And now I'll cover some licensure stats for our team, kind of to toot our own horn, if you will. So a few things, I try to take a snapshot of time to kind of communicate the progress that the licensure team has made as far as processing applications, especially in our summertime. Summertime has historically been a horrendous time to be in the licensure, on the licensure team, as well as a difficult time for candidates and districts, because you have a short window that you're trying to get these applications processed before the school year starts, and it's a lot of stress on districts, a lot of stress on that candidate, and a lot of stress on the team. So the snapshot that I took was from June 22nd of each of these years. So June 22nd, school year 2020, 21, 22, and 23. And we can kind of see the progress that the licensure team has made over time as far as how we're getting through applications in the summer and then all year. So this is due to a couple of reasons. Number one, I have to thank our IT team. They've continued to help us build a better application system and create some opportunities for us to take advantage of automating processes. So kudos to them. We'll cover a little bit more information about that for future gains that we're going to continue to make, but also for staff. Staff being dedicated, working, and getting applications knocked out in a timely manner. So thank you both to IT and then the licensure team for that. So this past year, we did issue 25,848 licenses. As far as our average process time, it ended up being calculated with all things considered, 16.6 days per application. However, there are certain things that have caused that time to extend. So if we had a complete application, we're talking about somewhere around 5 to 7 days that an application would be issued. But since we have to wait, we received quite a few incomplete applications, roughly about 5,000 a year. That causes time and increases our processing time. And same thing with fingerprint cards. We also wait on about 5,500 fingerprint cards to be submitted after we've processed an application. So all that factors in and skews our time, but we're actually processing much faster on complete applications than that 16.6 days. Our future work that we're working to continue to address this, because our overall goal is to get 48 hours, an application submitted in the 48 hours it's issued. We're continuing to build our application system. We're about to do our next phase of push into the new platform in August, and then we have just a few applications left to transition from our old platform. So that's really going to help us over the next year. Also, this past spring, we introduced the online fingerprint payment portal, which is unique, and that it's the first time we've actually been able to allow individuals to submit payment for fingerprints online, which means they're not mailing us a check that we have to key into our system and work, so reducing that touch time. And then we're going to continue to do a continuous review of our team processes to identify areas that we can become more efficient and then implement change as necessary. All right, I'm going to take a pause for a second for any questions, catch my breath before we move into the next little piece of this update.
Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've just got a question from someone that was listening to your presentation, and they just want a clarification question. So a Kansas licensed high school science teacher can get an apprentice early education license, but an actual Texas early education licensed teacher cannot teach in Kansas without taking more classes. That's what they heard.
Okay, no,
Can you explain
that's not true.
Okay, that's what we're
there's-
trying to clarify.
Yeah, so I think I've covered a few times, different changes that we've had in licensure. One, statute 483406. So if an individual is coming from out of state and they meet experience requirements, then whatever, we issue them an equivalent license for what they have. So that does impact a lot of our Texas folks that are coming in. So in the past, historically, there were a lot of individuals that would complete an alternative program in Texas and try to transition to Kansas, and they didn't meet experience requirements. So then we would send them through the licensure review committee, and they would make a determination would be made at that point if they needed to do additional coursework, pass an exam, or if they would qualify for a license. But with the updated statute, that's not really the case anymore, as long as they meet an experience requirement. But if an individual from Texas did complete an alternative program, had zero experience, and they tried to transition to Kansas, then at that point, we would have to do a review of their application through the licensure review committee.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Jim McNeese.
16.6 days. The administrators have to love you.
Well, I don't know. No, because I still have to say no quite often. And
Yeah, but I don't think we at the table appreciate just how fast that is, how efficient your team is, and how you're serving the buildings in our state. That's amazing. That's just great. So thank you.
Well, I appreciate that. And just to put it in a little more perspective, Historically, this time of year, we would be about 8+ weeks processing. So an application that was received 8 weeks ago was waiting review. Our time now is, like I said, it's less than the
Exactly.
60.6 days.
And at this time of year, going into July and August, that's really important.
Yep.
Thank you.
Ann?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thinking about alternative programs, is the Kansas City, Kansas Grow Your Own program all done? Do they even do that anymore?
Yes, so you will be getting a Friday note this week in regards to this particular program, and I'll be requesting some guidance on that program.
Because they were doing their own thing, and then they were working with a group out of Missouri.
Well, so in Missouri, they are a state-approved entity to provide teacher preparation. So they're fully accredited and ready to go in Missouri. So what they've done over the last couple years with us, we took them through had their program, their elementary program review to identify if they met standards for our programs, and then trying to do that before we implemented the pilot. But there's some mechanisms that are potentially the way that it was set up, we didn't address some things whenever we started them in the process, so it's caused a hitch as far as getting them through the process.
Then we had that other group, what was it, America Teaches or Teach America or whatever. Are they even around anymore?
Oh,
They're all gone.
okay. I do need to make a clarification.
Okay.
I was talking about the Kansas City Teacher Residency Program. Or was that your question, or were you talking about
Well,
the
it
Kansas
was
City
where they
Fellows?
used to bring people in the summer, they
Okay.
give them some experience, they'd send them
Yes.
to Pittsburgh or whatever, go to
Yeah,
school.
so the Fellows Program, we just met with Kansas City, Kansas School District probably about 3 weeks ago to cover that program, so they are trying to restart it. They changed universities at one point, so that program kind of stopped, but they are picking it back up, and there's approximately about 23, 24 fellows that are going to be going through the program.
And then at one time at KU, they had a program called You Can Teach. And they approached particularly like engineering students and math students and said, why don't you take a few more hours and get your teaching certificate before you get out of college? And if that engineering thing doesn't work, you can go teach. And they really got some good response. Do you know if anybody's still looking at anything like that?
Not that particular program, but I know KU is working on another program to identify and attract individuals that are in those STEAM areas.
Looks
So,
like you're gonna have to call a friend.
yeah.
Wait a minute.
With that one, Ms. Ma, they merged that program, instead of it being its own standalone program, they merged it into the education department, so it's
Oh,
all
okay.
under one roof now. So it's still there, it's just not as the same name.
Any idea how successful they are with it?
Catherine? We don't, that would be an internal one. I mean, we can talk with them and ask and see what they have, but we just look at total numbers that they would give us from
Oh, okay.
graduation, right? But
Total.
we can get it broken down if you would
Oh,
like.
it looks like Catherine's gonna weigh in too.
And Joe, if no one said so, you are extremely well dressed today. I know, man,
If he falls out, I just stand up and you think it's the same person.
no difference.
I only have one more. We had one, the licensure review committee rejected, and it was an out-of-state application. And I know when we went and talked to the legislature about the interstate compact, that we said, very, very few get turned down, so let's give it a shot. Is that one they turned down, one that would be accepted if the interstate compact were in place today?
If it was a state that was part of the interstate compact, then yes.
Okay. And I
Yep.
take it we still don't have 10 states?
We do.
Oh,
So
we do.
Oregon and, Florida, or no, Oregon and Alabama just signed on, so we do have 10 states.
And it'll be in effect once the group gets together?
Yeah, so the next kind of order of business that we have to do is that 10-member committee will have to get together for everybody that's part of the compact. We'll get a list of those unencumbered licenses that will transfer. But from a licensure perspective, if we're dealing with applications that are coming from these compact states and we're comfortable and we know what their unencumbered licenses are, we are applying.
Is Texas in the pool?
They're not.
Good.
And they're not,
Okay.
they don't have legislation
that?
pending
Excuse
either.
me.
Yeah, yeah.
Kathy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if this is the right place to insert my question, and I apologize if it's not, but on the consent agenda was the visiting scholar license.
Yep.
Could we just hit on that real quick to give me some understanding.
Yeah, well, I will defer to you, Madam Chair, because we have about 15 minutes and I'm trying to
if
get
we
through
need
this,
to,
but
and
I'm
that's fine.
more than happy to have the conversation about visiting
Okay,
scholar with
we
you.
could do that too.
We can go ahead now. That
Okay.
works.
Okay, yeah. So for that particular application, it's designed for individuals that meet one of three criteria, or two of three criteria, excuse me, and they're hired by a district in this area that it's designed for like secondary education for individuals. You think about how we have a CTE specialized, an individual that has experience in some type of certification in a pathway program, they can qualify for the CTE specialized. Well, the visiting scholar license allows kind of like the same thing for an individual to qualify to teach a secondary content area. And when we're breaking down what qualifications they need for it, one is they need to hold an advanced degree. It doesn't specify a master's degree or a PhD, but in most cases it will be the individual holds a PhD for the applications that I've seen. Two, they have to have some type of unique recognition, whether it's an award. So for instance, we've had individuals that were in the film industry. They either created a movie or they won an award for their movie. So that was some type of unique distinction that they received. Other unique distinguishing items would be an individual's written books or published articles in a particular content area. And then the third piece of criteria we would look for if they have some type of relevant experience. So once again, if they're going to teach drama, were they working on set? Were they directing plays? Were they, actively engaged in that particular environment? Or, if they're biology, maybe they served as a biology instructor or some type of work in the field that would translate to the classroom.
So at no point, like I see that it's a yearly renewal.
Yeah.
So in some of these, it sounds like that doesn't really make sense. I'm just trying to understand the
Yeah, so it is designed to be a temporary license. Now, we haven't established what the actual time frame is for a temporary license, and what we would try to do is push people if they wanted to become a full-time teacher and they wanted to change professions, get enrolled in a restricted program. That way you have career progression and can move as you have your service in a district, because a visiting scholar license is limited to that district for those specific courses, and there's no really way to progress past that license without completing the program. But kind of with our current operating environment, to me, saying, nope, you've been on this too long, it's not the right time to cut this off since we're already dealing with a teacher shortage, so.
True.
Or vacancy issues.
Yeah, it just seems interesting when we say visiting, and now we're 10 years in for one.
Yes.
And I'm sure they're very qualified. I'm not questioning that at all. It's an interesting scenario that, in reading it all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, and I will try to be quick on this. All right, so for the strategic initiatives we're going to cover today, I'm going to go over a test review. I'm going to introduce this to you, but it will be a board item for discussion next month, so I'm going to try to go through it quickly, and we'll go in more detail next month, and then an action item after that the following month. Just give you a quick update on the Registered Apprenticeship Program, and then I'm going to turn it over to our special guest, Chris Seidel, to give you an update on our communications initiatives. All right, so for our testing review, first of all, I'd like to thank the members that participated on our working group. We met numerous times during the 22-23 school year, and this group came together and made recommendations to submit to the Professional Standards Board and then to you. I'd especially like to thank Mindy Bruce. She kind of took the lead and presented to the Professional Standards Board with all the recommendations that were made. So for the testing review, just a quick reminder of what we require currently in our regulations. One, there is a pedagogy test that's required, and the tests that we use are the principles of learning and teaching. For those tests, they're broken down at different levels, grade levels. So there's a PLT K to 6, PLT 5 to 8, PLT 6 to 12, PLT pre-K to 12. An educator takes one of those exams and passes whichever one, then they're good to go. So they've met that requirement. The next is a content assessment. So for that content assessment, it's based on, if you want to teach history, government, social studies, you pass the history content exam, social studies content exam, math, take the math exam. All right, so I already covered, we met numerous times, we made recommendations. So as far as those recommendations that were finalized in January, we sent them to the Professional Standards Board for a discussion item in February. And then at our June meeting with the PSB made some small edits and then made their recommendation to the board. And so that's why I just want to take a second to introduce it to you and then more discussion next month. So the recommendations that they made are one, for the principal, the PLT, they're recommending not requiring that any longer. And the reason why is it's a duplicated test because we already require teacher candidates to complete a work sample, which basically measures measures competencies in which that PLT, it's testing those pedagogical concepts. So they're demonstrating it with the work sample versus answering multiple choice questions and filling out a questionnaire, if you will. Number two, for the praxis content exam, they recommended establishing a process for individuals that haven't passed an exam after two attempts, an opportunity for them to possibly qualify for a license. So as far as that process, we will use holistic scoring. I'll go ahead and define holistic scoring for you real quick. One, they would be awarded certain points for different categories. Those categories would be their GPA, their actual test scores for that particular content exam. They would also have an assessment from the building or district leadership individual that's in that district that they work for, because they have to have worked in a district. We offer a temporary non-renewable license for individuals, and if they're struggling to pass that exam, they should be assessed by that district leadership, building leadership, as they're going through that first year of teaching. That will be reviewed, and then we'll set up a licensure review committee interview with both the candidate and their building and district leader team, and then there will be points for that as well. And then once all that's added up, the LRC would make a recommendation that would come before the board to make the final approval or disapproval of that individual. Now, that was quick, down and dirty, but next month you'll get a little more detail. All right, so for registered teacher apprenticeship, one, we're having I'll slow down.
Ann.
Just one question on the work sample. I know the discussion we had in April at the Professional Standards Board was that every university had their own work sample thing. And were we going to settle on one work sample as a model? Did the Professional Standards Board do that?
Yeah, no. So they were going to continue with the work sample that has already been tested to be reliable and valid that the universities are using. They were going to keep those in place.
Okay, because I thought the discussion was that they varied in quality from university to university. So maybe we can talk about that later then.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we can. All right, so we will hold a pilot kickoff conference on July 25th, 2023 at 9 a.m. at Woolsey Hall, which is a very nice building on Wichita State's innovative campus. The kind of kickoff celebration will be in the bank ballroom, but then we're breaking into different little classroom areas, because the main goal of this kickoff is to ensure that we have our district partners, the apprentices, our local workforce boards, Wichita State's administrators, program managers together, and KSDE and Department of Commerce there to make sure that these apprentices, they meet the requirements, we have the paperwork done to get them enrolled in the program. They're all set, ready to go for the beginning of the school year. So it's time for us to come together and work through all of that and then get them ready to go for the school year. So right now, we do have 8 districts that are participating. So there is a board agenda item, consent agenda item that I sent you. It has changed as of last Friday. Some districts have had issues with their individuals they thought they were going to fill. Some of them have dropped out, so we have lost a couple of districts that aren't going to be able to participate. So our 8 districts that we have participating now are listed above. And unfortunately, I was very sad that we lost Elkhart, which was one of the districts that I really wanted to participate in this, because this program, to me, Elkhart, that type of district is who this is really going to benefit, and then who should really maximize and use this program to get teachers into their area. And we also lost Coffeyville. And we're still trying to actively recruit to get up to 18 apprentices and get additional districts if necessary. So at this time, I'm going to I'll take a break here in just a second, but this was our communications work group. Originally, when we started this work group, teacher licensure was kind of taking the lead on it, but then it made sense that, as you see, Chris Seidel, her name has an asterisk by it with Educate Kansas. This is directly in her lane, so we were very lucky and appreciated her willingness to collaborate with us and kind of take lead with this particular working group. So I will go ahead and turn it over to you, Chris.
Good afternoon. Hopefully I'm close enough to the mic for all of you. I'm a little nervous about that. Thank you for the opportunity to share just a little bit with you and to be here, and thank you for Shane providing the invitation to tell you a little bit about the Educate Kansas Teacher Recruitment and Retention Project. My name is Chris Seidel, as he mentioned, and I'm the director of the project. And I also have with me a very important person back here, Kayla Green, if you'd stand. We're a team of two. She's my coordinator. I could not do this without her. So a little bit of background for us. Kayla's coming right out of the classroom as of July 1 last year to this role as coordinator, and has spent 15 years as a teacher in Kansas. And my background is a former teacher and then district level administrator for almost 30 years here in Kansas. So both of us have a deep appreciation for those roles, and I think a good understanding of what's happening in the field, what teachers are experiencing, what teachers are needing, and what administrators are needing as well. So we're both very excited to be a part of this and passionate about making a shift for what we know is a chronic issue for our state. So this is a KSDE TASN project. TASN has numerous projects that are there to support districts, as I'm sure you know, and this project in particular is to support teacher recruitment and retention for the districts and special education interlocals across the state. So I believe you have access to the slides here, and I'll kind of try to remember to click through. We will not hit every slide for the sake of time, but you will have all the slides as a reference, and then the live links are not live currently, but after we're done here, you will have access to be able to click on any of those links for future reference. So the project, you may formally know this as KEEB, the Kansas Education Employment Board, which has been around for about 14 years. Last year, it was rebranded as Educate Kansas, and it still is a very robust, highly utilized job employment board by most of the school districts and special education interlocals. And then also it's kind of the go-to board for teaching candidates or educator candidates that are looking for a position. So it's a very well-established board. But what we discovered as of July 1 when Kayla and I started is there's a lot more to this project than just the job board that benefits the school districts. And so that's part of what I wanted to share with you today, that while we're seeing these unsettling numbers of vacancies in our state, we want you to know that there is work happening to try to combat that at some level through this project. And so a couple of different pieces to it. Last year, the project was awarded an allocation of ESSER's funds that was specifically ear tagged for a robust marketing campaign to elevate the profession across the state, and then also to help support the individual school districts and interlocals as well. And so that's been a big piece of this project, and I'll show you some examples of how that rolled out. And then there's a strong diversity and equity and inclusion component. So we're looking and collaborating with some of the partners that Shane actually had on that last slide, teachers like me and Block, Latinx, several of those folks to unify our efforts in the teacher shortages. A focus on recruiting those hard to fill positions. As you saw on that slide, special education is the highest number of vacancies. And so that's a unique piece of this project too. And that's one of the pieces going forward that we hope to dive a little deeper in providing resources for districts in terms of professional development and recruiting for special education. And then there's a retention survey, which we'll talk about that here in a minute, that's a high-quality teacher retention survey. We know that we need to be attracting high-quality candidates, but at the same time, we want to keep the great teachers that we have. So this project really addresses both of those areas, and I won't go through this infographic, but it kind of shows the partnerships that we have and the two umbrellas within the project is that we're trying to flow through. So hitting a couple of these bullet points here, really, there's two big ideas here. The first is the elevating of the profession that I mentioned before and promoting that statewide. And then the second piece is really supporting the districts with the individual recruitment and retention efforts. So providing the district with resources. And one of the features on our website, I'll jump down here real quick and show. Each district that has a login to our page has a landing page where they post their jobs on our website. And so the website now has the capability for them to embed a promotional video and an infographic that really kind of gets the attention of that future candidate who's coming to their page to apply for a job, and they can very quickly see what the district is all about. There's a QR code that they can scan, and it will take them directly to wherever that district is wanting them to go, usually their application portal. So trying to make that a smooth process. So that's one of the things we've worked very closely with districts is helping them develop these tools to put their best foot forward. One thing that has become very clear to me in my career, and I'm sure for others, back when I first started teaching, it was about me putting my best foot forward when I go to an interview and kind of selling myself. That has shifted. It is now the districts are having to sell themselves. And so that's partly what this is about. The last 7 years that I was a district level administrator, part of my job was recruiting in rural western Kansas, which is challenging. And when we go to these recruitment fairs, there were almost always more districts and recruiters than there were candidates. And so it's a battle to try to find these teachers and recruit them, from that administrative perspective. So trying to give those districts those tools that oftentimes many of them don't have the resources to do. We knew that in starting to offer these services that we would have probably some of the smaller districts reach out because they don't have the capacity, they don't have the resources, the personnel, and so forth to create these things. But surprisingly, most of the larger districts also reached out to us. And what that says to me is that it doesn't matter what size your district is, the shortages are real, the shortages are chronic. And so even the larger districts are looking for what else do we need to be doing? What else can we try to implement? So the first thing I wanted to share is the research-based teacher retention survey. This survey was created 2 years ago in partnership with K-State. It is, like I said, research-based. It's a high-quality survey that asks great questions that have actionable steps for administrators once they get that data. So we've had great response from the districts, and I think this is a great baseline foundational tool as districts begin to think through, how to approach their shortages. That the retention survey gives them real data from their district that they can make decisions around. And so when the district has the teachers take the survey, we send them the results. They get the full results to review as an administrative team, and then we do an analysis for them of that data, just a overview of here's strengths that we see from your data, here's some opportunities that may be for growth, and then that is a great conversation starter as they begin making strategic goals around how they're going to address their individual teacher shortages. Next, the districts will get what we call a brief report, and so this is something they can share with their board based on that survey data. And so it's more of a condensed report, a shorter report that just kind of gives an overview of here's the areas that we're doing really well in, and then here's some areas where we're going to focus on, growing. And another thing too, when they're thinking about marketing themselves, doing a promotional video or whatever they want to do to put their best foot forward, they can use the strengths as an asset to create on those marketing materials as well that come from that real data. So that's really why I feel like this is a great starting point for the districts. A couple other slides that they received too that go into those board reports. Shifting gears now to that big marketing piece. So as I mentioned, the ESSER's funds that were allocated were really to address the marketing in particular. And so it started with the group that Shane mentioned, and this was the baton that he handed over to our team. And so really bringing together the entities that he had on the slide, but also adding to that, who are our key educational entities or influencers in the state that should be at the table to talk about how we're going to message, how we're going to advertise this. And so we had a really nice group around the table. We met throughout the school year, and we also partnered with a marketing company, CEL Marketing, because we're all educators, not marketers, right? And so getting that expertise from them. And so they kind of coached us through how to go about marketing the teaching profession. And so what evolved from that was a recommendation from this group to do a billboard campaign pilot. And the starting place for that was actually here in Topeka. So this happened April, May. And these are some examples of the billboards. This slide and the next slide are two examples for you to see. And maybe some of you saw them around, I hope. Those billboards are digital, and they were up for 6 to 8 weeks. And the really exciting thing about this is that the 4 Topeka school districts, we met with the superintendents and the communications directors, and they collaborated on how this should look. These are real students from Topeka schools, and some of the billboards had teachers from the Topeka schools as well. And the exciting part that I see is that they all were willing to share billboard space. And what that says to me is that, we're going to have to work together here, even though maybe we're competitors historically for these teachers. They came together in a unified way to do the billboard pilot. So very exciting pioneer work, I think, for our state. And if you'd like to, there is a press release on the front of our page that has some quotes and thoughts from the superintendents and communication directors, or you can hit the links here once those go live. And then a couple of other examples of students. Okay, the retention and recruitment toolkits, those really kind of evolved out of need as we began collaborating with superintendents and special education directors across the state. We've had 135 districts reach out for our support in one form or another. And so Zoom has been a really wonderful thing, because we can bring together teams from all over and have great discussions or do virtual trainings. And so one of the things that evolved out of this was the opportunity to provide some PD to the district level administrators on how do you recruit? I know back when I started, it was here's the recruitment bag, you have this day, go. And that was all the coaching that we had. So being very strategic about what is our messaging, what are we saying to the candidates, and what are we saying about our district or our special education cooperative, and having that unified message with all the people that are going out to recruitment fairs. But then also looking at other ways to recruit, because we know that when you go to the recruitment fairs, there's oftentimes not a lot of candidates. So looking at those other avenues, and that's part of what that training is. And then the second training that that we offer is the art of retaining your teachers. And so I had a superintendent say to me, we want to keep our teachers, just tell us what to do, And so, we put together a really nice practical professional development that they could actually take ideas and make goals to implement strategically throughout the year to invest in their teachers, to show care. And it wasn't always a financial investment. Sometimes it's time, sometimes it's, what you do for them, what you say to them. So very practical things that they could do and set goals around with the idea of retaining. And then, of course, under that retention umbrella is the retention survey as well. And then I did throw a couple slides in here of, we ask all of our districts that we work with for feedback on, is the project meeting your needs? Is there anything else that we can do to help support you? So these are some of the quotes from some of the superintendents that we've worked with, just for you to review. So I've kind of hit a lot of areas here. Just in closing, next steps and goals. What we really see is, this next year, we still have our work cut out for us, even though we've covered a lot of ground this year. And so going forward, I'll say funding for the marketing will be critical for that initiative to continue. That was a kind of a one-time ESSERS allocation. And so we do have 35 districts, and the requests keep coming in, but we have 35 districts that are on a waiting list for those particular marketing services. But we will continue to focus on elevating the profession and continuing to implement nationally recognized recruitment strategies along with these other pieces that are mentioned on the slide. So, any questions for me?
Mr. McNeese.
Thank you. Very nice. Good information. I have one recommendation for you. Teachers, administrators, paras, students, parents of a school district or of a school need to talk positively about their school.
Yes.
If there's one thing that in interviews with prospective teachers, they check us out. And they say, well, I heard, or you don't know why they didn't show up for an interview. Just a recommendation to get people to talk positively about their school. Because if they go to their bridge club and tell them that they had a crappy day at school and that's school and that and block, that's going to go all over the community. They go and tell their group, we got a great review today in KISA. Maybe one other person's going to hear it. So be positive about your school.
Right. No, I agree with that 100%. And I think anyone that's been in the education realm has experienced that at some level or another, maybe in the teacher's lounge, And so just we've kind of shot ourselves in the foot, honestly, and not lifting our profession up ourselves as educators. So one of the things that I love about the Grow Your Own possibilities, and I've seen this as we've researched with other states, what they're doing, they've begun conversations even with younger children in the schools, very purposefully planting seeds that, wouldn't it be great to be a teacher? And really inwardly elevating within the schools that this would be an honorable field to go into. So
Celebrate their successes, and all schools have successes. They all have challenges, but they all have successes. Elevate those in the conversations with your parents and your community. Will make a big difference.
Yes. I will say too, one of the slides in here has some live links of videos from some of the school districts, and there's a lot of positivity in those as districts, so the districts will decide who they want to be in the promotional video. And so it might be a student, it might be a board member, it might be teachers, whoever wants to speak. And for them to reflect about what is really special and unique about their community and to voice that and then to capture that on film is super positive, because we know there's not always a lot of positive media out there around education. And so to see the individual communities do that is very positive. So I would encourage you, when those links go live, to check out a
One
few
other
of those.
thing that I found has been very successful is getting the Chamber of Commerce and the business community to support you, get them involved, get them included. Don't be afraid to tell them about your challenges and get them to celebrate with you on your successes. The business community and whether you're in Attica or Wichita. Makes a big difference on how your individual schools and your school districts are rated, in your area, So yeah, thanks for your presentation, very good.
Yes, thank you for the feedback.
I don't see any other questions, but I will add that the work that you're doing, you talked about, you're juggling a lot of things. There are many challenges here. You've got the marketing piece, you've got a website, you're putting up billboards, and it's hard to trace the impact of those, right? So you can look to those districts and say, did you get those jobs filled? But it's hard to really connect the dots. So thank you for the work that you're doing, and I hope that, the folks that Jim just mentioned are paying attention and that you can start to collect some more data and tell that story. So hopefully you can continue the success. Thank you so much for what you do.
You're welcome, and hopefully, we'll have some data for you soon. We do have that kind of in the works, specifically with the Topeka pilot. We're gathering some analytics around that. My thought is even if they didn't see a shift in more applicants or more interest, is still super positive to have a message out there that says, teaching is something you should think about. But we are trying to gather that data to see if there were any shifts in interest or applicants and so forth with that and some other areas too. So we're hoping to have some data in the near future.
Awesome.
So
Thanks
thank you
much.
again for the opportunity.
And Madam Chair, that concludes the slides that I have to share or the update. So I know I am over time, so I do apologize, but I did start late too.
All good. Thank you so much. Board members, we're going to take a 10-minute break. My apologies to our next group, but we need a break. We're about 30 minutes over, so we'll be back at 3:37.
Thank you. Making sure that's on. So today, once again, I get to announce or introduce our showcase. Typically, we have a student that, that comes. But today, I'm really excited that we have, July, a little hard to get some students here, but we were very fortunate that we have a district with us today. And I'm a little bit biased because, and I hope this doesn't diminish this district at all, but I am a graduate of that district. So the Lawrence School District USD 497. So Board Member Ma brought to our attention that earlier this year, the Lawrence College and Career Academy was named one of 3 schools in the country to win the Magna Grand Prize of Innovation from the National School Board Association. So they're here today to tell us about the recognition and to kind of describe for us the practices that are happening there at the CCA. So today we have USD 497 Superintendent Dr. Anthony Lewis. We have the principal of the Lawrence College and Career Academy, Dr. Bill DeWitt, and we also have USD 497 School Board member, Ms. Kelly Jones. So I believe Dr. Lewis is going to kick us off.
Good afternoon, board members. Randy Watson. We are super excited to be here with you today to tell you about one of the many positive things and great things that are going on in Lawrence Public Schools. We do have with us, as was mentioned, Dr. Bill DeWitt, who's leading the work that he'll share with you about, and our board president, elected last night, Kelly Jones, is here with us. And so what this award is about is honoring the work that we already knew about in Lawrence Public Schools. And so now the entire country got an opportunity to see some of the work that we were doing and are doing in Lawrence Public Schools. And so we identified a problem, and what we were noticing is that our graduation rate was declining while the state's graduation rate was increasing. And so that was a challenge for us. And in education, we often hear the phrase that sometimes kids just fall through the cracks. Well, in Lawrence Public Schools, we believe that there should be no cracks. And if there are cracks, what are we doing to create systems of support that cover those cracks up for our students? And this program is just that. It's a catchment of students that otherwise were not successful in our 2 large high schools. Lawrence High School has about maybe 1,600 students, and Free State has close to 1,900 students. And so this was an opportunity that our board was a risk taker, and allowed us to do this work. Dr. DeWitt, along with Patrick Kelly, our Chief Academic Officer, to just create a space where students can still thrive. Those that were getting lost in our large high schools, and they're graduating now. And so I want Dr. DeWitt to come up and tell you a little bit about the program, and also how we got to this point, but most importantly, the success that we're seeing from our College and Career Academy. Dr. DeWitt?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Lewis and board and commissioner, and Ann, thanks for inviting us. Commissioner Ma, I should probably say more professionally. Actually, this is not board member Kelly Jones. This is newly appointed president as of last night. So it's nice to have both my superintendent and my board president here supporting us. So a little bit of a journey to get to where we're at. Basically, the story of this is responding to a crisis of kids not finishing school, not feeling connected. It stems from my own experience, 25 years working primarily in secondary education. And secondary education is difficult because the goal is to graduate students and make them productive. And when you don't meet that goal, it wears on you. And you're constantly looking for ways to keep kids engaged and get them on to the next phase of whatever endeavor they're going to. And we know that it is very difficult to do that without at least a high school diploma and a few skills along the way. So, is that, Jenna? Okay. Oh, excellent, thank you. So a little bit of history here, a little bit of showcase. I think the board probably has this slide. I know we're pressed for time, so I'll move expeditiously, but certainly these are elements of our students that have had success through our College and Career Academy. With any goal that any school should put forth, it should come from a vision, should come from a mission. Certainly we as a district have a strategic plan that was implemented under Dr. Lewis. And these are some of the points that we looked at within the strategic plan to find ways to connect our kids. And so we're going to kind of dig into these areas within our strategic plan. Certainly decrease barriers to learning, provide safe spaces, certainly develop student-focused centers that are based on data and good decision-making. This is kind of the history of the Lawrence School District. For a long period of time, we did have a pretty effective alternative school. Budgeting, other educational challenges got rid of that, and so we began to parse that out to the high schools. And so you can see a timeline over up to this point when we started the academy, which started in fall of 2020. That's not a great time to start a brand new school, but we had the green light from our board, and you all know probably as important people that when somebody gives you the opportunity to do something, you go do it, because you may not have that opportunity again. And so you can see our timeline to get up to where we are with our college and career academy. And I'll talk to you a little bit about what that is. As Dr. Lewis referenced, we were not happy with our graduation data. We were not happy with the fact that we were losing students. We were not happy with the fact that we had many students that were chronically absent, that were part of programs that you see up here as our directed studies, diploma completion, SOAR. These are programs we were doing in the schools to try to keep kids connected, but we were already seeing some gaps there and kids not feeling connected. And so we wanted to address graduation rate. We wanted to make sure we were finding ways to keep kids in school. And of course, we wanted to address these factors, and I'm sure everybody associated with the Board of Education has wrestled with these topics as part of what you do, and you identify these and you know what they are. But this is our core theory with every student that we interact with. We recognize that one of the reasons they're not attending school is usually related to one of these push, pull, or fall factors. And to basically summarize, push factors are usually caused by the school. Pull factors are usually caused by outside entities, and fall factors are usually kind of internal and a little bit of self-doubt as to, well, this happened to me, so it's probably not going to work out. So we want to address all those, and we feel like our model has addressed each one of those to keep students engaged. Up until we started the academy, a lot of school districts kind of meet this question. If you've ever worked in administration, which I have for most of my educational career, it is very difficult to sit in a room with a parent and a student who is lost, is not engaged, not on a path to graduation, and despite all the resources you've tried to pull together in that school to connect that student and family, you're kind of left with a couple of options. Suck it up and figure it out. Drop out and get your GED. Dropping out and get your GED is not a horrible situation. I'm actually in charge of our adult education program, one of the few in Kansas run by a school district. So we're at least connecting them with the high school equivalency, but you know that a GED doesn't count towards our graduation data, although I think it should. There's a plug. But those are the options. And also, telling somebody to suck it up and figure it out, while may, in the long run, develop some resiliency, the fact is if you tell somebody to do that and they can't, then you've lost them, and it's not worth the risk. And so we had to look at some other situations to make sure that we're not sitting in a room saying these are your two options. And so we took existing resources we had in the district, because USD 497 is not unlike some others, that it just wasn't, we were not flush in cash, I think, is that fair to say? Where I can just go and say, hey, I need a.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to note that we've been having technical difficulties all day, and now we've completely lost our screens.
Oh, well, that's a good one with lots of color.
I'm guessing you can still see it on your computer.
I can, actually. I don't have it that memorized, but that's okay.
Working on it. So yeah, if you want to keep talking, that works, or we can wait for Eric to come back either way.
I will, that's fine. I'll just keep talking in the interest of time. So this slide talks about research as to what alternative schools say and what career academies say. And in the district, we have our career academy, CT programming. And so obviously, many of you know that's hands-on, kind of non-traditional learning, kind of that application stage, a lot of certification. But we didn't have that alternative setting that we had previously. And so we thought, well, we've got this nice building. It was only about, 7 years old. And we looked around and said, there's some space out there where we could probably bring some populations of students out. We could probably keep them here full time. We could get them involved in some of this hands-on training, and we could find different ways to get their credits and put them on a path towards graduation. So we at least know that they're graduating with a high school diploma, but they're also graduating with a credential of some kind. And so that became our model. And so we created a mission. I know that you love missions. I'm going to go ahead and read it because you can't see it, but our mission is to prepare our students for self-sustainability through learning academic, career, social, and emotional skills, leading to high school graduation, career path, employment, and successful completion of a wide variety of post-secondary education opportunities. So beyond getting the diploma, we want them to obviously have life skills that'll make them employable, happy, and productive within our communities, hopefully staying in Kansas ultimately. Our initial program design was focusing on traditionally populations of students that were at risk of not finishing high school. So our focus is on 10th through 12th grade. We have the students apply so that they get some buy-in. Once they come into our program, they get individualized academic, career skill development, daily health and wellness, daily academic support. We use research-based behavioral interventions. I could spend hours talking about student behavior. I know you don't want to hear that. Connecting very closely with our parents who have not felt engaged with schools at all. Usually a call to these parents was not productive. So we make a lot of really nice, friendly calls, and they don't know how to respond to that sometimes. And then using our community, which in terms of social support, Lawrence is a tremendous community for supporting students in mental health and social development. And so this becomes our target population that we've looked at in the Lawrence district for the last 3 years since we've been open. These are traditional at-risk criteria: low motivation, poor attendance, behind in credit, low academic achievement. Other things we consider is, pregnancy, economic disadvantage, low test scores. Just school of 1900 is not the best fit for a lot of kids. And so sometimes they just need a different environment. One thing that's unique to our program, the College and Career Academy, is that the kids do not lose their identity with their home high schools. They're still considered a Lawrence Lion or a Free State Firebird. We are a program that supports the 2 high schools. And so they're not only able to graduate with us through the academy, but they also go through their high school graduation ceremonies. And then I have a slide that has my information there. So that was, and Patrick Kelly's. And so if you look at the numbers, so we started in 2020, which was incredibly difficult to do. We average, this year, we had 85 different kids come through the program. Of those 85, 7 of them ultimately did drop out of school, but they all enrolled in our GED program, so they're still connected in some capacity. We graduated 40 of them, which is about our average every year. And in the 3 years that we've been open, this year we graduated our 100th student out of that program. And these are kids that traditionally were not on path to graduate. So we feel good about that. Kansas Board of Regents is not necessarily happy with our GED numbers. I think I'm cutting, against myself a little bit, but we're excited. I know you like to hear from students. It'd be awesome to have all 100 of those kids in here talking. I like to bring a few to the board meeting every once in a while to talk about their experience. But we feel like we've found, it's not easy. It's extremely difficult because you are dealing with very challenging behaviors, motivations, backgrounds, interests, families, but it's highly rewarding. And so we feel good about what we've done. We analyze, change, model every year, but I think kind of our results speak for themselves in terms of our retention rate from year to year and what we've been able to do in getting those students their high school diplomas and putting them on a path. I don't have to talk to you about the economics of not having a high school diploma, but I think you know what that equates to in our community. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. President Jones.
I'll say that as a board president that's come through the pandemic, this is something that is extraordinary to accomplish during that period. And I also wish you had the students in front of you because they've learned how to cook and how to fix cars, and they are CNAs. And as someone who is a dementia care specialist, I'm proud of that. And I'm proud of the fact that they're connected to education. They're interested in early childhood education. They're working and doing things that they can feel proud of. And this is really a model, I think, for other districts, and I hope that they look to us for it so that we can spread it. So, thank you.
Thank you. We've got a couple of questions from board members. Anne?
Sure, that was quick.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Dr. DeWitt, and everybody for the presentation. Amazing work, particularly through COVID. I was wondering, what is it, is this building the one located out by Peasley Tech?
It is.
Okay,
It is.
so do some of the kids get to go over to Peasley for?
Absolutely.
Okay, I
Yeah.
wondered with all the great things they're doing there too, that's got to be a great collaboration. So what do you think it is that keeps the kids engaged that other districts could learn from?
Well, that's an awesome question. You got to listen to the students. You know, a lot of this generated from conversations you have with students about why they're not connected. You know, to some degree, they get to control kind of their own learning. We use a variety of learning methods in all of our classrooms, especially the core areas. The reality is, like in math, you know, it's very easy for a child that falls behind in the third grade to just get socially advanced, and then you hit COVID, and then they have attendance issues as a freshman. You pick them up as a sophomore or junior in high school, and they can barely do a number line. That's kind of the reality sometimes. But you certainly have to meet those students where they're at. I think we're able to do that. And so, you know, we measure a lot of what we do in terms of attendance, behavior, engagement, kind of our ABE scores. I don't know of anything else creative to call it. And then ultimately graduation and graduating with credentials. And so I think you're getting them in a different environment where it's just, it's different. Everybody's treated a little bit different. Everybody gets an opportunity to create kind of their own learning plan. We try to adapt to their learning style and kind of go down that route. And I think it resonates with a lot of kids.
It sounds like you were able to help them make a connection to a career path and maybe even get a credential so that by the time they got out of high school, they had a better idea that there was a future for them with a real job. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, every single kid, and again, we average anywhere from 70 to 80 kids every year, they have to enroll in a pathway. That brings challenges with if you've worked with CTE teachers coming out of industry, they don't have pedagogy training
Right.
that you get. And so that comes with some challenges
Yeah.
in terms of they're used to working with what we might call a non-traditional student, but they're not used to working with what we would call an at-risk student.
Yeah.
And it just takes a different attitude. It takes a different, you know, we've taken notes for the 3 years we've been there. It's turning into a pretty impressive playbook by the time it's
Yeah.
all said and done, but it's just different. It's just different approaches. But one I think that's important is that the kids, this is not a dumping ground. The students get an opportunity to choose this. And so they have some ownership right away. And I went through the application process. We've never, any child that wants to be there, we have never turned away.
But they don't get the impression that you're forcing them into
Absolutely
some
not.
path.
In fact, we don't allow that to happen. We'll have administrators, and I come from I've been in the district a long time. I was at Lawrence High School for a number of years and kind of worked in that environment. And we don't allow for an administrator or a counselor to say, you know, I'm tired of Anthony, you're taking him. I'm like, that's not the way it works. So, you know, have we done everything we need to do at the school? And now let's talk to the family and let's bring Anthony in and let's see if this is a place that he truly wants to be. And then he goes through an application process and he interviews. So they have some buy-in and some ownership,
Amazing.
which helps. So we only take 10 through 12th graders. We have enough faith in our high schools within the district that we want students to at least go to those schools their 9th grade year. We want them to at least take advantage of the resources there. And then ultimately, if it doesn't work out, they come our way. But it's a better model for juniors and seniors. Sophomores are still a little immature, which is fine. It's just more spice for the population, but it's just different environment. Getting parents engaged, like I said before, I call parents daily. Sometimes it's not, you know, just, hey, how's it going? Or, hey, Kelly, had a okay day, haven't talked to you in a while, let's see how are things, you know, so you just, I don't think there's a parent within our program that has any hesitancy about picking up the phone and calling, or at least emailing, and just always keeping that line of communication open, and being honest. We're all kids, you know, I screwed up once or twice. My children were not angels, unfortunately. They're too much like me and not like their mother. But when you call a parent, you have to have an honest conversation about what we're seeing, what's going on, and how do we kind of address it. And so it's been successful for us. It's been a lot of work, but it's been successful.
One more for you.
Nationally recognized, so
Yeah, we like that. That was
congratulations.
cool. I'm not gonna lie, that was cool, because we don't, it wasn't something that we sought out. Dr. Lewis passed it on and said, hey, I think the academy's doing some good things. You should submit this application. So we just kind of told him what was going on. It read with some good things, but it also had a lot of warts on it. And so I was, thrilled, probably more so for staff and students, families, kind of get that recognition that they're doing good things. So I'm hopefully hitting the twilight of my career before too long, so I don't need too many good strokes. But we're excited. This is awesome. I recognize a lot of names. I've never met any of you all. It was cool to sit back there and hear about certification and trying to find more teachers, which is a tough business.
You can always invite us out to the school. I'm sure that there are some that would take you up on an invitation.
Absolutely.
Got a question from Betty, and then Dennis.
Sure.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. It's always wonderful when you can hear of solutions because, the problems are paramount. And for you to dig a little deeper and come up with a solution, I applaud that as well. My question has to do with the student population, and I'm not sure if these categories were lumped in or even if they stand out in your district. Foster care students, students that perhaps are court mandated to be in school, are those also examples of the students that you might serve?
It is. Just depends on the circumstance. Now in Lawrence, we do have a day school where students might be adjudicated because of truancy and placed in our day school. But a lot of times those students, work their way back into their home high schools. But we've had students within the foster care system come through the academy. The only barrier sometimes is that we want them to at least attend one semester in the home high school. And so we'll get people that come into our community and they'll want to immediately come to alternative education, but we have them go through our high schools first because we have a lot of faith in what we're doing within our high schools. And sometimes kids don't think they're going to work until they get in there and kind of find their way, and it does work. And then they would probably come our way after that.
I really have a huge concern when we talk about the foster care kids because their movement is so unpredictable. Trying to get them on track, and you talk about the future when they're still trying to figure out how to live in the present. And so the disconnect is really huge there. So that's something that I have a personal interest just to see the success rate in that area. I also will applaud the idea of touching in with parents. Parents so often feel like the only time I hear from a school is when my kid's in trouble, and do I really feel like talking to them today? So I think it's kind of nice when you call up and say, they had a pretty good day. As a parent, I could just almost envision them relaxing, just, I'm hearing something positive. We've put so much fault at the feet of the kids. They're terrible, they're out of control, they're all of this. And when that's something that, if that's the bar that you set for them, then you're going to get what you predict. So I love some of the things that you were doing, but as I said, I was particularly interested in terms of your rate of success with the foster care kids. So thank you.
Every foster kid we've gotten, it's a very small population, but they've graduated through the academy. I think our district, this is a challenge in every community because these kids are very transient, not highly skilled, very disruptive, don't know people, looking right away to make a mark. And I think we've worked in 497 to partner with our local children's youth shelter, O'Connell Shelter, which is in Lawrence, which services quite a number of students that come through Northeast Kansas, certainly. And we've worked with them to get paras within the building, specifically servicing that population of students, and just trying to work better with our teachers and administrators to onboard those students a lot better. I mean, we have had situations where a kid, and obviously the parents and the shelters want these students enrolled right away. And they'll get a student on a Thursday, they'll take them to the enrollment center on Friday, and they'll expect them to start a full set of 7-period classes the following Monday. And that's just not a good formula. So we've tried to do a better job of slow rolling that, onboarding them, keeping them engaged. If they can work well within our schools for a semester, which generally a lot of them do, then we open up the academy and allow them to come out to the academy and try to finish. But we want them to, we have a lot of belief in our public schools, and we want kids to try that avenue first. And if that doesn't work, then you have opportunity to come to the academy.
Dennis.
Well, I just want to thank you for hanging in there with kids that are, would probably fall through the cracks, like you said, and making it work at the best you can. And thank you for having a local board that works with you. So just thank you for what you're doing for those families. I think that's the key. If you can keep a family together, you're doing a wonderful thing.
It is. Yes, it is. I'm not going to lie and say that there's not a lot of days that I sit with my team, my counselor. And the two most important jobs in that building are my counselor and my social worker, no doubt. And there's a lot of days we sit out there at the end of the day and we just look at each other and go, what are we doing? And then you start chasing L's and you forget about the wins, and the wins are so high that that's where you have to refocus. But it's hard work. It's tough. Teaching is a tough business right now. Administration, especially at the high school level, is very difficult. But, they're just kids. They need champions and support, and certainly we want to partner with families, not work against them. So it's been successful for sure, I think, in our community. So thank you.
Thank you for your creativity and for setting an example for others. Do you want the last word here?
Just wanted to say this program could not be what it is and successful without the right people. And Dr. DeWitt and his team are what make the program. That will be the secret sauce. It's first who, then what. And so having the right people there. And I think his turnover rate is very low. People come back. As he mentioned, it is challenging. They sit there at the end of the day and, think about, what are we doing? Or sometimes they may go to half hour and drink about what they're doing. I don't know. But no, never. But it really is critical to have the right people. And Dr. DeWitt's demeanor, his ability to build relationships with his staff and with his students. They may mess up, but he doesn't hold grudges and opens his arms the next day, and they come right back and correct themselves. And the proof is in the pudding. They go on to graduate. And so I just want to commend Dr. DeWitt and his staff for their work that they're doing at the academy. And thank you for allowing us to be here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations. Congratulations on your recognition, and thank you, Dr. Lewis and Dr. DeWitt. And congratulations, Ms. Jones, on your new role. Wish you lots of luck. Thanks for being here. Next up, we have Scott Gordon and the PPC. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Commissioner Watson. I think we're pausing for, some technical. Yeah. I think we're waiting for the Zoom to show up on the first case and the second case, I guess. And I want to, I'm going to confer with Eric to make sure we are recording from that camera. So if you'll give me just a moment. when you say recording on your end?
On my laptop. So if this, we're recording, we'll be fine. So,
Okay, for oral argument, we're not gonna have Zoom up. The Zoom is gonna be minimized, and I wanna make sure that camera is recording right here.
okay, yes.
What happened? She was on. I believe Dr. Holt is online. We're just waiting to get her on the screen. Sorry, I didn't want to touch anything. You're good. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's on.
Hold it.
Yep.
Here we go. Try it now.
Dr. Holt, can you hear us?
I am.
Okay. You won't see me, but obviously you can see the state board, I believe, and probably yourself.
I can.
Madam Chair, I think we're ready to proceed whenever you are ready.
I believe we're ready. Go ahead, Jen.
Sorry, Dr. Holt, we're on the first PPC case, and I don't have the case number in front of me, but we have the two cases. The first one, if you have any recommendations or any comments, and sorry, Madam Chair, you had.
I was just going to point out, it's 22 PPC 19 is what we're starting with. Can you hear me okay?
Can I what?
You can't hear me?
I can hear you. I have my volume up as loud as I can. I can't hear you well.
Okay. 22 PPC 19. We're ready when you are.
Sure. It might be better. We really try to be intentional about making our thinking transparent. So if you just read the summary, I'm going to bet you have a lot of questions. But if you go down a little lower to the initial order, so on my PDF, I think it's page 285, go to the conclusions of law. Commission acknowledged that the criminal conduct was serious, however, felt that this person acknowledged the wrongfulness of his criminal conduct, had taken responsibility for it, and made efforts to change it to avoid the same conduct in the future. It was also noted by the commission that this person had demonstrated for the last 4 years that he could avoid the situation that led to his criminal conduct in 2018. The commission also noted that the incident in question happened during his first year as a certified teacher. By the district.
Sorry, Dr. Holt, if you want to hold on, we're having computer problems and you keep glitching out. We've lost you a couple of times.
So, well, and that's the part, that just kind of last little paragraph, really just, I didn't mean to read it aloud to you. You can read it on your own screens, and that should help.
I assume that all board members can have found it in your packet. We could just go to questions. Kathy.
Could you tell us what exactly it means to censure a license?
Sure. Censure is a verification and a comment by the State Board of Education that while you find that there was professional misconduct that needs to be stated that you find that the person engaged in misconduct, it did not warrant any kind of stopping the person from being able to teach. So essentially, it gets published in the final order. If you follow the recommendations of the PPC, it is noted in the final order that the state board censures the teacher. It is a one-time, that's it. It does not show up on someone's teaching license. It does show up on NASTEC clearinghouse, and it shows up as something that's published. But then that That's it.
So it's not on their license, it doesn't put
Well,
anything.
there's never anything that shows up actually on the license.
Okay.
If a license gets issued, it looks like
It's
any
just a
other
license,
license.
okay.
It's just a statement that you make to the public.
And is this person teaching right now?
If memory recalls, he was teaching, and this was, and I apologize, Dr. Holt, was this a renewal or,
That's what I wasn't sure of.
and now we got you on mute. Didn't hear you.
Yeah, we can't see.
Yep, sorry, we're still not.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly, he's been teaching in a private education system for a while. No, I think they're accredited. But if I recall, he's teaching in a private education system and has been ever since this incident.
Can we just contact that telephone, just talk to her? Since this is obviously not gonna work.
Maybe. May have to pause to, I don't have her phone number. Actually, I probably do somewhere, but I.
Do you need my number?
Yeah, we have not heard anything you said for the past 45 seconds
Or so.
or more. So, and it did not show up mute on our end. We don't know what the problem is. We may, I don't want to put any phone numbers out on the record and recording or anything. Do you have her cell phone number by chance? Or if Marissa hasn't left yet, I can get it from Marissa and then I can just call her. What we may have to do, if that's okay, I may have to figure out a way to put you on speakerphone. Madam Chair, if you want to, while you all are discussing this case, I can go get her cell phone number.
That works.
I texted it to Eric. Or, yeah.
Eric's kind of busy right now.
You've got it.
We've got it.
We've got, oh, apparently we have it. So you want me to call her and put her on speakerphone and take her off this other? Okay, I'm gonna give this a shot. Maybe. I don't know how to use cell phones anymore there. Okay, I have the right one then. All right. Yeah. Okay, well, just a second. I'm going to put this on speakerphone and put it under the microphone. Okay, say hi to everybody.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Try it again, real loud.
Can you hear me now?
I think it'll work.
Kinda. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you better on this one.
Okay.
Okay. I'll ask a quick follow-up question. Will this individual's next employer, potential employer who's considering hiring them, they would be aware of the censure, correct?
If they look up disciplinary actions and if they pay attention to an email that goes out to the superintendent listserv, that's how they would be informed of the censure.
Okay. Any other questions? And if not, we may be ready for a motion. Dina?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education issue a professional teaching license with public censure to applicant 22-PPC-19.
Is there a second? Anne? Any further discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? That looks unanimous. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you, Dr.
Thank you,
Holt.
Dr.
We got
Holt.
one more case. Given the nature of this second case, I kind of want to make sure we have everything as a better record than what we're doing right now.
Okay.
I don't know how to do that. I'm sorry if I may, Madam Chair. Eric, are we still recording everything that's going on? Yes. So even though I can't see that camera, you're telling me for sure that one's recording? Okay. All right. I don't know that we need to keep Dr. Holt on the line during oral argument on the next case. I'll defer to you all. If you wanted to ask her specific questions, do you want to do that before or after you hear presentation from the agency and the licensee? I guess the question is, do you want to do that before or after?
It would be before.
There was some
because it's-
discussion of going into executive session.
Right, this is not pertinent to the case per se, but to question what, if there is a suspension, as one of the motions is, what happens after the year?
Okay.
That would be my question.
Madam Chair, it'd probably be appropriate to go ahead and call the case to order so that both parties can enter our appearance, and then that's a procedural question. I don't have a problem answering that one, but just to where we're all, I'm trying to make sure we're doing this prim and proper, and
Of course.
So-
I do not personally have procedure for this. I believe I'm turning it over to you. Is that correct, Mr. Gordon?
I'm gonna say you're gonna turn it over to Mark.
Over to Mark, okay.
So, just to clarify, you're gonna have a, oral argument. It's been recommended and past practice has been that both sides have 10 minutes to present oral argument. You've been presented, and I will not only elaborate for you on the background, because this hasn't come up in a while, but also just to make sure that everything's on the record. You've been provided separately with all of the pleadings and documents in this case. They've been sent to the board and circulated so that you have the extensive record. You also have been provided links to the recordings of the testimony on the PPC hearing, and there is a need to go into executive session. To be more precise, you would recess from the public meeting to go then into an executive session of a quasi-judicial body, because you are authorized to serve in the quasi-judicial function as the decider, as the judge and jury on licensure cases. And so I would have a motion that I would make at the appropriate time that you all would vote on to engage in executive session as a quasi-judicial body for the purpose of deliberations on the specific licensure matter. So giving you a little bit of a preview of what would happen, but at the outset, I believe what council have agreed on is a oral argument and presentation to the board of 10 minutes each, and you have the record previously presented. You also have the PPC chairperson available to inquire. Did I miss anything from council that you want to discuss? But that's kind of an outline of what we're proposing for the purpose of the hearing or the appeal to the board.
Yeah, I think probably, Mark, you probably already said this, but just to make sure the record's very clear. In addition to the briefing that's been provided by both KSDE and the licensee, both parties have had the opportunity to brief that. We followed the deadlines. You also, the board has access to, prior to the meeting, video recordings of the entire hearing. You also have access to every document and piece of evidence that was admitted during the PPC hearing that was reviewed by the PPC members. Those documents were provided under seal. That's why they're not as part of the public record. Again, I think we probably already have that part of the record covered. Council, anything I'm missing? Okay.
I believe you wanted to let council enter their appearance so that the record's clear.
Sure. For what it's worth, the Kansas State Department of Education appears by and through counsel R. Scott Gordon.
Thank you. And the licensee, Christopher Somm, appears in person with his attorney, Blake Biddle.
And Madam Chair, we do have, again, Dr. Holt, who is the chair of the Professional Practice Commission, is available to answer any questions that any board members may have about the PPC deliberations and maybe why they came up with what they came up with. Given how long we're going to be talking to you, I don't know if you want to leave Dr. Holt holding her cell phone next to her ear for 20 minutes, but I will defer to the board. And I know, Kathy, you have a question. For what it's worth, I think I'm going to answer that anyway, but I can, Madam Chair, I'll defer to you on timing.
Do you want to go ahead and ask your question of Dr. Holt, and then could we keep her on standby if we need to call her back?
Jen, if we need to call you back, will you be by your cell phone? Okay.
Ann has a question as well. So we've got a couple of questions. Do we want to go into executive session now, or do we want to wait?
Be an open session for this.
Okay. All right.
Did you discuss then that your procedure for oral argument is once you deliberate, or once the board deliberates, are you intending that the appeal to the board and the presentation of counsel be in a public session, an open session during the regular meeting?
Here's how we did this 5 years ago, the last time we had an oral argument presented, for what that's worth. And that's the process we've generally followed. Both parties have asked for oral argument. Nobody objected to the request for oral argument. Generally speaking, the state board grants both parties 10 minutes each. I will, because I have the burden of proof in this case, I would go first. I will go ahead and counsel, I'm going to ask to reserve 3 minutes and whatever other time I have left, which I probably won't have any. But 3 of my 10 minutes for rebuttal. The arguments that we make have to be made during open session. Technically speaking, you close the open meeting, then you reopen this into a CAPA proceeding under the Administrative Procedures Act. Doing it that way allows you to have your deliberations in private. Open Meeting Act does not allow for private oral argument. It does not provide for private deliberations, in my opinion, for what that's worth. So and I've discussed this with counsel, and he hasn't objected as far as I know. We would present our oral arguments. You may very well have questions of either of us about procedure or comments that we've made. You may have questions to the chair of the PPC. Generally, those come beforehand, but again, I'll defer to you all. At the conclusion of whenever you're done gathering as much information as we can give you, then you would go into executive session and have private deliberations, after which the board would need to come back and make comments perhaps and discuss, to the extent you're not violating your executive session, but then you would need to vote in open session on whatever your resolution may be. So.
Okay.
Anything I missed, Mark, or you still good with that?
No, I think that's enough for now, and I'll probably then talk about at another stage maybe, but for right now, that's the best summary.
I can turn it over to you if you have an opening, or we can start with questions.
Again, Madam Chair, I'll defer to you on the process. If you want to go ahead and ask, I mean, it's not like we're surprising you with anything we're about to say. So it's probably fair game if you want to go ahead and ask Dr. Holt questions you have.
Okay. Kathy. We'll start with Kathy, and then we'll go to Ann for the next question.
So again, I just want to know or understand what it actually means if we followed the PPC recommendations to suspend for a year. What happens after that year is up?
I'll address that. The discipline of a suspension needs to be for a definite time. It's not indefinite. And so the specific recommendation was for a period of time. Just so we're clear, that the General Counsel's office serves as the enforcer of those license regulations and has made the request that the board not follow the recommendations of the PPC. So they serve essentially as the prosecuting office of the agency. Bring that to your attention, and you need to support the facts and recommendations that you arrive at in reaching your decision. Your specific question had to do with what happens after that suspension is concluded, and then it would just fall back into the regular time period by which the licensee either submits a renewal application or is required to go forward with whatever their regular timeframe is for updating their license. You might be able to elaborate a little bit on that, because I don't know where this particular licensee fell.
Sure. Dr. Holt, if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and take this one. I usually answer the procedural ones. Suspension, as Mark pointed out, is for a finite period of time. Once that time is up, the license is no longer suspended. If the license did not expire while it was suspended, then the next day, that person is back to being fully licensed with no other proceedings. If the license expires during the pendency of that suspension, they would need to apply to renew their teaching license, just like anybody else. They wouldn't really be eligible to renew until the suspension's over, but it would not come back to the PPC, it would not come back to the state board. That's it, it's done.
Ann?
Can I add?
Yeah,
Oh.
there's a comment from Chair Holt, yes. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
The other important part about suspension is that most of the time when a teacher is applying for a job, they will be directly asked if they've ever had their license suspended. So that really forces that issue that this, and like even when you apply for the next teaching license, you have to note, oh yes, I was suspended, and then it gets follow-up. So it does make it a little bit more, it forces the issue more than a censure would.
Ann?
Thank you, and I'm not sure if this is the right time to ask it, but usually we start off with something from the PPC about why they did what they did, and I'd be interested to know if there was anything in particular that you think drove the PPC to recommend suspension rather than revocation.
Did you hear that question?
I did. We try to come to consensus, kind of for your benefit. We try to make a clean decision. There was enough of us in disagreement on whether these actions warranted kind of that full revocation. So this was a bit of a compromise to where we said, okay, well, at least this way we know it kind of permanently stands in a pretty public way that anybody who chooses to hire this person, they are going to be informed about the background. So it was a bit of a compromise on the behind the scenes discussions.
Okay. Any other questions? I don't see any more questions.
Thank you, Dr. Holt. I think if you're okay, we'll go ahead and release her, and if you need to call her back prior to going into private deliberations, then I've got your number.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
I'll keep time. You indicated 3 minute you were reserving, is that right?
Yes, please.
And you have
I
10
want to
minutes
find out whose
each.
cell phone this is, because I think somebody's leaving here shortly, and I want to make
So
sure.
I'll give you 1 minute and 30-second warning and just let you know. I'll keep time.
So the board will need to go into recess now?
No, this
No.
part is
Oh,
going to,
sorry,
we
we're
are still in open session.
I even have a list. Okay.
Sorry for the lack of smoothness. You said you'll give me a 1 minute warning?
I'm going to give you a 1 minute on your first 7 minutes.
Thank you. Okay. She just wanted it to stop. She didn't want to be subject to his touching and his comments anymore, and she didn't want any other students to have to go through it. That's the conspiracy. That's it. You had almost a dozen young women come forward to a new school administrator that they trusted and said, look, I'm just tired of, he's always touching us, he's always making us feel very uncomfortable, he's always making comments that make us uncomfortable. That's why he was asked to resign. That's why there were rumors perhaps spread around in that community. And that is why eventually the Kansas State Department of Education decided that enough was enough and that we filed the complaint after our investigation was finished, asking for the revocation of the licensee's teaching license. It was a completely, as always, separate process from the employment issues. It's separate from Department for Children and Family investigations. It's separate from law enforcement. My investigations don't impact the decisions they make. The decisions and the investigations that they do not influence and do not determine the investigations of the Department of Education. They are completely separate. I'm not going to rehash all of the evidence. You all already have it. What I can imagine, questions that you may have and concerns that you may have during your deliberations. So I'm going to address a couple of them that I can imagine may come up. And I'm going to give suggestions to you that when someone brings up these questions during your deliberations, I want you to ask the following and find out why they feel the way they do. Maybe you weren't entirely sure that the first young woman, we refer to as Kay, was being honest. Maybe someone believes that she was completely making the whole thing up. If someone brings that up during deliberations, ask them what makes you think, or what is your reason for not trusting that young woman? Because she's a young teenage girl? Because she's generally shy? Because the licensee's wife said, well, she came up to me immediately afterwards and apologized? There was no reason to question the integrity of her testimony. Even if you have a problem with her testimony, keep in mind there were 9 other young women that were interviewed by their school principal, by law enforcement, and by DCF. And they all said the same thing, both times. Their stories did not change. They said the same thing months later. And the one young woman that came forward and testified, her story was the same as what she had told law enforcement, or pardon me, not law enforcement, DCF, and what she had told her principal. So even if for some reason you have problems believing part of her testimony, consider that you have the written statements and the comments from her principal and the other young women's principal that outlined what the other young women told you, or told their principal, which eventually was shared with the PPC. The other question or period of doubt that was raised by the respondent is that for some reason you can't trust Principal Reeb, or Rubb. I've been saying his name wrong for years. Again, why? They want you to believe, or he wants you to believe, there's some mass conspiracy behind this, and that for some reason everyone's changing their minds. No, they're not. If you go back and you read the chain of text messages that were introduced as evidence by the licensee or the licensee spouse, I forget whom, asked on April 13th of 2021, hey, can I get another letter of reference for you? No response. April 18th, how about that letter you said that you were going to send me? I'm still trying to apply for these jobs. No response. Finally asked the third time on April 25th, could really use that letter of reference. I thought you were going to help me out get another job. And the principal explained to his former employee, I can't write you that letter. I've spoken to my own attorney, and he has even advised me. And by the way, the principal testified to this on the stand and explained he had grave concerns. He didn't want to be held liable or anyone pointing a finger at him for being responsible for passing this to another district. So he talked to his own attorney, not me. He talked to his own attorney, and his attorney advised him, I wouldn't write that letter. So he didn't. Almost a year and a half later, then he comes and testifies and says, well, I can't believe he changed his story all of a sudden. He didn't change his story all of a sudden. He may have changed his mind between whether or not he was a wonderful teacher. He said he was a good teacher. He still testified to that. He may have had more grave concerns, but as he explained on his testimony, he has known those girls. He has gotten to know them even more over the last year. He has seen what this behavior has done to them. People are allowed to change their mind. And that doesn't mean he's making things up. That doesn't mean that he's lying. It just means he changed his mind and he felt very strongly, as he testified to, that this individual should not be allowed to keep their teaching license. And why? Because he engaged in this conduct that he did not realize was bad. And he still denies any responsibility for it. That's the same exact thing that the licensee testified to when he had the opportunity to explain himself. Was, do you think you did anything wrong? No, I'm a goofball. I was joking around with them. Sure, I may have rubbed their shoulders and touched them and made a joke about, biting their fingers, but I didn't mean it. That doesn't change the fact that the behavior continued. The behavior made these young women feel extremely uncomfortable, gave them a high level of anxiety, one of which wouldn't even go to class. And to this day, even after being told by the PPC, being told by former administrators that the behavior was inappropriate, even after his own witnesses, all of them testified that that kind of behavior, if it occurred, would be highly inappropriate. Every single one of them said that. Still has not taken any responsibility, has not even so much as apologized for his behavior. Because there's a failure to recognize the wrongness of his behavior or why it's wrong, other than it makes people unhappy, that is why the appropriate remedy in this case is not a mere suspension where someone gets their license a year from now without you knowing what they've done in the meantime, but revocation. Make him come back and prove to you, I'm a better man, I'm a better teacher. That's why the department's asking for revocation.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I am speaking on behalf of my client, Mr. Somm. A little bit of background, Mr. Somm has been a teacher for a little over 22 years. He entered the field of education 2001, has been a teacher, has been a coach, and has never, other than this incident, ever been disciplined for anything, ever had any complaint about anything from any administrator, any peer, any other coaches. He's got a clean history, and not only a clean history, but a stellar history of being a Kansas educator who goes beyond the clock in, clock out, engages the children in class, the students, and generally has had glowing reviews from his administration. The most important, in my mind, part of the evidence that was presented was the evidence of his peers, the people that he teaches with, the educators that he coaches with, teaches with, the paras that testified that were in his room, the coach that testified, the coaches that testified that were in his room, watching him, would even go to his room because they thought his teaching style was so good that they learned from Mr. Somm. None of those people, none of them said they ever saw anything that was inappropriate on behalf of Mr. Somm and his interactions with kids for all of the years that these people taught with him. And again, there were no prior issues at all. These were the actual people, and this was a small school. It's not a large school like in your bigger cities. It's a small school. People are in or out of rooms. There's an open door policy. And the paras that testified were actually in the room and observing him. The coaches and the people that were on the buses with him, they were all there. They all testified that they did not see any of this type of behavior. Patrick Crowdis, this hearing was mostly via Zoom, but Patrick Crowdis actually came to this room and provided his testimony live and sat in. Patrick Crowdis is the administrator for USD 431. He was a past administrator and observed Mr. Somm and his teaching interactions with children, and adamantly came and testified to the PPC that this behavior was never observed. And in addition to the past, he testified he's been in touch with Mr. Somm since he left the Spearsville School District, was successful for a year after this incident or this investigation, teaching in the Russell School District, and then to be closer to family, he and his wife, who is also a teacher and educator, moved to Wichita, where he enjoyed teaching in the fall for St. Patrick's, or I'm going to butcher the name, St. Patrick's Church, or church school down there. And Crowder said, testified, he's not having any problems, and he's been successful since this, and it's been almost 2 years and 4 months at this point since this incident happened. Connie Henskap, she also testified. She has daughters, no problems with her daughters. Her daughters love Mr. Somm, and she was in the classroom and no inappropriate activity. Chris Rhodes, he did several things. He was a bus driver. He was in the school as a para with special ed in Mr. Somm's classroom, observed him on the bus. He's a pastor in town. He testified. No inappropriate conduct, never observed anything inappropriate. And so that testimony should be given, I believe, special weight. He also had girls that and he testified that went to school, were educated by Mr. Somm, and had no problem. The testimony about, some of the conduct, he was engaging. He'd walk around the classroom, and one of the examples was, they're taking a test, come up, put your hands on his shoulder. Hey, are you sure that's the right answer? And back off. That was one of the things that are one of the examples, or on the football field or whatever, a pat on the back, things like that. So I think it's important to consider that the credibility of the people that testified and the people that were with him on a daily basis in his educator peers, administration, and administrators. I think those people are important. They worked with him day in, day out, and observed him day in and day out, and each and every one of them said they didn't see him do anything that they would deem inappropriate. And speaking about giving weight and credibility, you all have the one girl, KR, who testified. What I would like you to focus on with regards to credibility and what this girl said, her past, and this was a part of the evidence. This girl was an attention seeker. She was disruptive in Mr. Somm's classroom. She was up around his desk all the time, in his face, to the extent she had to be excused to Mrs. Somm's class to get her out of there. It makes no sense that is what occurred, and then she comes and testified, I was uncomfortable around him. The behavior doesn't add up to what that she testified, that she was uncomfortable. I'm not going to go into the other evidence where there was a ringleader whose family had it out for Mr. Somm, and he was the board member that flipped the vote. That was all part of the evidence, and it's interesting that somebody from the board was calling other schools around Spearville after this incident, telling them not to hire Mr. Somm. I'll touch on the other credibility issue because council did touch on it. Principal Rube. He did more than switch his mind. While this investigation was going on, he was over at Mr. and Mrs. Somm's home every day, in the home. This is going to be okay. You need to get back in the classroom. It's going to be a unanimous vote to renew your contract, and this is going to be fine. And he's the one who did this investigation, and he's the one who took these statements down from these girls without a counselor present, and he was assuring them, not a problem. So this was his behavior, and this is what he did. So it was shocking when he came here and said his license should be revoked. I think that goes to a lot towards his character and his credibility, and I think that should be taken into consideration. Unfortunately, this was just, because of the timing of this, just found out yesterday. In fact, his contract has not been renewed for the next year. Why? Because he was telling lies to the board. The other thing I would add is he has changed, both he and his wife have testified he doesn't coach anymore. He's gone through a bit of depression, has gone to therapy. He does not engage like he did. The students aren't allowed to come up around his desk. His teaching style changed because of this. It changed, but he has been a successful teacher where he's at. He was suspended in January after the PPC's recommendations, but they suspended him with pay, and they're kind of just sitting back waiting to see whether he can come back and he can teach again in the fall. What we're asking the board to do is not follow the PPC suspension. He's been successfully teaching. After this incident, we're nearly 2 years in, 4 months later, asking the board to allow this man to go back and be the great educator that he has been starting in the fall of this school year. Thank you.
If I may, or I should say, may it please the board. The building principal is not the person whose license is a question at this point. And you don't get to call somebody a liar and then turn around and rely on the testimony of the chief of police that tells you the statements that I had in writing from the building principal are consistent with the same stories that these young women told me several months later. You don't get to say that this person's version of what he was told by the young woman is the same story that they told to their building principal, and yet somehow the building principal is lying about the whole thing. You want to talk about credibility? You talk about Chief Strain, who acknowledged on the stand under oath, yeah, I didn't do things the way I normally do. I went ahead and interviewed the accused, for lack of a better phrase, with his wife because, well, I've known the wife for years and she already knew everything anyway, so that was okay. And I didn't really document that conversation very well, even though he was investigating a crime. That's the extent of his criminal investigation. Okay. If you want to give uber credibility or weight to someone's credibility, you give it to the licensee himself, and you give it to the DCF investigator that was called by the licensee as a witness, hoping to show that, well, because DCF didn't substantiate it, that means I didn't do anything wrong. Oops, didn't read the full report where the investigator explained one of the reasons why DCF found that those young women were not in danger anymore is because he's not in the classroom. And she testified. The question was asked, not just by me, but by the PPC probably 2 or 3 times to make sure that the answer they heard was what they thought they heard. If he had still been in the classroom, do you think that would have changed your answer about whether or not those young women are safe? And she answered unequivocally, yes, that would have changed. You make decisions on the benefit of the children throughout Kansas. In this case, the department is asking you to make a decision for the benefit of all children of Kansas, not just those that came and testified, and not just those that were brave enough to talk to their building administrator about this. If you think there's even a slight risk that he is engaged in this type of misconduct, then you think that there's enough risk that this is a type of misconduct that you want to stop and not just to allow him to brush it over a year from now. The appropriate remedy in this case is for you to revoke the license in this particular case, and that's what we're asking you to do. And with that, Madam Chair, if there are any questions procedurally, I think it's fair we can answer procedural questions, or if you want me to get Dr. Holt back on the phone, I can.
Ann.
Or we can.
If the board were to vote to revoke the license, he could apply again, right?
Yes, he could.
And I know you mentioned that he would have to prove he's a better man. What would that take in your mind?
So the regulations that this board has approved decades ago, before I was even here, 9122-1A, it lays out the factors for the state board to consider whenever someone applies for a new teaching license after they've had a license revoked for the misconduct. So those factors are laid out in regulation for you. Many times, and in fact, I believe those considerations were in the initial order, the PPC kind of does that analysis for you. So those would be the factors that I would think the state board would need to consider if there were if it goes down that road. Okay.
Betty?
Thank you. I do have a couple of things. Some of it was not covered in the hearing, but from a procedural perspective, you mentioned that this had been going on for a period of time. Do you know if anyone ever talked to him or said, you're making this young lady uncomfortable, or was there ever any, from a procedural standpoint, from the administration, did anyone ever approach him?
I believe the testimony was that he had never been told that his behavior was inappropriate. I don't believe any young woman ever came forward, and I don't think he was ever coached. Is that accurate?
Correct. The day that the allegation was made was the first time he knew anything about it.
Okay. I'm sorry, did you have? Oh, okay. One other question that really kind of plagued me, in the testimony from the individual, I understand that this was the same behavior with the boys and the girls, that the rubbing the shoulders, I heard specifically, that did occur. So my question, is there any reason that we didn't hear anything from the boys?
I don't think it would be fair for either of us to give comments on what the testimony was or was not. I think that's something that as a body you need to evaluate. And
Well, the reason that I'm asking, because in terms of leading and suggestive, there were a lot of things in the hearing that I picked up on, and that was something that stood out, that this was not just isolated to girls, boys as well. And so that's what I got a little lost there. Was it different with the boys versus the girls? The person indicated that she saw this behavior not just with girls, but with boys as well. He would rub the shoulders of all the kids. So I'm just trying to see, was it different, or was there a distinction made?
I don't think we can comment on the, sorry, what you have is what you have.
That was the testimony, and that's all we can comment. But you're right, that was the testimony.
Okay. It was just a few other little things procedurally that really, I guess it seemed like it was really filled with a lot of back and forth irregularities. And so I'm just trying to clear up this versus that. Is there any kind of written policy or guidelines? And I do know and understand in a lot of districts, the instructions are there should be no physical contact. I understand that, but specifically for this district, is there anything that's in writing, policy, guidelines, procedures? If this happens, if A, then B.
So, and ma'am, I'm trying to make this as clean and fair to the licensee as possible. There was no, I don't recall there being any evidence on that question that was presented by either side. So I don't have an answer for you.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, so you're not aware if there were any written policies, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, there was no evidence that there were written policies about that. I don't believe so.
All right, thank you.
Dennis?
Thank you. No matter what we decide to do, will this follow him out of state? Do we have any control over that? What happens if he decides to move to Oklahoma?
Well, the order of the state board, anything other than, I believe we still publish, even if there's no discipline, we still publish that on the agency website. if some level of discipline, whether that's a censure, suspension, or revocation, any of those three things, they get reported to the superintendents like everything else. They also get reported to NASDAQ's clearinghouse, and that is what every state education agency has access to.
To follow up with your question, sir, just to clarify, I mean, his family and family ties are in the Wichita area, and they're not going to move out of state. They have grandchildren there.
Ann, did you have your hand up a minute ago, or are you good? Okay, I don't see any more questions. Oh, Dina.
I'm sorry, I could not hear your last comment. Could you speak a little louder or more clearly into the mic?
My last comment?
Yes,
I'll
thank you.
go back to my notes, but I think it was just my request that he be able to return to his job at the St. Peter's, at the school, return to the school that he has been teaching at and start teaching there this fall is what we're requesting.
Your last comment reverted to the fact
Oh, I'm
that,
sorry.
that they lived in the Wichita
They
area.
live, these folks live in Wichita. They have family in Wichita. His wife has a daughter there and their grandchildren. They're not going, I mean, moving isn't an option for them. They're not going to be moving out of state.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry about that.
Okay, board members, are there any more questions? Do we want to go into executive session or? Okay, in that case, we are going to go into executive session. We're going to recess for 20 minutes.
And I have a motion that I can read and somebody can adopt, or you can read the motion. And just to reiterate kind of the procedure, we're recessing from the open session. And then because you're serving in a quasi judicial function, you have the right to go into executive session to deliberate, to discuss that, and at least one board member has requested the opportunity to do that procedurally. Then a formal decision, or you would come back into open session and you would have some discussion and a public vote on the recommendation of the PPC and the request of the agency, and there's a couple of different options that you can entertain at that time. Just for clarification, the attorney for the licensee is asking for no discipline. The agency is asking for revocation, and the PPC's recommendation was a suspension. So you can do whatever the will of the board is once you come back into open meeting, but you will need to discuss and justify the conclusion and recommendation that you reach.
And Madam Chair, before I make the motion, do we want to go immediately into it, or we want to take a break immediately into it?
5-minute break, so we can clear the room.
Yeah, we could do a 5-minute break, clear the room.
Go in at 5:10.
Okay. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education recess the public meeting so that the state board may engage in executive session as a quasi-judicial body for the purpose of deliberations on licensing matter designated as 22 PPC 03. The deliberations will last for 20 minutes, beginning at 5:10. Invited in executive session shall be Commissioner Watson and Mark Ferguson.
Second from Dina. Before we vote real quick, I want to note that we are going to take a short break after the vote, and there will be a change to the agenda. Can we go ahead and vote? Sorry, I should be looking at Mark. Can we go ahead and vote, and then I'll announce the change?
As long as it
We're going to
doesn't
take off our
affect
next
this
agenda item, so,
yes,
okay.
You should vote
All
and
right.
finish the motion.
All in favor of the motion on the table? That is unanimous. Motion passes. And then, sorry, let me find the 17Q was up for was going to be on our agenda next, and we're going to push that till tomorrow. So we'll do that first thing tomorrow. So we'll see you back here at, what'd you say, Jim? 5:10? Okay.
We have to start at 5:10.
Give just a moment to get everybody back here. Okay. Thank you, board members, for your work. We're returning from executive session. Mark, do I need to close that out or anything? We were finished at 5:41.
As you're doing now, as you're doing now, we'll just make it clear that the board is going back into open session after deliberations in private out of the open meeting and during executive session after a 20-minute deliberation and an extension of 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mark. At this time, I think a motion is in order. If someone would like to make one. Dennis?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that the Kansas State Board of Education adopt the findings of fact and conclusions of law of the Professional Practices Commission and suspend the professional license in case 22-PPC-03 through the remainder of the 2023-2024 school year.
Is there a second? Dina? Any further discussion? Ann?
Well, I think it's a matter of record. I just found there were too many inconsistencies in the testimony. I do believe that there was some truth on all sides, but I agree with the PPC that the behavior itself, while unprofessional, does not warrant the revocation of the license, and the suspension will provide the adequate punishment that we're looking for.
Anyone else?
I'm concerned, the thing that concerned me most is that I saw some what appears, and I couldn't ask this question because it wasn't in the, school districts are supposed to do sexual harassment training, and part of the things you know about that is you don't touch students. That just is something that should be known by somebody that has been in the business for this long. And so that was a concern of mine. It's just one of those, in my view, common sense thing, and it's not a joke. And harassment or an uncomfortable feeling is in the eyes of the victim, not the perpetrator. And so like everybody else, I struggled with this, but could not get over the fact that I found the behavior to be inappropriate.
Dina?
I too struggled with the fact, one of the facts that seemed to me that no administrator who probably had heard some things that should have concerned them, no one mentioned that was inappropriate to be touching students, whether it was a joke or in fun. His manner of touching students was inappropriate, and to cut it out, to stop it. And however, I too could not get away from the fact that he had even admitted that he had done some of those things in fun. And so that concerned me. Also, it's in our discussion, we also talked about the inconsistency with the one that we'd already discussed or had already agreed to accept the censure of the applicant. But when I think about the facts in that case, as I understood it, they were different. It was one incident. A person who had not had a license that long. And this gentleman had been a teacher for much longer. Also, the gentleman in Manhattan had admitted how incorrect he probably was and had gone through training to alleviate his reactive action. So I saw this different because it seemed to me that I could not find anything that Mr. Song agreed that he should not have been touching students. He continued to say it's a joke. It was all unfun. And that concerned me. And I hope he realizes that that's inappropriate, because at some point he will be able to use his license again. And he sounds like he's a wonderful teacher, but wonderful teachers can be ruined. Their legacy can be ruined by actions that are inappropriate.
Any other comments? Jim McNeese?
Cases like this are always very difficult, because a lot of times the intentions of people are exactly what they said. Regrettably, in the world we live in today, things are different than they were in the past. And today, as has been mentioned already, it's not so much what the person who is being presented as a perpetrator is the adult, and the young lady is a minor. And I don't care what school district you're in, this would be inappropriate. I didn't feel that, and I have seen no record or no information provided that the school district did any training or provided any kind of warnings or instruction on this. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. That's regrettable, because districts are obliged to do that. But that doesn't excuse the situation where we are. These situations arise in many districts around the nation. And regrettably, it's an adult and a minor issue. You know, the adult's supposed to know better. You know, and in sexual harassment issues, it's not what the person who was considered the harasser thinks, it's really what the person who's being harassed thinks. And they don't have to tell them. You know, they can say it later, I felt really uncomfortable. It would be nice if they said that, but minors, we know, are not, and with authority figures, quick to respond that way. You know, there are no winners here. And we have to, as best we can, make a decision.
Anyone else? I'll just add that we are an elected body. I don't think any of us are experts in this situation, though some at this board do have experience as administrators and educators. And often, I feel that it's my job as a board member to rely on experts. And so I appreciate the work that the PPC does. And they have a different forum in which they can have these conversations and deliberate the evidence that's been presented to them. And so I put a lot of trust in the PPC. So. We have a motion on the table. If there are no more comments, we can vote. Any other comments? Okay. All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Opposed? That's a 9-1 abstain. Did I miss anyone? 10-9-1 or 9-1. Motion passes. Thank you.
As council, I will prepare a final order for the board to review and approve after this board meeting.
Thank you. All right. And if Tate is still in the building?
Oh, it's Ben.
Oh, it's Ben.
Ben and
Okay.
Craig.
Ben and, okay.
Maybe Craig's not in the building, but I don't, he's here.
Welcome, Ben.
Catherine wanted me to share with you that she appreciates you letting her go home tonight. She'll be with you in the morning, so.
I have to be in Minneapolis tomorrow. What, you do? Yeah.
Appreciate Craig joining me, and he can certainly fill in any gaps, and especially as we talk about the report last week from post audit. But this is just a continuation of conversation about at risk, and you got a good thorough update from Craig on funding related to at risk, and then Tate shared some of the history of at risk. And what we want to talk about this evening, just briefly, is what does the law say, and just kind of walk through some of the details, because there's specific responsibilities and roles given to the state board. And some of the reporting that came from the post audit that was conducted is related to the state board and what is in the law itself. So I'm going to walk through that briefly, and then also talk about the role of school districts associated with the statute and what's required for them as far as reporting. But one of the most important things we want to talk about is what we're doing as a department to address some of those concerns. So just briefly, as you look at the statute related to at-risk, every district has an at-risk fund, and expenditures can be made based on really 4 criteria: that they're at risk, or what they refer to as provisional at-risk programs, and we'll get into what a provisional program is. It can be spending on personnel that provide those programs, training associated with the program, and any contracted services that are associated with that program. And after kind of going through the funding mechanism and that's how you can spend funds, the statute then gets into the role of the state board. And I just want to briefly go through that. The role of the state board includes identifying and approving evidence-based practices for at-risk programs that are focused on students who are eligible. And the statute also lists that criteria, and Tate went through that and had a slide on criteria for eligibility, which we know is different than the funding mechanism, which is based on free lunch status and free lunch students. So the board identifies and approves that based on those that are eligible to receive those services, and the students who are eligible often have barriers to academic success, which then gets back to the terminology at risk. Also providing evidence-based instruction and support to those students, and evaluating outcomes, which include data points like absenteeism, assessment results, graduation, post-secondary success, those types of things. The other thing that's important to be aware of, and that we're going to talk a lot more about, not just this evening, but moving forward, is a board responsibility to review a list of evidence-based practices, and for the department to host that list on our website, available for all districts. This would include all of those evidence-based practice programs and approaches that have an evidence base to them, based on the law, and we'll talk about why that's problematic as well, based on what the law requires. and then a process to review that list. And one of those elements that we'll also have to talk more about as we go through our process to review the list is this idea of additional or above and beyond services and what that means that's mentioned in the law. When we think about students who are identified at risk, that means they're already in a category that suggests risk of academic failure. And there's also the idea that we want to prevent that. So we have groups of students who are already at risk and those that we want to ensure do not fall into that category. The role of school districts. So Tate mentioned that school districts are required to report to the state board each year, and that's through what's called the local consolidated plan. And that's all spelled out in statute as well. We use that mechanism because it's a way that Title Services has asked for additional information, but we've included at-risk information in that report as well. And it also includes, so when a school district is completing that report, it includes that criteria, and then we ask for how many students meet that at-risk criteria, and that's often done at the district level and facilitated at the building level so that you're able to identify which students meet one of those. I think there are 11 different types of criteria that would qualify a student for at-risk. The district also in that report provides their assessment data, all that relevant data that's mentioned in the statute, along with the programs from the list that are provided in that district. So anything that's on the list of evidence-based practices would be reported on that local consolidated plan each year. There's also in statute one other important element, and that's the definition of an evidence-based program. And I'm gonna read the details of that for you and then talk about one element that was mentioned as part of the post-audit report. So the definition of an evidence-based practice is an at-risk program or service that is identified and approved by the state board as an evidence-based best practice referenced in the statute. Evidence-based instruction means an education delivery system based on peer-reviewed research that consistently produces better outcomes over a 5-year period. And that's than otherwise would be achieved by the same students who is receiving at-risk program services. So what became kind of a talking point was that 5-year peer-reviewed research standard that really doesn't exist. And I believe there was only a reference to one thing on our approved list that met that standard, and the audit finding was that it didn't meet other parts of the standard in the law, and that was career and technical education. That was the only thing they could find that had 5 years worth of peer-reviewed research, but they indicated that that was not an at-risk provision. That would be for all students, which gets back to that point about additional or above and beyond that's in the statute as well. So some of the details of the post-audit report, they looked at two primary questions. How did school districts spend at-risk funding, and was it in accordance with the law? And then they looked at student data. How have students done over a period of time? They reported on what was in the law. They reviewed the expenditures and went into detail of accounting for 20 different districts that they chose based on just sampling of different sized school districts across the state. They reviewed KSDE guidance. Are we doing okay?
Well, we can see the screen. You can't see the screen.
I forgot about my PowerPoint. There's not much there. But.
Keep going.
Yeah, I was just rolling. I haven't learned to be real detailed in my PowerPoints, but going back to what they were looking at, they reviewed the state law, and that was one of the primary questions was, what's in the law and are we following the law? They looked at expenditures, detailed expenditures of 20 districts and how they were spending their at-risk funding, and this was for the 21-22 school year. They reviewed our guidance and any documents that we provide in support of districts as they spend money from at-risk funds based on the evidence-based list. And then they reviewed data and compared students who were both at risk and those that weren't classified as at risk. The recommendations that the audit provided, both in writing and to the committee that they report to in the legislature. The first one dealt with that 5 years of peer-reviewed research. And so the recommendation was that the legislature should consider removing the 5-year research requirement from the evidence-based instruction component of that statute. Also, that KSDE should ensure that guidance accurately reflects all aspects of the statute, and that KSDE should review all currently approved programs to ensure the approved programs meet the law. And then the fourth recommendation was specifically for districts to make sure that they know the law, they review the law, and that all of the expenses are allowable based on the requirements of that law, including from the evidence-based list. So they reported this last Thursday on July 6th, and Craig went over as a representative from KSDE and answered questions. They mentioned in that report that there were 272 programs on the list, and they evaluated 40 of those programs. They were looking for the criteria that's required within the law, that they're evidence-based, that there's better outcomes over a 5-year period, and that they're at-risk programs for at-risk students. What they found was, again, that none of the programs met all 3 criteria. CTE was the closest. They referenced the above and beyond component of the law and cited some of the programs that are on the list that, while may be fine and may have an evidence base, they may be more for the general population of students and not something that they would say is in support or an additional support for at-risk students, and mentioned that we just haven't required that be part of it. They did cite some of the questions from committee members were related to how the funds were spent, because the report mentioned that 97% of the funds that they audited were spent on salaries, and questions were asked or comments were made about if those are being spent on general education. And there's been kind of a transition, I think, as Craig and his team have advised based on changes in the law on how you can spend towards salaries. And previously, a lot of districts spent towards salaries based on the percentage of at-risk students that they may have in the district or in a classroom. And that guidance has changed over time. Now it's allowable to spend towards salaries as described in the statute, but it has to be based on the percentage of time. The percentage that you're spending on salaries has to be based on the same percentage of time that you're utilizing those evidence-based practices. And those were some of the questions or concerns that came up. Just a couple of things towards the end of that committee review of the audit report. Legislators expressed a desire to work together to address some of these concerns and just work on being responsive, because we know from looking at our data that we all want to see improvements for kids. There was some concern about districts following the list when the post-audit reported that some of the evidence behind things on the list just wasn't what they would have wanted to see, and I think we would agree with that as well. All of us just focused on how we can best help kids that are in that category. So I want to talk just a little bit as I wrap up about some of the steps that we're taking to address concerns related to how we're supporting districts with at-risk funds. And one of the first things that we want to do is we feel like having a person hired to oversee that whole process is important. And we've had success with that with some other positions in the agency that have gone very well. And we feel like this is an important enough thing to get right based on what we've learned over time, that finding the right person to do that work could be very helpful. It wouldn't fall all on one individual, certainly, as we feel like this work really extends well beyond just one issue into the way we work with students, especially those that experience disadvantages. The way we see that, so that position has actually been posted, and the way we see that being housed in the district is working in our CSAS, our Career Standards and Assessment Services team, and probably focused on, as far as a team oriented in that particular part of our division, in research, but also having skills to be able to work directly with school systems, especially as we start to advise them and guide them on changes that may have to be made based on changes to that evidence-based list. But one of the initial things that we feel strongly we need to do is better understand the research base behind anything that we have on that list to ensure that we have a standard and we know those things work well and that they're the right things for students. Some examples of where we've already made adjustments, kind of going back to some of those fundamental things that we've been talking about. So we've identified anything that is not consistent with the science of reading and structured literacy, and there were a number of items that had been on that list that we're letting expire because we know right away that that's something that needs to be adjusted. But we feel like reviewing each of those items is important. The window for the current round of local consolidated plan reporting is closing shortly. And one of the first things we want to do is look at what are the things, because in that report, our school districts will tell us what from the list are they currently using. And there may be things that we identify of those 270 that aren't used any longer. And that would be just a start in that direction of bringing a list back to the state board later this year in December and then January with a list that we feel like we have a strong standard and a strong evidence base to move forward, and then continuing that process each year. So that's a quick overview. Again, statute, what's in the statute, what was in the report that Legislative Post Audit put together, and then just a few of the things that we're stepping towards and feel like it's important work. In addition to reviewing the list, we also know that we need to advocate for some changes in the law as described in the audit, and also really, I think, have honest conversations about what is best for kids, what does it mean to prevent at-risk versus recover those and improve trajectory for those students that have already fallen into that category. And so I think it's going to lead us to a really good conversation about work we can do. And Greg, if I missed anything, please. You got to go over and have the conversations.
Got to. Thanks again for that, Craig. Betty.
Just one quick question. You were talking about at-risk and then recovery, and I know there's a lot of conversation going on now about the results of of COVID and a year's worth of learning loss. You know, how much has happened. Do you think that distinction, recovery and at-risk, is clear where what I'm hearing is that we are not really bringing kids up to par fast enough. And that's what I'm looking at as recovery. But there's a lot of conversation going on how much learning loss has occurred and how far behind our students are. And so you use the terms at risk and recovery. So is there some kind of clear definition we're making in that so that down the road it's not confused?
It is confusing. I think part of the confusing element is, and I think it's confusing for school people, and that's where I think a lot of our focus is just on how we can create clarity. But when the funding mechanism and the criteria as defined in statute are different, so we fund students who may not actually be in the category of at risk, or we may have students who are in that category who aren't funded because the services that are provided are different than the funding that's received. There may be connections to that. It may be similar in terms of how many students need at-risk services with the number of students who are free lunch, but there is a distinction there. So it can be a little bit confusing. I know on our team we can provide more clarity, but I think to get to the point of recovery, looking at what our data tells us, I believe that the work that we talked about last month, where we really do certain things very, very well that are going to benefit all students. I think that's where the work is that's going to ultimately produce those results that we're looking for.
Well, I'm not sure where this came from, but it's being indicated that kids are now 10 months behind. And so I know it's a lot of lag when we start looking at creating categories. And I just wondered, because if that is the case, then it almost seems as though that number is going to really increase if we don't make the clear distinction. Recovery, meaning over a period of time, they can catch up. It's just like the learning loss that occurs over summer. You recover. And that's totally different from at risk, because that's just going to follow you from day one forward. So I'm just kind of wondering what that is going to mean to us as an educational institution.
Okay. Yeah, and some of the criteria, the qualifiers would be who you are. So you may be a migrant student or an English language learner. Some of them are more of the status that you may be currently in. You may be failing a class, those types of things. So there is confusion in the criteria, the funding, and we want to create more clarity in that. But the recovery component is the point. And when we bring data to you this fall from our spring state assessments, you'll see that there are positive indicators there. And we feel like there is some indication that some of the things that we're doing is working and that there's some recovery occurring since the pandemic too.
Kathy.
Thank you. I guess one of the things that in watching that hearing that I felt like was a nice punch from the audit committee was that there was an audit in 2019 and they were saying literally nothing had happened from then until the next audit. So I'm grateful to hear you have a plan. It sounds like there's a very real plan going in place to move forward and do some things differently. So I appreciate that very much. Just a weird, I don't need a major on the minors, but it's my curiosity brain, I guess. The 20 districts and the 40 programs that they said that they were analyzing or auditing, what I heard was that it was not them randomly choosing. So can I ask did we just supply them with the list then from the agency? Like, how did that, didn't understand what they were saying.
Dr. Watson's pointing at you.
I can answer, but you really know. The post-audit makes the selections of which districts to look at. This time they chose 10 who had been involved in the study in 2019 and then 10 others, and they chose them to try and be representative of different sizes, geographic locations, and so forth, but they were not randomly chosen. And so for that reason, they made the statement to the committee, they were not randomly chosen. You can't generalize our results to the rest of the state.
Okay, thank you so much. That makes so much more sense. I appreciate that.
Jim Porter.
Are funds only spent for those students that are identified as at risk, or can they be spent to prevent students from becoming at risk? That's question number one. The next one's easy.
I don't know, is there a definitive answer to that? I'm not sure. I'll let Craig jump in on that.
I'm going to give you probably a biased answer, but the statute says you have to spend it on evidence-based best practices. And so as a school district, you purchase a curriculum that meets that definition, you train your teachers on how to implement it, and your teachers implement it in the classroom for their at-risk students. They don't necessarily pull the at-risk students out aside, so all the students participate in that, and that becomes preventive. So in a sense, yes, it's for at-risk students, but it's not limited to at-risk students. That's Craig's opinion.
Okay.
Post-audit will disagree.
And you probably need to stay for the next one.
Okay.
Did I hear that it was stated by the committee that they wanted to work with us? Did I hear
Yeah,
that?
I believe you did.
Okay, we have made numerous requests to do that. How do we follow up on that? I mean, over the years that I've been on this board, and I've been chairman twice, and I've made a whole lot of comments at hearings, and the last statement I make each time is, we want to work with you. And I think that's sincere. And I don't expect you to be Solomon, but how do we do that?
One option would be to communicate with the chairs of the education committees, let them know that you assume following a post-audit study, they will take this up in their committees during the session, and you would like to visit with them before that time about how you can be helpful in that process.
And I encourage us to be aggressive in that area. That's all.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I've been locked out and waving the week.
Yes, Danny, go right ahead.
I guess I'm concerned when I listen to that in 2019, they had kind of some similar recommendations. And here we are in 2022, and we haven't changed anything. The results are still the same or even a little bit less. I guess I'm from the corporate world, and I think when somebody makes a recommendation and you're supposed to be making some changes and have some results, but we had we had the same results. Who's held accountable for that?
Again, it's going to be a biased opinion. We don't necessarily, Craig doesn't necessarily agree with everything post-audit recommended in 2019. For example, they recommended that the state board provide more oversight over the process of identifying the evidence-based best practices. The board at that time directed the department to develop that list and get it posted on the website, and they worked with the subcommittee of board members to do that. And the chair of the board at that time sent a letter to post audit and explained, this is what we're doing for oversight. This time in their report, they again cited that they don't believe the board has been actively involved enough. So that's post audit's determination of how the board should be spending their time to implement that particular statute. In 19, they found some expenditures from districts that they believed did not meet the definition. To be fair, I'd tell you some of them I don't think did either. Again, this time they found some expenditures that did not meet the definition. Not the same expenditures, not the same districts. So yes, some of the things were repeat, some because it's I don't want to say the nature of the business, but somewhat it is, and some because we don't necessarily agree with what they think is the wrong way to do it. I keep saying we, I should say I don't necessarily agree.
Okay with that, but the only thing that gets hurt here are the kids, because they're at-risk kids anyway, so we get the extra funding for that. But
we will not argue that the results are not where we want them to be.
We're getting better results.
Yeah, we will not argue that the results are not where we want them to be, and that's why you've heard about some changes being made.
Okay, well, who's held responsible? Is it us? Or is it you? Or is it Randy?
I think you hold us responsible.
Correct. I think also, Danny, the time period that you're talking about, COVID happened, so all results went down for all kids, especially the top kids. So evaluating now to 19 is a little bit hard. We'll see some results where we think that recovery is starting to happen. So we agree with you. We're all responsible for at-risk kids. I think, so it's hard to look at the results because of the time period they looked at the data was in the middle, or it was as we were coming out of the pandemic. But I do think we have to have a collective will for what are we going to do with these to help these kids. Also, what was not pointed out that I think Craig can speak to is how much districts are spending above at risk. Craig, would you speak to that?
Sure. So they did point out that school districts received 406, the report was done in 21-22. So during that school year, school districts received $406 million in aid for at-risk students. They didn't point out the school districts spent $564 million on at-risk programming. So they're spending more than what they're receiving in aid. Just leave it at that. They're certainly investing money in trying to help those students.
Ann.
Yeah, funny thing, mine works. Anyway, I think one thing that's worth talking about is while they kept saying we were ignoring their recommendations, they also had to admit they had a law nobody can follow. The way they wrote it, you can't follow the law. So, I think if we want to be proactive in what Jim's talking about, I know I have a friend on the education committee be willing to work with us to write whatever bill we want, that would make education better. He's ready to file it. So maybe we need to write a bill as the education experts that we have that would provide the best solution for kids who are at risk and fix the problems like this 5-year thing that are in the law that make it impossible to follow.
I wanted to highlight a quote from one of the senators who was on the committee, and hopefully this is word for word, it's awfully close. She said, in general, at risk equals free and reduced lunch, which equates to poverty. And if we could really do something about poverty, we could affect all kinds of things, positive change in education and a whole lot more. And that really needs to be the focus. And so I kind of come back to Jim Porter's question, does the money have to be spent on programs that are specific to at-risk students? Don't some of those programs benefit all students? And at the same time, we are trying to keep kids from becoming at risk. So it's rhetorical. You already answered it.
I may just add, I think kind of combining Ann's point, I think the advocacy part is important. And I think that's part of what we want to explore is putting together, reasonable opportunity, things that are reasonable. But I think understanding the research behind what we're providing to school districts is really important. So I think that's going to give us I think it's going to position us well for that conversation with the legislature, who may say, I know we have members of the legislature that would say it has to be only for this purpose. It can't be for all students. But I think that goes back to understanding the research, and that's what this individual who we hire is going to be able to provide us. So I think it'll give us a good starting point for that conversation.
Okay. I'll ask one more real quick.
One more little comment, and also she made a comment that some board member told her that there was several people on the state board that didn't have education background. I thought that was interesting that some board member made that comment to her. And I mean, you can go back and look at it. I just thought that was interesting. I'd like to know what board member did it, but we'll never find out.
That was me. I spoke to her because I'm the one that corresponded, and she opted to leave my name off of it, which was fine. But I was simply pointing out, I don't remember the context of her question that was my answer to. I can try to look it up for you. But that several state board members had not worked in education previously, was that comment.
So what difference does that make?
Like I said, I'd have to look at the context of her question. I don't recall. Yeah, I was doing my best to respond to the questions that they had. And then I was out of town last Thursday, and so Craig went to the meeting.
And then I also read the Reflector article where the board supposedly responded to the Reflector or the whatever the guy is or the gal, and if the board did make comments to the Reflector, then who authorized the board 'Cause
didn't speak to the
They talked
reflector.
about the board in their article.
I don't,
It was response to the audit, not to the reflection.
yeah, I don't believe anyone spoke to the reflector. Betty?
Just a matter of policy. The leadership can speak on behalf of the board. So, and that's just to answer your question. That's why you elect them as leaders.
Danny, the department did put out, there was a release that was put out after the post-audit meeting. That may have been where I'm not familiar with the article you're referring to, but I did review that. Okay, I don't see any more questions. Thank you both. All right, we are ready for the consent agenda. Minus C, D, V, W, X, Y, Z. And then Q is we're going to have a presentation on 17Q tomorrow, so we'll vote on it separately tomorrow.
Will you go over those again?
Yep.
C, D,
C.
what?
C, D, V, W, X, Y, Z. Not X, just Y, Z. W, Y, Z.
Do the alphabet.
It is getting late. Let's see. Drive this
I
out
move
of
that we
order.
approve the consent agenda minus the items listed.
Thank you, Jim and Jim. All in favor? Raise your hand. I think that was unanimous. Opposed? All right, 10-0, motion passes. And then we'll vote on those letters that we just read off together as a block. Does that work okay, Michelle, or do we need to do them one at a time? Okay. C, D, V, W, Y, and Z, all under number 17. All so moved. And a second? Ann?
Comment?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure why these were pulled, but I have a comment on just a couple of them because I really need them to pass. One is the mental health pilot, totally state-funded, totally designed by the legislature. First, I had my doubts, but having watched it in action for several years, when I go talk to districts, student mental health is the #1 issue. The boards, the teachers, everybody talks about. In my old districts, Wamego, Perry, Topeka, all found it quite valuable. And I want to also support my new districts, Olathe and Bonner Springs, in their effort to use this. The other thing was the firearms safety survey. I don't know why that was pulled, but being familiar with the legislation, I think we're asking the right questions on that, and it'll get us the information we need to be ready for next session. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions, comments before we vote? Okay. Kathy?
I'm sorry, could we separate a couple? I think I was not digesting everything. Because I would pull out Y to vote separately.
We've got a motion on the table that's been seconded.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, sorry.
Are you good? We can amend it.
Can we amend the motion?
You can make a substitute motion.
Would like to make a substitute motion to separate Y and C from the rest of the consent items. To vote separately.
Y and C?
Yes, or C and Y, I should say it in order.
Okay, is there a second? All in favor?
Oh, Did you want any discussion on separating Y and
Apologies.
C?
Discussion?
I'd like to know why they want to. That's before us.
Kathy, do you want to respond?
Well, I'm okay with those two that I'm pulling apart, and
Do you have any, do you have comments on what you were just saying, the money?
Well, it's one thing to vote, it's another thing to make a motion to amend and not have a reason to amend it.
well, because I want to vote separately, is what I said. On those two.
Right.
Questions, further discussion? Okay.
Voting on the substitute
We have a
motion, right?
substitute motion to vote separately on 17C and Y. So we would have two votes, one for 17C and Y, and then one for 17D, V, W, and Z. All in favor? Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Miss Danny. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Dennis, 6. Opposed? 2, 3, 4. Abstain? Ann, did I get you? Yeah. Okay. I lost count. 6 to 4, yeah. All right, motion passes. So let's vote. Do I have a
Substitute motion passed.
substitute motion passes? Mark, keep me in order here. It's late. What's next?
You're going to separate the two.
So we're going to vote on 17C and Y. That motion's been made. We don't need to make it again. All in favor of 17C and Y? Ann?
Her motion was to pull them out. Now we need a motion to approve them.
Thank you. Okay. Does anyone have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion for 17C and Y to approve.
Is there a second? Ann? All in favor?
Okay, let me just make clear, this is
Jim?
for approval.
Yes. We are now voting on 17C and Y to approve. Mhm. All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? 9 to 1, okay. Okay. Now we have 17, D, V, W, and Z.
I move to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second? Jim? All in favor? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Opposed? 1, 2, 3.
About 2 hours will be through.
Okay. Now, did we get them all? Am I missing anything? Okay. We will move on to the chair's report. I actually do have a short report on a meeting that we had with KBOR the month before last. I can get out my notes for you all. Essentially, so in attendance at the meeting were John Rolfe and Carl Ice from KBOR, along with Blake Flanders, president at KBOR, Jim Porter, myself, Commissioner Watson. We met on May 15th and discussed primarily the opportunity to continue to blur the line between the junior-senior year of high school and the freshman-sophomore year of college. So again, just talking about concurrent enrollment opportunities, how can kids pick up some of those college credits? And so some of that discussion included expanding concurrent enrollment partnerships, options to require English Comp 1 and 2, speech, college algebra, and history for graduation. These were some of, they've brought us graduation requirements requests before. And so those were some that they highlighted as these courses can easily transfer to colleges. And then also discuss the need for all students to be able to access the courses before it's made a requirement. So I think that those talks will be ongoing as far as starting with a lower number of college credit hours to be required for high school graduation. The goal would be to have the standard be somewhere around 15 hours. And then an innovative proposal for high schools, technical schools, and colleges that could be both inclusive and exclusive with a pilot program. So I would just say that it was a good opportunity to be able to sit down at the table and start to talk about what some of those concurrent and dual credit opportunities look like. And I think that we'll continue to have those conversations. Checking the rest of the notes to see if there are any highlights here. Business courses. We had a short conversation about the FAFSA as well. And so KBOR had previously requested that the state board require filling out the FAFSA as a graduation requirement. And so we just returned to that conversation. Sorry, my eyes are giving out as it's late in the day. I'm happy to answer any questions. Ann?
When are you guys going to meet again?
That is a good question. We don't have anything on the books as yet.
Well, the reason I say is last time we tackled dual credit, and we called it the first 15.
Mhm.
We met a lot of times, and we developed a plan with the community colleges. They didn't like the number, but we went with it anyway. We filed legislation. We got it through the House, didn't get it through the Senate, but or the other way around. Anyway, if we don't have legislation to take, it's never going anywhere. We'll just continue to have more conversations for more years. So can we put a team together to develop work with the community colleges and develop a legislation for January?
I think there's a thought, at least, Ann, that of addressing the proposal that between that time, which you were right, there was a proposal that I think went through the Senate, maybe died in the
Yeah,
House.
I got the
but
Senate.
Is that since that time, obviously there's been full funding of K-12, but now there's full funding of higher education. And that between those two, there may be enough money, at least on the at-risk side, to do something in a joint way that wouldn't require legislation, could just take the vote of the two boards. And I think that was where we kind of left it to explore that first
Well, it's
before trying
not
to go ask for
free. I mean,
legislation.
somebody's got to pay the community colleges. And last time we looked at it, it was like 25 million bucks.
I think I'm just trying to recall the conversation was to explore that option first.
Yeah.
Could KBOR and us do something together, knowing that we've tried time and time again to go to the legislature and that seems to die off. So I mean, that's where we left it between the two.
Yeah, I feel like the follow-up conversation there would be around that pilot that we started to discuss and figuring out what a timeline would look like and then how we'd move that forward.
Okay, thank you.
And then next I have act on board travel. So you have papers in your packet.
Excuse me, sorry. So we
that's at the
talking
end of the
about
list.
agenda items also now?
They're coming up.
Okay.
So real quick, board travel, you should have 2 pages in your packet. Are there any changes or additions to board travel? Dennis?
Yeah, I just had a change in the Zoom that's for July 10th. It's in August instead of July. So we got struck.
Anybody else? Additions to travel? Okay, if not, a motion is in order to approve travel. Dina, Danny? All in favor? That appears to be unanimous. Item C, act on the 2024-25 board meeting dates. And I believe we got the update on that in our last packet. Are there any concerns or changes, discussion around the board meeting dates? Okay. Can I have a motion to approve? Thank you, Jim. Second from Dina. All in favor? All right, unanimous. And that motion passes. Do we have any committee reports? I get the sense that everybody's good for the day. All right, we'll move on to the board attorney report.
No report today.
Thank you.
Danny, it's time for future agenda item requests.
Okay, I'm sorry, thank you. I have a request to general powers of the State Board KSA 72-255 and adopt and maintain standards, criteria, guidelines, or rules and regulations for the following. So I'd like to talk about school libraries and other educational material.
Thank you. Anything in particular? A specific request there, or just review the statute?
I'd like to review it and also talk about some of the books that are in libraries of schools.
Any other requests? Thank you, Danny. Anybody else? Michelle?
Just want to request again the data. We kind of talked about more specifics last month. I think Mr. McNeese had asked about that 2 months ago, and then I brought it up again last month to be on possibly August for technology and data.
So specifically the data that's being,
Yeah, like, have the state maybe, you just talk about what's collected, what's not collected from the state, and then maybe what's done more locally, and then there just data in general.
okay.
If there's anything else. And how it is or is it protected? Since the Student Online Privacy and Protection Act was done away with in May of last year by our legislation.
All right, anyone else? Oh, Jim Porter.
I'd like to request a follow-up on the recommendations that were made by the transition work group and approved by the board, and to see what the implementation of those have been.
Okay. All right, and I'm going to add again my own request to review screen time recommendations, particularly for birth through about 6th grade. I can be flexible on that, but essentially the elementary and preschool set and screen time.
Madam Chair,
Michelle.
will we have like a, since that is asked at the pediatrics offices and most doctors' offices, will be like more of a presentation? We'll have actual doctors come in and we discuss their findings or what their any stats on that, or will we have?
We'll certainly invite some of the, trying to remember the name, the pediatrician, it's not a council, but the Kansas pediatricians. There's some representatives of that we know pretty well. We'll ask them, come in and talk about recommendations. Surgeon General's also issued a report on that I think we'll also review, along with policies and procedures that are statewide or what we have or what districts may have.
Oh, that'd be great.
Betty?
I'm sorry, I was lost. Could you repeat what you just said about your request?
Request for a report on screen time for younger.
I thought you said
Is that-
springtime.
Springtime.
What happened?
I think our board might be tired. All right.
I thought you did too.
We have reached the end of the agenda for today, folks. So I think with that, we will recess and come back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Commissioner? Sure.
So I know everyone's a little punchy right now and probably needs some food. Tomorrow, because we are going to start with 17Q, we have to get the options of the budget to the governor. Again, that's by the end of the month because they set their budget, start setting their budget in August. That's just the timeline. So we may go longer than noon. I also want to say, in your budget request, you see how long we are tonight. I know that some of you say we ought to go longer, some of you say we're going too long. I'm trying to help the board officers adjust that, but we may start going, unless you object, more all day on Wednesday. And so I know some of you don't like that. I'm just saying, we can't do all the things you want to do in this time frame. And I think once you get about past 5:30 or so, it's like I used to tell local boards, if you're going past 10 o'clock, nothing good is happening. Come back and take another swing at it, right? So I just say that to you, that we may try to balance that and do more of a, looking at getting out on the second day, somewhere around 3 o'clock, still get you home, I think, at a decent time. But unless you object to that, that will be the conversation I know I have with Jim and Melanie to try to get everything in for you.
All right. See you in the morning at 9 o'clock.
Where are we going?